certain extreme situations, the law is inadequate. In order to shame its inadequacy, it is necessary to act outside the law, to pursue natural justice. This is not vengeance. Revenge is not a valid motive, it's an emotional response. No, not vengeance. Punishment.
Tonight we have a chance to say, yeah, you're right. We're too extreme, we're too wild, we're too out of control, we're too full of our own shit. Or we have a chance to say, hey, fuck you, you're wrong. Fuck you, we're right. Because you have all made it to the dance. Because believe me, this is the dance. Start the show.
Good morning, everybody, and welcome. Here's what I need you to do. Grab your favorite beverage, grab your favorite can of horse paste, and let's get this bitch going. It's the Steel Toe Morning Show. I'm your suave, debonair, charismatic, beautiful host, Aaron Imholt, and that's just Johnny. It's just Johnny. That's horse paste Johnny, I think is what they're calling you now.
We got to stop these horrible rumors, man. Horse paste, they're legit pills.
You're eating horse paste. I get it now. I get what CNN was yelling about all those 4 or 5 years.
I do, too. I've had such a clamoring for apples, and I yesterday had to stop myself from pulling a carriage. It's difficult being Chrissy Mayer.
Now why? See, you can't walk, so now you take Ivermectin, and now you start feeling a little better, and you start attacking people. This is why a lot of people don't technically deserve legs, even people who have them. Because nobody's grateful anymore. Nobody shows appreciation for what they have. They just immediately become a dick instantly.
I've been putting up with it in my chat, so it was a bad reaction.
What's the situation? How's the Ivermectin doing? Last time we spoke, your hand felt a little better, but you weren't sure if it was a placebo effect.
Yeah, it's definitely not a placebo effect. It's continued on. Hand feels great, but we kind of have stopped there. So I think it was an inflammation deal. Like it reduced enough inflammation on my nerves that it very much improved a lot of little stuff. So we experienced a bunch of gains. We've kind of tabled off, so now we're just continuing to take it to see if there's a long-term gain.
Have you considered, and I've only heard of this, I don't know anything about it, I can't, obviously, look at me. Have you thought about the foods and the spices, or cutting out the foods and adding the spices that reduce inflammation?
No.
Try that, because they say that you cut sugar. Now we're just two aunts or uncles talking. But they say that getting rid of sugar and taking turmeric and ginger is supposed to be really good for inflammation. And it's supposed to solve, like, many pain problems people have.
Well, I will say the ivermectin has cut down on the pain. But I just assumed that was more of like the quote unquote nerve static being reduced.
Well, because you see a lot of shit like with what you have, it's like there's MS, which is bad enough. And then there's the shit that we do to our bodies that we might go, oh well, I have MS. That certainly doesn't help. You're like, oh well, I have MS, that's why this is shitty. But it's like, well, you know, maybe
that's part of it, but you can stop being a piece of shit too.
Because I'm looking this up right now. Foods that reduce inflammation. You got your berries. Who doesn't love berries?
Okay.
Citrus fruits.
Oranges are awesome.
Cruciferous vegetables. Those are vegetables that hang our Lord and Savior.
Only on the third day.
No, that's when you come back. Come on.
Oh.
Read.
I don't know this stuff. I've never been officially trained.
That's why your soul isn't going to be saved and you won't be raptured.
Well, apparently God hates me anyway, so what do I have to lose?
Broccoli, cauliflower, cabbage, you can skip those. Tomatoes, peppers, olive oil, almonds, walnuts, flax seeds, chia seeds, oatmeal, quinoa, and brown rice. That quinoa is pretty good stuff.
Oh, dude, I love quinoa.
There you go. Stop eating shit. Start eating that stuff, and you're gonna be you'll be feeling better.
Possibly.
No, not possibly.
Well, I'm gonna say right now, will it reduce the inflammation more than the ivermectin has? I will say this for the downsides. They list both diarrhea and constipation as a side effect of ivermectin, and I was like, how could that be both?
You don't know what. Well,
and I learned that that's a thing. That's a thing.
Yeah. Here's what you need to do. Don't let the medicine, like this is an American thing. Like we all do this. Don't let the medicine be the only thing you do to help yourself. Do all the other things.
I've been doing a lot before now.
Right. But like more than like smoking weed. But like try the inflammation thing, because I think a lot of the pain you're describing is.
Well, I'm adding B12 to the list, so that's my next step.
But it's like reducing inflammation will help the pain part of it too, because you have the MS problems. And then inflammation, especially as we get older, it isn't helping.
Mm.
Right?
Well, the nerve inflammation is kind of where my signals start like disappearing. So it's whether or not it affects that level of inflammation, which it probably does at some level. So, I mean, I guess cutting out sugar would be a thing. It's a horrible time to tell me that because I already made my coffee.
Just drink it black like a cowboy.
Oh, God, that's disgusting.
Just drink. There's James Brown told you how to do it years ago. Black coffee and a hot roll. That's what you need. That's your new breakfast.
Okay.
That's your new breakfast. Well, no, not a hard roll, because I think
that might be difficult on my teeth.
The gluten and the bread.
Oh yeah,
I
dude,
think that's
bread is way not good for me.
That's inflammation, right there. By the way, I'm giving you all this information
Straight out of your ass.
As I spent yesterday wildly hungover from drinking copious amounts of old-fashioned mix at a cornhole tournament in Waite Park.
How'd you do?
Not well at all. It was my first time going to one of these like Scoreholio sanctioned, like official ranked cornhole things. And we won our first game, dude. It was like 22-10. We crushed them. We're like, holy shit, I should have been doing this the whole time. Lost the next 4. And then we got into bracket play and the double elimination. We lost the first one. Then we won 2 more, and we're like, we win 2 more of these, we're taking home some hardware and some money. And then we got the shit kicked out of us. So we went 3-6.
Not bad.
3-6. You know who else went 3-6?
Who?
George Washington in the Revolutionary War. He won 3 battles, lost 6 of them. He didn't do so bad. So
the important part is he won the right 3.
Yeah, I didn't come in last. So, but
I suppose that.
So we were at HR Pesties in Sauk Rapids, and it started at noon. So we get there at 11, because when you're brand new to it, why not start drinking? And so I had a bloody, great for inflammation. It's not. I had that, and then here's what I learned. If you're going to day drink, you have to drink beer. You can't drink booze all day.
Because your body is gonna get really worn out, and you're gonna get kind of hungover.
Die, right? So they couldn't make an old fashioned there, because it's not that kind of bar. They're not gonna sit there and so they have this mix. It's the bourbon, it's all the stuff, it's all in one. It's just you pour it, but it's 70 proof, it's 35%. And he's pouring these like full glass, like these little glasses, but full with the old fashioned mix. And I'm just drinking these like.
You're just downing them?
Yeah. It's not like a normal old fashioned where you put a shot or 2 in there, you know? He's just, this looks good. He's eyeballing it. And great bartender, funny guy, liked the guy. But, yeah, I was in bed by about 7:30 on Saturday.
Dear Lord.
Yeah, I didn't feel good.
That's funny.
Yeah.
I can't imagine going to bed that early. I've been going to bed earlier just in general because of my schedule and stuff.
Well, I have to tell you, I didn't mean to. Put it that way. I didn't.
Oh, I realized it was an unintended.
I had full intentions. I went home, and my neighbor and we threw the bags. I was like, dude, let's go to Benton Station karaoke Saturday night, and we'll do that whole thing. And I went home, and I woke up at about 12:30. I woke up at about a little after midnight, and
realized that plan was not happening.
No, went down, shuffled my ass downstairs, grabbed a giant mug of water, and right back to bed. Right back to bed. So I don't know. Talking to me about inflammation while my face is puffy and bloated and, shit. Not the best. Do as I say, not as I do.
Well, the beauty of not having the camera up yet is I can't see, so we're good.
Oh, nice. That was a good way to do that. I appreciate the way you did that.
You're welcome.
So
I was waiting for the right time.
Here's the deal. So we got that cleared up. People wanted me to ask you. They were concerned or curious about the living situation with everything. Everything was coming to a head at the end of the month. What happened?
So there's supposedly an assistance service and stuff like the state offers, but I have to get a worker, but you can't contact them. They have to contact you. So I filed the paperwork. My therapist and I found out about this. This is how far it's gotten, but, found out about that. So I'm waiting for this assistance service that's supposed to help with this. I've been checking my emails.
Wait, is this like the Somalis that fuck you over and take all the money?
That's what I'm really curious about.
What's the program? What's the program called? I'll be able to tell you right now. And is it through
It's a state-run thing. I don't remember off the top of my head. It is through Medicaid.
I think that's the Somali fuck with you thing. When we saw that story, it was for people with disabilities so they can live outside. They can live on their own.
Explain why they're not calling.
Yeah. If it's the program that helps disabled people live on their own, that's the Somali fraud program that they just uncovered, I think, 100 some odd $1 million in. Basically, what the Somalis did was they would turn in a service that they performed for a cripple and turn it into the government and then get checks. But they never serviced that person and they never provided the service. So they were just basically getting free money. That's why you look at all these Somali grocery stores and shit, and you're like, how do they keep these open? And you're like, well, it's just fraud.
They get money. I guess it's less of an issue now. I'm on the uptick. Leg spasticity is down, hand strength is up. I'm moving better, feeling better. So hopefully that's not the case. Hopefully this is an actual
now you just need
agency thing.
Now you just need a wayward Somali to pick
help
you
me
up.
Buy a home.
Yeah, you need a wayward Somali to order you an Uber, essentially, and we'll see what happens. Hulkamasha Baby says, have you tried no inflammation, Aaron? You looking 240 today, puff face. Look, I'm not even close to 240. I'm not even close to 230. I'm not even close to any of that, but I am having a puffy day. You know, what's the saying is feed a hangover, starve a flu. That's the motto. And I fed it yesterday. Before noon, check this out. This is bad. Before noon, I had McDonald's breakfast, white chicken, a bowl of white chicken chili, and a plate of honey barbecue wings. Before noon, because the Vikings were on at 8:30.
That adds up. You have to eat more to watch the Vikings. Wait a minute. What? Why did you have to do that? That seems excessive.
Just trying to get my energy levels up. That's all. I actually had, believe it or not, I need to tell you where I went. I went a couple of places yesterday. God damn it, Aaron, you should have this on your soundboard. Here,
he went to a few spots.
I can do this.
We know about the cornhole.
Here's where I went yesterday.
We had a phenomenal day today. Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Those are the two places I decided to go.
The sad part is you can hear the smile in his voice.
Yeah.
Because he's recounting like joyful memories. It's just he unfortunately.
There were look, the Vikings played at 8:30, so they were done before noon, and I had all day, so I figured I'd take a little day trip. So you know where I went?
Where'd you go?
Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
I Don't know why. Because I had the wings yesterday. I made myself some wings at home. I was thinking about that clip all day yesterday because of the barbecue element.
Oh,
of the whole thing. Bearded Trucker says, never seeing that fighting weight. I'm less than 10 pounds away from it. I can get there whenever I want. Thank you very much.
Keep telling yourself that.
Yep, I'll be fine.
Red Fox keep happening.
Red Fox Mad with $4.99. Thank you very much. Hunter sent us a Twitter link. Hunter with $2 says the second chin is looking very well moisturized. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'm puffy.
The point is
today.
they care, man. You know, I mean, that's a great thing to have in your life, people who care.
Jerry Shepardini says, what museum did you go to? Oh, I'm sorry. Jerry Shepardini didn't hear what museum. Okay, it's
today. Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Well, you know, people are interested in what I'm doing in my free time. Just got to, you know, keep them up to date. Keep them up to date on what I'm doing. We've got a great show for you today. I'm very excited about it because last week we had such a generous audience and so much goddamn money came into the toe. It's ridiculous. We have no goal today. Stay here, though. I promise it's going to be a good show. People have this idea that I'm going to just blow everything off and just, meander through the program today because there's no goal. I got a great show for you. We got a lot of good stuff. I still got to get those clips up there. Our ad revenue is way up. I got to keep that going.
Keep that running.
So it's still going to be a great show today. I promise you. Hulkamasha Baby says, whenever you want. When was the last time you were under 220? August for a little bit, and then I ate my way back up. I'm sorry. I'm comfortable. I'm comfy. Hunter with $2 says that, we did that one. It's good. I should read insults to myself twice. Thank you, OBS, for still being up there. All right. We have so much to do, so much to talk about today. People were mad at Johnny in my chat. They were saying that Johnny was just being a terrible guy and an awful guy because he didn't want to make his show about my sentencing hearing. So Johnny's an evil, terrible guy.
I'm a dick.
He's disloyal. He's awful. And I'm just like, and when people are writing that to me, because, the internet is full of tattletales that just have no life of their own. And they're like, Johnny said he didn't care about any of your shit. And I'm like, good. At least somebody doesn't. Jesus fucking Christ. It's nice to hear that people want to do an actual show and try to build an audience separate from Steel Toe. It's refreshing to see. It was like you were supposed to live through my life and not have any of your own shit going on.
Here's how happy I was about it. I had kind of a clue about it going down because of you're like, oh, well, we're only going until 10 o'clock today, like that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't know anything else about it. And I had three different things, like the stories that I was talking about, like Philadelphia celebrating the birth of the Communist Party and all this other stuff. So I titled the show Celebrate, and everyone thought it was about you. And I was like, what the hell are you talking about? And I didn't even know until I went live and I saw someone like, what was it, like Imholt sentencing extravaganza? And I went, oh, Jesus. Now I've kicked a hornet's nest. And so everyone's like, ooh, we're celebrating what's going on. Like, I'm paying zero attention. That's more to do with the common theme of the show.
Hey.
The variety of stories that we're talking about.
I know what that dishonest prosecutor wanted. I was celebrating because I knew what they wanted, and it was, God, when I'm I would say in a few days here, I can spin a yarn. I can tell a little story.
You'll have some stories for people.
Oh man, I mean, here's the thing: stay away from the government, however you can. I mean, they're just. I would rather be run by the mafia because at least the mafia, you have to do something to them for them to whack you. And
otherwise, it's not worth the effort. I'm not getting out of bed to whack a guy who didn't do nothing.
The government is far more crooked, corrupt, self-serving, and disinterested. They're more disinterested in actual justice than the mafia is. The mafia has a code. The government just has self-adulation and moving on up. And they do it on the bodies of the people, if you will. So there's some interesting stuff to come out. I'm not going to say too much because then it just sounds like I'm teasing. But I think, I feel bad for people who don't have the money or the ability to defend themselves in this system. I am ready to almost go full libertarian and just assume that everyone accused of any crime by the government is innocent. or at least
go anyone, but
no, I mean like at least whatever they're accused of.
Mm-hmm.
I'm always going to assume it's not nearly as bad as what they said, as what the government's telling me.
That's possible.
I'm also ready to just not believe we went to the moon. Like it's like that Rogan.
That one I find a little harder, but because we have like civilian telescopes and stuff now strong enough to look at the moon and see the spots like where we landed and shit.
It's like the Rogan joke where he's like, before COVID, I believed most everything. After COVID, now I don't even believe we went to the moon. So it's I don't know. We'll talk about it at a later date, at a later time, because people, prosecutors, people in the government, they are fucking vindictive. I mean, personal and vindictive. It's we don't have a criminal justice system. We have a we will whack you system. Redbird with $1 says, so you're saying you can drop the weight anytime you want. You just don't want to at that moment. I could swear I've heard something similar before. Oh, like, yeah. No, with the weight thing.
Quit whenever I like.
Yeah, with the weight thing.
Cheeseburgers are delicious.
It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. Well, it's not. You just stop eating shit. I don't want to stop eating shit.
Dropping it and keeping it dropped, it's continual work. It's not like you got to do the job once and you're done.
I need to say this because I don't want to give quarter to fat, lazy people. It's not hard. I'm lazy. It's not hard. I'm lazy. Point,
Look, two
period, end of story. I could have not eaten 3 square meals by noon yesterday. That's not
that would
difficult.
definitely help.
I could have not drank old fashions until my dick fell off on Saturday. I could have not
using it anyway.
I could have chosen not to do that, but I didn't. I could do a fucking jumping jack or two. I could go hit the heavy
bragger.
bag. I could go do some boxing. I could go do a lot of shit.
And go run a lap.
Choose not to. Yeah, I could, bounce around on my toes.
Well, that's practicing your footwork.
Yeah. Los Federales with $1 says, here's some celebration music. Well, it's not Rumble Link Friday. We got to get to our stuff today. $1 from Redbird says, so you're a fat, lazy sack of shit.
Yep.
I think it's about what I was saying.
He's talking about you.
All right.
Sorry.
I think that's about what I was getting at. Yes.
To be fair, you weren't just saying that you're a fat, lazy sack of shit. You're saying anyone that opts to not do this is a fat, lazy
including myself.
Including yourself, yes.
Including myself. So here's where we're at as we get started this week. We are $95 from Tuesday. Now, my dream scenario is that we just stay a day ahead.
Right.
So, like, we bang out tomorrow's today, get a little bit into Wednesday, and, just keep that vibe rolling, especially the evening crowd. So now the evening crowd is $100 away from a week from Tuesday. They're insane. The day of the hearing when I came back, they threw in like $1,000 some odd dollars. Or something
nice.
like. They
just
went.
You guys.
They went fucking crazy. So mornings good till tomorrow. Evenings good all week, which is good because we are in the middle of transitioning. Stop it. We are in the middle of changing the evening schedule back to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday. Today is my son's last football game, so I will not be doing a show tonight. My daughter starts volleyball on Thursday. So we're not doing Thursday nights anymore. And so starting next week, it'll go back to Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday on the evenings. This week we'll have Tuesday, Wednesday for the evenings, both of them completely goal-free. And those shows being goal-free means that I'm totally anticipating viewership will be down because there is a drama and a hook to the goal that captivates some people. This is another example of Steel Toe being able to be interesting and grab your attention with literally anything. A number of dollars that we need to have come in keeps people glued to the screen. That's how goddamn good we are at doing this. It's remarkable. So thank you guys very much. We appreciate all of your support. Now, just because there's no drama doesn't mean we can't have ourselves a great show. We got a lot to talk about today. I thought this was funny. File this under this category.
Oh, buddy!
What? Apparently, iDubbbz wants to do another content cop, and he wants to do it on Worski and PPP, the Keno Casino.
Okay.
I am so excited to see that. Because here's the thing. You're not going to shame those two. You're not going to quote unquote get those two because the mockery of those two is self-evident. They're not trying to be something they're not. They're internet obsessed basement weirdos. He's a really, really fat guy. The other guy's an ex-junkie. Neither of them are high standing. They're both kind of scum of the earth kind of guys. And they're doing a kind of scum of the earth show. It's funny. It's a funny show. I'm not saying any of this to be insulting. I'm just saying that's what they are. So
they're unapologetically themselves.
They're unapologetically themselves, and they're unapologetically just dog shit people. They're not pretending they're not.
So none of us are going to learn anything from this content cop.
No, content cop is supposed to be, hey, this is how it was. It's funny that people who watched content cop back in the day understand it better than iDubbbz does. It's kind of how Game of Thrones and Star Wars, the fans started becoming more
better than the people running the shit.
Not even necessarily better, but more in tune with it, more protective of it. And, but the content cop used to be, hey, you see this guy who thinks he's hot shit? Well, here's, what we know about him. Yeah. Whereas Keno Casino, it's hey, you see this morbidly obese fucking creepy Cupid doll looking motherfucker and his, his recently cleaned up frog-throated co-host that all they do is just talk shit about the lowly of the internet? Yeah. Well, did you know that they're actually giant pieces of bullying shit?
Yeah.
Yes, we did.
They literally just they take the low hanging fruit of the internet and they kick it. What this is news?
They're dog shit. You're literally taking your shit. iDubbbz is going to take his boot and he's going to smash dog shit into it and go, ha, I really showed that dog shit. It's nah, dude, you just got a smelly boot now. I don't know what I don't know what the plan was here.
But the bag was on fire.
The guy, look, I'm not going to stop iDubbbz. I want iDubbbz to create content. I want everybody to create content. But the rumor is that he wants to do a Keno Casino content cop. And you know what? Godspeed. I'm sure.
Didn't he kind of eat it doing one on, what's his name? Oh, shit.
Ethan Klein.
God damn. Yeah.
Yeah.
No, I was thinking of the other guy, the boxing guy that we always, dude, I hate that my brain does this sometimes. What was his name? Shit. We play the clip of him all the time. He's like, I'm going to come to your house.
Oh, Hassan Piker.
Yeah. No, not Hassan Piker, but
Sam
the guy
Hyde.
who does the Sam Hyde. Yeah. Didn't he do one on Sam Hyde and Sam Hyde set him up completely?
He tried to do, the thing he tried to do with Sam Hyde is he went to do a documentary on Sam Hyde. See, iDubbbz had this kind of rebirth for a while. He did an airsoft fatty documentary. He was going to be a documentary guy. So he goes to do one on Sam Hyde to kind of track how, and even Sam Hyde said he had fallen off. His TV show got canceled on Adult Swim. And iDubbbz, he kind of had this idea that iDubbbz was going to try and paint him as this right-wing, crazy Nazi guy. So Sam Hyde went and he got like all these people together. He hired actors and a bunch of other shit to act like complete lunatics, total retards. He rented out an old dentist's office and trashed the office space and pretended that was where they work every day and that they were doing videos on crypto and writing rap songs and they were sparring.
He rented a slingshot.
Rented a slingshot. Had it look like he and his friend Nick Rochefort had these serious like problems between each other. He was boxing iDubbbz under an overpass. Just like all this goofy shit. And iDubbbz bought every second
Every bit of it.
Every second of it, iDubbbz bought it. And then I think, so then during the interview that iDubbbz was doing with Sam Hyde let him know that this girl he had hired to pretend to be his girlfriend and was this pilled out crazy chick who shaved her head for it, that he hired her. And iDubbbz was completely broken up over this. He was completely upset that Sam did this, and he never released the documentary. So Sam Hyde said, well, we spent $10,000 on this thing. We're going to release it. We were going to let iDubbbz release his, and then we would think about maybe doing ours. But he goes, since iDubbbz, it's been almost a year and iDubbbz hasn't released anything, we'll release it. So Sam Hyde released his, which forced iDubbbz to release his, but in iDubbbz's documentary, he interrupted a lot of the footage to like, oh, here's what Sam's doing. It's this kind of irony, and he's kind of gaslighting. Like he's trying to explain away.
Trying to save himself from looking like an idiot because he got head.
Right. So I don't know. I honestly, I think that a content cop on Kino Casino would be very interesting to watch. I just don't see PPP and Andy Worski getting worked up. If any, like all you're doing here's the thing about feeding that is now you're just feeding that loop where now Kino Casino will watch their own content cop on their show. It'll now be content and they'll make money off your content cop.
And they'll pretty much shit on you for what's the best you can do? Accurately depict them? I mean, it's not
right.
it's not like you're pulling off the fucking curtain and what was a cardboard box is now an elephant. Like,
right.
We don't know. There's no magic trick here.
If they were trying to be like respected commentators, then a content cop on them showing what pieces of shit they are would work. But
yeah, I mean,
they're not telling
just
you,
gonna be them.
Right? They're not telling you that they're not pieces of shit.
They're already Canadian. How much worse can it get?
Right. Look, best of luck to iDubbbz. Don't let me talk you out of it. Do the fucking thing. It's going to be great. We've got so much going on today. Taylor Swift is talking about Travis Kelce's cock all over her new album.
Oh, really?
Oh, God. She is.
I did not listen to the new Taylor Swift album. I knew people who were, and now I'm regretting it. What's going on?
Here's the issue. The issue with the Taylor Swift thing is that I'm listening to this. And as I'm listening to this, I'm thinking to myself, this is still like music for kids. Like kids are still huge Taylor Swift fans. Like young girls make up a huge chunk of her audience still. And she's like doing songs talking about how his dick's like a redwood tree that opened her thighs or whatever.
Holy Jesus.
And, oh, yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Hard in the paint.
She's talking about her dick's bigger than somebody else's and dick, and redwood trees and hard rocks.
I feel like that's a spiteful move. Like if you moved up in dick level, like, and you've got to brag about it, you need somebody to know, like, hey, I'm doing better without your dick. And it's because I feel like if you're doing good with the dick, you don't need to tell anybody. I mean, if they ask, you might, but
I think what she's trying to do clearly is shame John Mayer. I think that's what's going on here. No, but I get congratulations to Taylor Swift. She had a whole movie. Like, this is how wild people still are for her. She had the album release on Friday morning or Thursday night. And now all weekend there's been a movie playing in movie theaters And it's a release party. It's basically a listen-along release party of her new album that people are now going to movie theaters to watch. And it made like $30 million its first day.
It's not surprising. And it released Friday morning. I know that because I was hanging out with people Thursday night who were like pre-downloaded the album. Because like when it became like this is a thing that I've only ever experienced with gamers. We're like, no, it's pre-downloaded. I've got everything all set. The minute the clock strikes midnight, it's Call of Duty time. Like no. The minute the clock strikes midnight, Taylor Swift, and I'm just what the?
No, they are. It's like honestly, Taylor Swift's kind of saving both the music and movie theater industry.
Well, that's great because Disney's killing the movie theater industry.
Yeah, well, and. I don't know. Maybe Netflix will save the box office because now I guess people are. We're going to talk about that later today. I can't keep up with all the boycotts and the madness.
Yeah, we're supposed
and the
to boycott
craziness.
Netflix.
Netflix we're boycotting because they're putting a lot of trans stuff in kids' Netflix thing. You know, I will always say because I keep a close eye on the stuff my kids do. They're. I'm pretty sure their mother keeps a close eye on the things they do. Hopefully, but. I don't see that as a Netflix problem. I see that as a parent problem. You got to watch the Hollywood has
everything's doing that now. So
Hollywood has always tried to fuck with your children. Always have, always will, just in different ways depending on the era. And you gotta be on that. I mean, that's the job. That's the job if you have kids.
Content cop your kids' stuff.
You gotta content cop your kids' stuff. So like. I'm going to boycott Netflix. I mean, that's fine. You can do that. You can get rid of Netflix if you think it's bad for, your children but like this virtue signaling of, we're boycotting Netflix. It's like, what? Why? Well, because they have reprehensible content on there for our children. So you're publicly bragging and gathering other people together because you're doing your fucking job as a parent. I don't understand. And I know the media, the news loves like, drama and boycotts and cancel culture, so they're gonna grab onto that story. But like in the 90s, you didn't have people going, I don't know, name a movie that would be inappropriate in the 90s for kids to watch striptease. You didn't see in the 90s parents going, I don't let my kids watch Demi Moore and striptease. You're like, right, yeah, it's wildly inappropriate for children. It's not something they should watch. That's why my dad kept his copy on top of their giant dresser that I couldn't get up to get. There was Showgirls, Striptease, Broken Arrow. I don't know if my dad was whacking off to Christian Slater or what the deal was, but Broken Arrow was up there. True Lies. And
was it like a violence thing then? Because like
I don't know, but my dad had
one love scene in True Lies, but
my dad had like 5 or 6 VHS tapes on top of his dresser, and they were not to be watched by apparently anyone but him. And I remember, my photographic memory can remember True Lies, Broken Arrow, Showgirls, Striptease. I feel like there was a 5th one in there, but I don't know.
Honestly, the weirdest one in that listing is Broken Arrow.
Broken Arrow, right?
Like because I'm remembering Broken Arrow now. I'm just going over that in my head.
What was in Broken?
Yeah, what would be other than like just violence? Because I mean, there's gunplay and there's fighting. Ooh.
Because is it Cage?
There's boxing in it.
Is it Cage and Slater?
No, it's Travolta and Slater.
Travolta and Slater. Broken Arrow. Yeah. Face Off was Travolta and Cage.
Yes.
That's what, and I've been told that's fucking terrible.
Oh God, yes. It's terrible for all the right reasons. But Nicolas Cage has to be like sane and crazy, depending on the point of the movie.
By the way, guys, no, he didn't. It wasn't Debbie Does Dallas. It wasn't Backdoor Sluts 9. That's not what it is. That's all. It was not any pornographic films. It was tasteful studio films that were perhaps just a little too risque. for children. So, like, I kind of get sick to my stomach when I see all these rah-rah activist parents, like, bragging about canceling Netflix because they're putting trans stuff on there for kids.
Are you stopping your kids from watching YouTube? Because that's just as bad.
Yeah, you got to get rid of YouTube. You got to get rid of all of it if that's the case. Or just do your fucking job. And
watch what they're watching. Like, how hard is it to sit with them while they watch TV?
That is, I will admit that's a millennial problem. I think one thing our generation has always done is spike the football for very menial things. And I'll give boomers a little credit. It might have something to do with the participation trophy thing. It might be, we celebrate fifth place like we accomplished something. And so now we're like, yeah, we took away Netflix we fucking police the shit our kids watch. And it's like, yeah, that's
kind of your job.
That's your job. That's what you're supposed to do.
Shit.
So no, I won't be canceling Netflix. I mean, Jesus Christ, how will I watch Raw?
Yeah, I don't think I'll be canceling Netflix. There's too many shows I watch that are on there.
Question, where the fuck is Gunther? I don't know where Der Ring General has been. I haven't seen him on TV in forever. Makes me oh, you know what? They found Gunther.
Where'd they find Gunther?
They found Gunther. He was on a little day trip.
Oh, where'd he go?
Today, Nigger League Museum and Arthur Bryant's Barbecue.
Wow. So that's where Gunther's been this whole time.
It's a tourist trap, man.
He appreciates old-timey baseball.
I mean, it's not like the best parts of history, but it is like it's raw history. It's just, there you go.
Chevrolet JB says their stock is hurting bad. Oh, yeah, they've lost billions of dollars in market cap.
Stock is crying.
Did I hear $15 billion in market cap that Netflix lost?
Yeah, I think that sounds accurate. Someone was telling me, like, now's the time to get in and invest on Netflix, and for when it bounces back.
Oh, yeah.
And then we looked at the track history. It's like, actually, it's kind of been on a trajectory. That bounce back might not be coming yet.
Oh, really?
Yeah, it's not like they haven't been like losing money, but through a collection of efforts of things they've done, one, they've acquired stuff like Raw and other things like that, which have gravitated away from more of their traditional audience. And then they've canceled shows, they've delayed shows, really great shows that they made. They did one season of, and then they canceled them before they aired them. So then they aired them anyway. And people are like, oh my God, like Chaos. Oh my God, this show is awesome. Jeff Goldblum's great. This thing's great. Yeah, we're not doing any more of it. We're just kind of leaving it there. And so a lot of people kind of been like, Stranger Things has been delayed in production hell for God knows how long. It hasn't released season 5.
I thought it came out.
Season 5's not out yet. We're still waiting for season 5.
All those kids are like 40 now.
Right. I'm pretty sure they filmed it.
They're old enough to have turned trans now. Like the girl with the curly hair, she's trans and she's been divorced like 2 or 3 times. And
Bobby Millie Brown?
42.
The lead chick?
No, whoever the girl with the goofy curly haired chick is.
Oh. No,
that's all I know about. I've never watched an episode of Stranger Things. I wouldn't know anything about it.
I got into it at the end of the first season, and then I've been hooked. So I've been waiting. Like, we're waiting here, and I'm just like
the dorky chick who looks like Weird Al Yankovic.
Okay,
I'm
having trouble picturing the dorky chick who looks like Weird Al Yankovic.
And then there's the guy from the Ghostbusters movies, the kid from the Ghostbusters movies.
Yeah, he sucks.
Finn Wolfhard. Does he suck in that too?
No, he's very Finn Wolfhard works very well for the character he plays in Stranger Things. I don't know so much about.
Is he supposed to play a whiny Mo in that? Is that why he does such a good job?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, okay. Well, then it makes sense. So Netflix is losing money. Netflix is losing subscribers, members, the whole thing. And I hate this so much. I wish we had a party in this country of politicians that believed a fucking word they said. Like, just on one position. I wish we had a party. They can lie to me all the time if they want to. I want them to be consistent on one fuck issue. That's it. I just want them to, when they state a principle of theirs and they go, this is something we believe in to our core, they don't completely abandon it the second they can win some kind of Pyrrhic victory. I mean,
yeah, no, that's totally going on.
I listen to the right. We love free speech. Government shouldn't be involved in speech. Legalize comedy. Hey, a comedian told a joke on late night we didn't like. Well, we can do this the easy way or the hard way. Lovely TV channel you have. Be ashamed if something were to happen to it. All right, we'll suspend him. Yay! Conservative pro-free speech people use the power of the government to bully a network into punishing a guy. Aren't we great? I guess if you want to dye your hair blue and read Marx, I suppose that's fucking awesome. Or like, hey, broadcast platforms can air whatever they want. It's fine.
Right.
Let the marketplace decide. And if people want to cancel their subscriptions, they should cancel their subscriptions. Or we could have Republican Representative Tim Burkett announce that he's going to drag in top Netflix executives to testify before Congress for sexualizing children in their programming. So now we have Republicans who are pro-free market, pro-capitalism, using the power of the subpoena power of government to drag an independent media company into Congress to police their content or to answer to the government for how they put out their content.
Well, this is what a little weird about this. Like, one, I agree with what you're saying on, like, the government shouldn't be policing your content. But I also do think, like, if you're sexualizing children in your content, somebody should be stopping you.
Why? The stopping should be the canceling the... I think... Here's my thing with conservatives lately. Just shut the fuck up and leave it alone. It's doing it. Like, people are canceling Netflix. They're losing money. They're going to have to either stop doing this shit or continue to lose money. Like, why does a congressman... I don't want Netflix answering to a congressman. That's bullshit.
I don't want anyone making sexualized children content.
Neither do I. I would never watch it. I would never pay for it.
Right. Like, me watching it is a non-issue. Like, I have no problem with that, not watching it. I'm just saying in general, I feel like that's like overall, I feel like that should be like in the way that the FCC. God damn it. You got me stuck doing this now every time. The FCC won't let me be or let me be me, so let me see.
They tried to shut Netflix down on MTV. But you know what?
What?
It would be so empty without me.
Right, but so in general, like, I don't want that, but at the same rate, I also, like, weirdly, I'm like, no, I kind of feel like anybody who makes content of any kind that's like, hey, let's sexualize children and really get into, like, you know, children's sexual preferences and sexual identities. It's like, okay, we should be punishing you. This is not okay to do.
I get the urge. Like, that's the crazy thing about living in a free society where the government shouldn't be able to fuck with the people is that's why it's hard. You have to fight that urge. You have to fight that urge of, because for thousands of years we just went, oh, that guy's bothering everyone. Let's cut his fucking head off. And then we came up with this idea, what if we don't cut his head off and we let people be free, but we punish them socially and the government can't do anything to them? And we were like, yeah, that sounds great. Until you come across a fucker whose head you really want to cut off and you're not allowed to do it. And that gets really frustrating. You know, it's like, wouldn't it be more cathartic and better for us as a society if we just all agreed, yeah, we cut this guy's head off? You know, or like the county sheriff in the Old West, just, you know, find a rope in a tall tree and this guy stole a horse, so fuck him. You know, that's easy to do, but it's against your ethos of freedom.
Cheese pizza don't go around here, law dog. Like, I'm sorry, my brain was going through several things and it landed on that one. I had to get that one out.
Yeah. Government censorship don't go around here, law dog. It's fine. I'm retired. Good. You keep it that way, law dog, because censorship don't go around here. I heard you the first time. Wind of the king. Joey Caravello with $2 says, if he's supposed to be a whiny Mo, Johnny should play him. He's saying you'd be a really good actor.
Old. Yeah, but I'm way too old. He's also supposed to be a kid, like, growing up. Like, I think in season 5, we're like 10 years off of season 4 because they do these weird time jumps. So he's going to be like in his teens, his late teens, early 20s. Like, yeah, no, I don't think so.
Gray Duckling with $2 says Disney has been doing it for years. Disney has been doing it for generations. When did Walt die? 1960-something, 1970-something?
As soon as he was down, they started drawing dicks.
As soon as he was dead, they were putting sex in the clouds. They were giving priests boners. Oh, that was before he was dead. They were putting cocks everywhere and just jizz and dicks, just all over Disney stuff. And then it got to, hey, why don't we make Buzz Lightyear, who's an action figure and shouldn't really have a sexuality, let's make him a homo.
Well, it's because they were like, hey, let's make a show about the character that the action figure character is based off of. Like, so this is the show that the Tim Allen Buzz Lightyear action figure in Toy Story is based off of. So you're gonna have Tim Allen voice it. Oh God, no, we got Chris Evans and he's gonna kiss a dude.
Tim Allen said that he would fucking strangle all of us if we made him be a cocksucker. And then we asked Chris Evans, and since we basically own him and probably have shitloads of blackmail on him, he said he would do it. So,
oh, Captain, no.
King Kong Dong on YouTube says, morning, Aaron. By the way, Dong Watch was successful. King Kong Dong is now a member.
I was here when it happened.
No, it happened on Thursday, I thought.
I could have swore it happened on Thursday.
I don't think you were here when the Dong Watch was successful. Unless I'm
pretty sure.
Wow, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it was Tuesday. King Kong Dong says, morning, Aaron. I'm having a hard time with the loss yesterday. We went from leading our division to leading our division with that loss. Yeah, the Eagles lost yesterday. The Eagles have serious problems. Don't kid yourself. Their offense is complete shit. We get to play them as we get healthy off of our bye week. And I'm feeling pretty good.
You think we're going to be able to tuck a W in there?
We're at home. The Eagles are more vulnerable. All of a sudden, this hard patch in our schedule looks a lot lighter. The Eagles have problems. The Ravens are a dumpster fire. The Chargers are very mid. And then what's the other tough one we've got in there? You got Eagles. I think the Lions. The Lions are for real. The Lions will fucking kill you. They're good. But the Eagles are vulnerable. The Ravens are very vulnerable. The Chargers are vulnerable. So now 3 out of those 4 games just got put from we're fucked to the winnable category. For sure. King Kong Dong says it didn't help the refs also worked for Walmart. Hey, you want to hear about shitty officiating? The Minnesota Vikings, our stud kicker, Big Dick Bill, Will Reichard, he goes to kick a 51-yard field goal. It's looking, right through the uprights, hits a fucking cable wire and takes off to the right, and they call it a missed field goal. They missed the fact that it hit a wire, and he should have been allowed to re-kick the ball.
It should have been interference. That's
the fucking...
Dude, what the fuck?
Well, the NFL had to rig up a Tottenham Hotspur London soccer stadium for a television broadcast. And they have these field cams, and these field cams are on wires, and depending on where the camera is, the wire is either up high in the stadium or sagging down low. And Big Dick Billy lines up to boot an ace. It hits a wire and just because it knuckleballed. It went really fucky. It's going up, and then all of a sudden, and
clearly something fucked with it.
Yeah, here, let me Will Reichard.
Because I don't know how many people have watched football, but most footballs, once they get kicked, they have kind of a trajectory path, and it kind of keeps that. It very randomly makes a sharp left or right for no reason.
Take a look at this kick from Will Reichard. See that?
Yeah, dude, that totally spliced a wire. It just shot off.
There's no sound because the NFL fucks with people on copyrights. Right. So there's no sound on this. Don't worry. Your shit's not broken. Now, we ended up winning the game 21-17, so it didn't matter. But you imagine the Vikings lose that game by 3 points.
Those officials will be very, very hated.
Yeah.
FTW. So that was an English team, too?
No, English stadium. We were playing in London. The NFL does European games for for the first 7-8 weeks of the season. FTW Nil says, you're just coping from the horrible kick. Bro, Big Dick Bill doesn't have horrible kicks. Big Dick Bill only knows how to drill him right through the uprights. Taylor Swift should be writing songs about him. Oh, also, happy birthday to Vladimir Putin.
Oh.
Yeah. Cheers.
Did not know it was his birthday. Haven't kept track, but you know what? Good for him.
Yeah, he can. He before he blew out his candles, he wished for the Donbass. We'll see if he gets his birthday wish. I can't keep track of what America's official policy is on Russia, Ukraine. It goes from let's find a deal, let's settle this, to now the last thing I heard Trump say was, oh, hot shit. I think Ukraine can take back that territory. They can't.
They can't, and I'd like to stop funding their attempt.
Ukraine got their fucking ass kicked by Russia. Let's call it a day. Let's try to pack this thing in. So I want to play this Tim Burkett thing real quick. We've kind of lost the Netflix vibe here, but this is Tim Burkett talking to Benny Johnson, and I am done with all these conservative grifting scumbags. These guys, man, if the other party wasn't the Democrats, I would ban Republicans from ever having power again. Because these cunts and their little mouthpieces. Now, you know that none of these conservative talkers with big numbers and huge audiences on the internet sphere, all of them were backed by dark money, and none of them got there on being good.
Oh, yeah.
They got paid by a billionaire. They get sponsored by a billionaire like the Daily Wire did, like Dave Rubin did with Sheldon Adelson and all these people, Miriam Adelson. These people get paid shitloads of money. And all they have to do is follow talking points, and the checks will clear no matter what your audience looks like. It's because Benny Johnson is a nobody. There's no reason he should be popular. He's one of these guys who I think a lot of these Republicans are great when they're out of power because they say all the right things. They're hitting all the right notes. But they get into power, and it's just...
They become the demons they espoused against.
Right. Like all of these Democrats, Republicans, all of them are Gollum. Like all of them get that fucking ring and they just turn into psychopaths. Every single one of them. I mean, I never thought I'd live to see a day where Republicans are defending the FCC trying to shut down a network if they don't cancel somebody that they don't like.
Yeah, that. Thanks, Trump. That whole Jimmy Kimmel thing is really helping out.
Yeah. So now they did a poll. Jimmy Kimmel has a higher approval rating than Donald Trump does.
Great.
Which is not a good thing. So here's Tim Burkett saying that we ought to drag Netflix into Congress to testify, which doesn't sound very free market to me.
Would you be in favor of the Netflix leadership being asked to sort of testify over this?
Now, if you're asking me, Aaron, can you give me an example of what you think a big government would be? I would say this. Being able to just snap your fingers and bring in Netflix and have them come explain their programming decisions to the Congress. That's a government that's too big. Shut that down.
Plus, isn't Netflix like a global company? I mean, they have different programming that they offer in different countries, so... I don't know. It seems weird, but yeah, at the same rate, like the problem is they picked something where I'm really like, yeah, but I really don't like that anyone's allowed like that makes content.
Well,
like
here's
that,
the deal.
so.
I have news for you. Those children, their parents okayed this, those soulless demons. The producers and all of these people, they've been doing this to young talent for decades, probably near a century now. So this is nothing new, and there's nothing Congress can do about it. And there's nothing Tim Burkett can do about it other than he's going to grandstand. He's going to fundraise based on this because that's all their fucking job is raising money. And he's going to ask AIPAC if it's okay to go too hard on the paint on pedos.
I would really, really love it if our congressman started saying, look, guys, we just need this much to keep the campaign afloat. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo. Let's go.
Exactly. That's all you need to just have a goal.
Be honest about your fucking money grubbing.
Just have a goal. That's all. Like we're $95 away from tomorrow.
Thank you.
I'd like to knock that out today. We're also 90 gifted memberships away from 600. So you know how I said there's got to be a big membership drop coming on Rumble?
Yeah.
We got it over the weekend. So we're at 510, which like a week or two ago was a new record.
Yeah.
But now I believe the record is 633 or something like that. All right, so here's Tim Burkett's answer on Dragon Netflix. And I'm sorry, I'll shut up. I need to let this play a little.
Radical sexual ideology.
Every time we're on, I always say I'm going to do something that makes news. Here's what I want to do on this one, because the First Amendment and all that is involved in it, of course.
Oh, thanks for acknowledging that.
Let's get on it. I'm going to follow up with my folks after we get off. I'm going to call them and say, which committee can they be brought in front of? Is it who I think what we have to look at, who regulates the FCC, and then since it's cable, does that count? I don't know.
It's not. Fuck.
It's not cable. It's a streaming service.
Again, these are just old fuckers who don't know anything. It's not cable. Cable isn't regulated by the FCC. You know, cable is a great example of why we don't need an FCC to regulate content. The FCC can put on hardcore pornography if they want to. Or I'm sorry, the FCC, they probably do. Cable, you can say fuck, cunt, cocksucker, motherfucker, tits. You can say all the 7 words, you can do all the bad things. But they don't, because they know that advertisers would not pay to support that kind of programming.
Or if they have that kind of programming, it's on a specific channel.
Right. So there is no regulatory power you have. But I mean, I just want you to think about that for a second. I want to see what committee we can drag them in front of. Is that how you like?
So you
your
don't
government?
have a plan yet. You're just waiting to see what
He's just trying to keep Benny Johnson and his mouth-breathing retard audience happy and like, Tim Burkett, he's one of our guys. Where are you on the Epstein files, dickhead? Other than in them. I'm kidding. I don't think this guy's in them. But like Benny Johnson, this guy's, I mean, if this guy doesn't reek of fucking bought and paid for shill, I don't know what does.
I don't know enough about it, but yeah, they need to be brought in. We need to find out what their agenda is and why they're pushing this stuff. Because from what I understand, that little cartoon is apparently the #1 rated cartoon they have on their show.
I've never even heard of
kind
this.
Of like claymation or something. I'm not really sure.
Oh wait, no, this is Coco Melon. No, never mind. I've seen this.
I said something about.
This is Coco Melon?
Yeah, this is Coco Melon from the looks of things.
Netflix show Coco Melon features interracial gay dads attempting to raise a baby as transgender who make the toddler dance for them in drag. This is the woke version of... Hey, let me tell you something. This is actually a good thing that they're making this. You can see an accurate depiction of the gay community when they adopt children. Why would you hide? I think this is educational.
Except, like... if you just keep it up there, like, I don't know. I have not seen this particular episode. My daughter grew out of Coco Melon, thank Christ. But I don't know, like, this is, I kind of assumed when they said sexualizing children, I took it to mean like they're actually, like, because from anyone's watching this perspective, like, say, my daughter watching that'll be like, all right, so that's just a weird dude. I'm not, like, she's not going to read the quote unquote, the gay dads thing and all that stuff. She's not going to read into any of that unless you give her a reason to. Otherwise, she's just going to move on. Like, that's kind of the way a lot of kids are. And that's where this is both normalizing it, but also at the same rate. Again, if you sit there and you point at the fire, you're going to draw more attention to it. And I don't really see what, like, I didn't know it was, I thought there was like something else we were talking about. I mean, like, Coco Melon isn't really that bad. It's like, we got to censor you and you got to tell us why you're making these decisions.
That's what I'm saying, is that everybody gets whipped up into a fervor and they get mad and offended and upset and they want to do stuff before they even know what the fuck is going on. And then my position is always, well, if you don't like it, don't watch it, because stupid me, I thought that was our position when people like us were out of power. It should be our position when we're in power. We should have some level of intellectual honesty and consistency, and that's where I fuck up. That's where I'm an asshole and an idiot, because my position is, if Netflix wants to put this garbage on and this is something that upsets you and you find this reprehensible and immoral, which is good, that's fine, then you have 2 choices. You can just not watch it on your Netflix, or you can cancel Netflix altogether. Me, I think that's a bit drastic. I think you can just not watch it. There's a lot of shit on Netflix that I probably don't like and don't agree with. My eyes aren't drawn to it like a moth to a flame.
Like I said, you find other shit for your kid to watch. There's plenty of other things.
I also
here's an idea. Don't let TV be your babysitter all the time.
That's a great point too. But like my biggest thing on this is very, very simple. I don't think the government should be dragging Netflix in front of Congress and having a fucking inquisition.
Certainly doesn't look good when you're talking about doing it and you're like, well, I haven't really figured it all out, but we're going to get this cable company brought in after we ask what could we possibly hold them accountable for.
Hey, Benny, you're a mouth breather who's basically brought to us by Israeli billionaires, and you got a mouth breathing retard audience that'll eat up anything you say. Let me say right now so I can get on their good side. I'm going to drag those Netflix guys in, and I'm going to see what we can do about this. And even though it's against conservatism and it's against libertarianism, it's against freedom and all that, I'm going to do it anyway because I know that the fucking snot eaters in your audience will fucking love that shit because we're culture warring here. Either execute the people who run Netflix or don't. I go towards don't. But I've had it. I'm just tired of people believing in these people and sitting there going, you know you can't trust them. You know they're going to stab you in the back. You know they're anti-freedom. You know these are powerful people who just serve their own ends. And I'm called crazy, and I'm called this, and I'm called that. And I just go, just wait, just watch, and here it is.
And immediately.
Aaron, the Kimmel thing is just an isolated deal. The FCC guy just went a little too far. All right, well, here's another one a week later of a guy saying that we should drag Netflix before Congress. Fuck him. Fucking hillbilly, shit-slinging ape.
Immediately, the left pounded on me and said something about, oh, you're just upset because it's a racial family. You know,
I mean, yeah, but I mean, that's no. That'd be funny if you went, hey, look, that's like the eighth thing wrong with it.
And
look, first off, it's the whole butt pirate thing. I'm not cool with it. He's got a beard, clearly a ginger, so there's no soul.
Oh, no, that's 100% Seth Rogen.
Well, at least the gay part makes sense.
Right. And if Seth Rogen would just come out, he would be a guy who would take the, old size queen Rogan is what they call him.
And I know some
he likes
gay
big
folks,
roles.
and they are getting a little more ticked off about the transgender situation because they're getting lumped in. That's not their fight. I don't think that's their fight. They need to pull off all that garbage. And because, they got their win, they got their marriage thing going, and nobody cares. Everybody's looking for a fight, and I live in East Tennessee, and nobody cares. Nobody cares. And
we hanged all our queers and ran them out of town decades ago, so we don't care, really. No, I will agree with him on this, though. It does seem like I heard that there are schools now where their LGBTQIA plus clubs are dropping the TQIA plus part. And they're just like, it's like gays and lesbians are declaring independence and being like, look, we got no fucking dog in this. We don't care. We don't want to be part of this. Like, enough already. Remember when bisexual was the craziest thing you could be?
Yeah. And when, the thing you kept hearing was the bisexual people, we don't get any respect from the gay community because we just fuck anything that moves. And the rest of us are like, and you want pity from us?
So not at all. I mean, it's like, what about us bi people? You're fucking weird. Stay away from us. You can't make up your goddamn mind.
So horny, you'll hump anything.
If we could have kept it to the gays and the lesbians, everybody would have an interior decorator and a carpenter, and everyone would be fine. I got in trouble in high school once because I didn't know this was offensive. This is how much times have changed. I quoted a George Carlin line in class, and we had a very young English teacher, and she was very politically, active and whatever. And she talked about how busy she was. And the only thing I knew about busy was a George Carlin line. And it cracked all my friends up when I said it in class. I said, busier than a dyke in a hardware store. That was an old George Carlin line. And oh my God, her eyes got like this. I was like in 10th or 11th grade. I didn't know that saying busier than a dyke in a hardware store was offensive.
I mean, yeah, kind of a little. Even back then, like that's still.
I just knew that George Carlin said it, and people seemed to think it was funny.
God,
that's where it started and ended for me.
It's just a special kind of tarted. I don't even know.
Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, have you ever seen a woman poo and go, wow, that's pretty sexy? All the time. Zen Man with $2. Here's what I've learned about Joey Caravello. Yes and, baby. He'll keep the magic coming. Just yes and. Zen Man with $2 says, why is it so hard for these people to not sexualize children or the content they make for them? For fuck's sake, we had G.I. Joe giving you a life lesson at the end of every show. Now they have dumb crap like this. There's a lot of like hetero fuck energy in a lot of that G.I. Joe stuff, though.
Yeah, and I understand like that it's espousing like transgender ideals and things like that, but it's not specifically sexualizing children. It's saying you have the right to free expression, and you have the right to figure out who you are and that kind of stuff. Granted, they're kind of tilting it towards but maybe you like wearing tutus and a skirt. Like I don't like I said, I don't want my kid watching that shit.
How about this? How about every time we have a Kimmel, every time we have a Netflix, every time we have one of these things, Israel bombed another one of our allies, like Qatar. Netanyahu is trying to fuck off on that peace deal, even though it's a super pro-Israel peace deal. We're having, Epstein stays out of the news, all this shit, but Americans just gobble up, yeah, bring Netflix before Congress. No. We shut down, keep this government shut down until you release everything we've got on Epstein. There.
Yeah, good luck. That's not even on the table as one of the negotiating things.
And then how about with this Gaza, this 21-point peace deal? It basically is a big, wet, sloppy kiss to the Israelis and Netanyahu, but he doesn't get to occupy Gaza and take Gaza City and the rest of the Gaza Strip, so now he's against it. And by the way, the minute that dishonest rat fuck war criminal says yes to that peace deal, he is going to find a way to instigate something and then play victim and say that Hamas isn't holding to the deal, so now we're going to take Gaza.
Right. I mean, that's literally what people in, I was playing a clip on Friday, people in like Gaza and stuff were saying, like when they were like, oh, so this peace deal thing, and they're like, yeah, but what, like, it doesn't really sound like we have a whole lot of control in this, and how do we know that we're in, like, and what's to stop them from just, again, attacking us? Because the whole idea is like, hey, just sit on your hands and let us kind of govern you for a bit. And if you trust us, in time, you get more and more control.
Well,
but if you look back historically, they've used that as the excuse every time to go in and take over.
Well, and here's the deal. It's the whole peace deal is like Hamas leaves, Palestinian Authority leaves, Gaza gets demilitarized. So there can be no fighting force, and there's going to be this peace force that the Arabs can have, but it's going to be trained by it's going to be trained by the Israelis. And then we're going to have this Trump and Tony Blair-led peace force that'll be in there as kind of a buffer. And it's just like, and Israel still doesn't like it. And it's like anything short of handing that land to the Jews, they're not going to be okay with. And with Netanyahu, it's amazing. If the guy, Trump said, hell no, that's enough. We're not letting them occupy Gaza. Israel is not going to annex Gaza. Well, you know what? I have an opinion. And my opinion is this. I believe that if Netanyahu tries to annex Gaza, that's way worse than anything Saddam Hussein ever did.
Yep.
And we bombed him, invaded him, and kicked him out of there. I would like to see this. If Israel doesn't take this peace deal, this would be a perfect world. I know this is never, believe me, this is never going to happen. But President Imholt, you either take this peace deal or we pull all the money off the table. Now, I would like to pull the money off the table anyway, but I'm realistic. We're not going to. You take this peace deal or we stop funding you. You go in and you take Gaza, we will one way or another, enact regime change in Israel, and you will have a new government, and Netanyahu will be arrested. We won't do that. But that.
Oh God, none of that's happening.
We just encourage everything they do. I mean, it's ridiculous. I mean, anyone who thinks that we hold the leash on Israel, dude, we're controlled by them.
Epstein files.
Joey, right. Joey Caravello says Tony Blair is the guy who got rid of Britain's free speech. Oh my God. Tony Blair rubber stamped every little adventure little George W. Bush wanted to go on in the Middle East. He was the faithful lapdog who was right there.
And how did it work out for you, Britain? Loving that decision making?
Guys are doing great, by the way. Guys are doing great.
You're arresting people for Facebook posts and letting bike thieves go free.
King Kong Dong with $1 says gays and lesbians at least know there are two genders. See, yeah, I mean, at least the gays are like, yeah, it's just dudes and chicks.
And the other one's icky, like, ew.
I hope that the gay and lesbian crowd start speaking up, and they start going, yeah, you know, this whole gender thing. Could you go ahead and not lump us in? That'd be great. Some of the texts coming in today. Rush Limbaugh once said, I could be thinner, but I like pie more than I care about that. It's like you and roller grill food. I'm guessing that was Wawa, but it could be someone who has similar.
Who doesn't love good roller grill food? You ever had the burger, the roller grill burger hot dog thing?
It's not roller grill. All right. Oh. It's the Quick Trip hot food. And the Casey's Pizza. By the way, even that big, giant, fat, obese fuck Rocco had to admit when he came to Minnesota, yeah, Aaron's right about Quick Trip. This is actually pretty badass. He had to walk back a lot of his quote unquote hot takes and admit the toe was right. And look, I try to tell you guys that, but a lot of you got to learn the hard way. Kimmel is not doing good numbers, says Vikes fan. They're back in the toilet. If he's over 1.7 million, he's over wherever he was before
when he started this whole shebang.
Yeah. Silverwolf with $5 says, I have a theory. Kimmel was doing meh. Good numbers now. Netflix doing meh. This will bring them big numbers. They have money tied into these somehow. I think the Kimmel thing was good for him just because the government came after him, and you'll always look good and get numbers for that. This is different because Netflix is putting on fucked up programming.
And again, like, I don't think you're not going to get, like, for example, me, I'm not going to go cancel my Netflix subscription over this, but I'm going to be, let's say, a little bit more like weather eye when my daughter's like, oh, I want to watch Netflix. All right, what do we want to watch on Netflix, baby? Like, I'm already sitting next to her when she's watching TV because I like to be right there when she's watching whatever she's watching. But yeah, I would say it's not going to change much. You're not going to get a whole huge group of people who are like, I got to get a new Netflix subscription because they got that gay and trans stuff and I really want to support that. Like, you're not going to get that.
It's a lot. I mean, it's all just a distraction from whatever the fuck the big story was 24 hours ago.
True.
Israel bombs Qatar. Charlie Kirk gets shot. We focus on Charlie Kirk getting shot, even though the bigger threat to our freedom and safety and world peace is Israel bombing Qatar. And by the way, you know who their targets were in that Qatar bomb? Qatar, at our behest, took the Hamas negotiators, the people who were negotiating a peace deal, took them in so they could safely negotiate peace because Qatar is an ally of the United States. Israel's not going to fucking try to kill the Hamas people while they're in Qatar. And Israel tried to murder the Hamas peace negotiators.
Because they don't want peace. They want the land. They're salivating over the opportunity for a waterfront property. I think a nice condo here would be lovely.
No, that's no. Now you're doing an impression of Jared Kushner. He's the one who wants to real estate develop the Gaza Strip and West Bank. No joke.
Oh, so Trump's son-in-law,
yeah,
who happens to be Jewish, really wants to develop.
I've listened to Jared Kushner. He doesn't happen to be Jewish. He's leaning the fuck in. It's not an affliction.
Happened to be. He didn't just wake up and land on Jew.
No, he affirms it every day. He wakes up and chooses Jew. But no, I mean, it's shit we would never let. I mean, Iran just wants to have some nuclear power plants and have cheaper energy so they can sell more of their oil, and we fucking bomb them for it. And yet Israel's trying to murder diplomats and peace negotiators, and we go, hey, guys, could you just calm down a little bit?
Wouldn't it be funny if when Israel's like, oh, they're trying to develop nuclear energy, they're trying to develop nuclear power, they're months and weeks away from a nuclear weapon. Like, yeah, but we let you guys have nuclear weapons under the radar. We haven't invaded or bombed you. Should we change our policy on that?
Yeah, I mean, our presidents try to take nukes away from you, and you send them for a convertible ride. And then Jacob Rubenstein covers up all the evidence for you. I'm sorry, Jack Ruby. We don't want to call him Jacob Rubenstein.
That would paint a picture.
That would be his real name. So, but Jack Ruby, that just sounds like a fucking wrench-turning guy who's red-blooded.
Makes me think of that
American
movie, Ruby Ridge.
Another great government-sponsored program. All right, let's get into some other things. By the way, the Charlie Kirk thing.
Yeah.
1,000%. I'm not necessarily leaning in with the microphone theory. Was not shot with a 30-06.
I honestly, I don't know necessarily if it was who took the shot. I could see the microphone theory.
Yeah.
But I 100% believe it was not. Let's put it this way. The person on trial or who will be on trial for Charlie Kirk's murder, very much not the person responsible.
I don't think that Tyler guy shot him.
I don't know that he necessarily shot him, but if he shot him, he was doing it under someone else's orders, is my opinion.
I mean, I read, and this could be total bullshit, but I read another thing this weekend that Tyler Robinson has like a leg issue. He's got a bad leg injury, and that jumping from that roof and running like that is not something Tyler Robinson could have. That could be a little crazy. That could be a little out there. But like, I was watching. There was Robert O'Neill, the guy who shot bin Laden, who might know a thing or two about ballistics. I was watching, there were like 2 or 3 medical examiners who did videos on this, and they all said the same thing. That wound we all saw, that's a fucking exit wound. Bullet stuck in his neck, my black ass. That was an exit wound. That was some kind of projectile leaving his body. A 30-06 round, and Hobo and other people who have military experience can attest to this, a 30-06 round from less than 200 yards away, striking a human being in the neck would obliterate your fucking top half.
Yeah, there'd be a much bigger hole on the way out.
So I don't believe he was shot by a 30-06. I don't believe there was a bullet from a 30-06 that hit him in the neck. I think it was a much smaller projectile fired from much closer. And also, this is a guy with IDF experienced security, Israeli security, which is like known to be the best in the world. And this is a guy who's gotten multiple death threats. And we don't have people watching rooftops?
They didn't even have security at the venue. Like one of the people was telling, one of the witnesses was saying, like, there was no security at the venue. Ticket checks weren't even really that big a thing. And so it's just anyone could just walk in.
And criticize Stu Peters all you want. That's fine. But like that video he showed of those guys handing each other shit and then running away, what the fuck was that all about?
Yeah, there is something hinky there.
So
That's why I'm kind of sold on the lapel mic thing where I'm like, look, I'm not saying that is what happened, but if you told me that's what happened, like, no, this is what happened. I'm like, does not seem that preposterous.
Now, Casper Fast says, I hunt with 30-06 all the time. It is 100% possible. That was the round. Mr. Beat says, was not shot at that angle with a 30-06, but I'm leaning towards a 5.56. Hobo Chili says, how do you disassemble a bolt-action rifle with full furniture like it's an AR carbine? Yeah. Conservin McGroin says, Jesus Christ, Aaron, you're a fucking lunatic. Unsubscribe and fuck the fuck off. That's fine, but why specifically? I would like to know why specifically, because I don't disagree with any of the positions you stated. I would just really like to know why. We have no closer camera view than that one a football field away, yet dozens were closer and on rooftops. Wanhead Rex says soft lead projectile would totally do that. $1 from King Kong Dong says, I think the guy asking about trans shooters had something to do with it. Oh, somebody in the venue who asked him about it. Sergeant Holka with $2 says Tyler is not the shooter. He only removed the stock, says Chevy fan. Papa Shop says his security was acting very suspect. One of them went behind the tent and started recording people while propped up on a nearby terrace, leaned against a standing wall. NF Cap says, I'm not expecting everyone to agree with this position. He says, I meant the deaths to live births. Oh, God, Jesus Christ. Papa Shop says, not to mention the guy who smiled when he was looking down directly on Charlie's body. Well, I don't want to believe the shoulder thing, but that fucking shoulder, I mean, it's like, you don't want to believe shit because you know the shit you're going to hear from other people. You know you're going to catch shit for believing something so crazy. And that's the only thing stopping me from believing it, because in my mind, I'm going, that matches up. The guy pushes something on his sleeve, and then you hear a gunshot, and you don't hear a gunshot like it came from a rooftop 200 yards behind them. It sounds like an up-close thing.
It sounds like it was, you know what? It sounds like he pushed the button right there.
And you know why? You know why I don't want to believe that? Because listen to my voice now. Do I not sound crazy?
Yeah, but you always sound crazy. I mean, pick a time.
Sorry, I learned about conspiracy theories from Corey Adams, so naturally I'm going to sound a little nutty. Yeah, I get it.
You're going to get wound up when you get going. I understand.
Sergeant Holka with $5 says, I want the full story on the private plane that shut down their radar for an hour. Okay, here's what I heard on that, is that when they go over those mountains, sometimes they do lose radar contact with planes. Whether you buy that or not is up to you. I don't know. Hulkamasha Baby with $1 says, really depends on the bullet and what the bullet hit. Was it a full metal jacket, not designed to expand on impact? Hollow point, soft tissue, hit a bone, lots of factors outside the caliber. Okay. Is there somebody told me years ago that hollow point ammunition was illegal.
You're asking the wrong dude. I don't own any ammunition.
Because they were called like cop killers or whatever. No, hollow point bullets are
That'd be armor piercing, not hollow point.
Hollow point bullets are not generally illegal in the United States, but they're legal. Oh, there's state laws where they're banned. Okay, so it's not federally. Hollow points are legal for civilian use in most states for self-defense, hunting, target practice, and commonly used by law enforcement. Okay, so there are some states where hollow points, where possession of them are illegal. Okay. All right. But not federally. Cool. Thank you.
Federally is fine.
So yes, SP was trying to talk me down from the Charlie Kirk conspiracy ledge last night. And because she was asking me, she goes, have you seen any of Erica Kirk's podcasts since Charlie died? I'm like, no. She goes, I ain't no grieving widow. I said, really? She goes, yeah, she's fucking on one. And she's like, I'm not saying that, she had her husband set up or anything, but like, she's fucking
somebody might have talked to her after the fact and be like, hey, you still got 2 beautiful children. Would be a shame.
I don't know. And then you got Candace Owens doing all this chirping about, and I don't know what's true, that Charlie was talking about not taking money from Jews anymore. Like, I don't know if that's true or not. I have no clue. I think a lot of people want it to be Israeli Jews. And so they'll kind of gravitate towards that.
They'll gravitate towards it, yeah. I won't deny I've got a bias, and I'm like, well, this fits nicely into things I'd like to hear.
Well, I mean, it's like believing something about Nazi Germany in the 30s after they took a bunch of land, after they took like the Sudetenland and stuff. You're going to believe most of the bad shit you hear about Hitler's intentions because they're acting like assholes. The Israelis are acting like the Nazis were. So anytime someone says, oh, somebody was killed, let's find a way to make it these evil bastards that did it. And you're like, all right, cool. I'll lean in with you. I'll go with it. I know that nobody was shooting at him when he was an Israel supporter. That's all I know. That's all I know. And a guy pushed his shoulder, and then Charlie's neck exploded.
Strange.
I just know that they rigged pagers. I mean, I'm sure rigging a microphone is...
Yeah, they detonated pagers in like freaking populated like market squares that got, again,
they
way
fucking
more
blew
than
kids'
just the
legs
target
off.
they were aiming.
Yeah.
Right.
And then pro-Israel Americans were like, cool. It's like, it's not.
That's not cool.
It's not cool.
No.
That's a fucking war crime. That's evil.
And, the people, like the mom and her kid who were just, shopping for a fucking mango did not need to be irrevocably physically and emotionally scarred from this event.
Nobody in those areas can afford mangoes. What are you talking about?
I don't know.
Listen, buddy. That's against the blockade, all right? Mangoes can be turned into bombs. You know they can't have flour and shit to make cookies in Gaza?
Because it can be flammable?
Because Israel turns it away because they go, no, that could be a bomb.
I mean, that's not true.
But, I mean, flour's kind of important.
Oh, it totally is. But you can also use it as an aerated accelerant.
All right, no soap.
Dude, they like, is it convenient as a way, like, look, we can't let you have a food stuff because you might use it as a weapon? Yes, but I can also understand this. If you've hammered a group of people to the point that instead of making cookies, they're trying to blow you up with flour, you might want to look into the mirror.
Right.
Just for a minute. You might want to go, what have I done that they've gone to this length?
Right. According to international law, if you are an occupied people, anything you do to your occupier to resist is not against international law. It's legal. It's allowed if you're fighting an occupation. Just remember that. And like Johnny said, if you'd rather blow up flour on your enemies than eat it when you're starving,
you might have done something.
You might be getting fucked with. All right, let's do this White Bear Lake, Minnesota story. We didn't get to this last week, but it's still so good. Did you hear about that high school that got punked?
No.
There's a high school here in Minnesota. This is White Bear. This isn't far from where I grew up, probably 10, 15 minutes away from where I grew up. And some 22-year-old guy pretended to be a student and got enrolled and was going to school, and just some 22-year-old.
Is this the dude that's like from South America or Central America and he didn't even make the varsity team?
I thought he was black, but I could be wrong.
I'm thinking of a different guy.
You might.
I think the guy I think it was from Ohio, but
you know who I trust?
Who?
Frank Vassalero. He'll tell us. He'll give us the skinny. Frank, go ahead.
Safety questions continue to swirl around a 22-year-old man who enrolled at a metro high school. Our cameras were rolling as Kelvin Lubke walked out of jail today. Uba Ali has more from the interview you'll see only on WCCO.
22-year-old Kelvin Lubke walked out of jail in Stillwater today after being held for a probation violation. He was convicted 2 years ago of sending an explicit picture to a 15-year-old girl.
Jesus.
But that's not why we were there.
Did you enroll as a student at White Bear Lake Area High School?
I didn't know Destiny was trying to go to high school. Sorry.
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah.
And
Can I not do this?
Did you pretend to be a...
Yeah, you can. You know what? You just fucking keep walking.
You just leave. You don't have to answer their questions. Also, like, I don't know, maybe don't lie about your age after having been found guilty of another offense and other stuff. Like, I mean, people are going to want to talk to you about it if you keep being a piece of shit.
Bro, I don't mean to shit on you here, but yeah, you can just keep walking, and also lying about your age is total chick move.
20 years answering every time I sent somebody an explicit message. And now I can't enroll in a high school without someone say so.
What's our collar doing here? What are we doing with our collar?
It's going up, down, up, down, up, down.
Yeah.
A teenager?
No, I had my ID for my other country.
And you're 22 then? Did you pretend to be 17?
In my other country, I was 18, actually.
Hold on, wait a minute. Do they use a different calendar?
No, when he flies over, he crosses the time zone, and it does a quantum leap back 2 years.
I didn't know that. Hey, bro, you know the instinct you had a little bit ago? Run with that next time. The whole, can I not talk to you? Yes, you can.
Can we not do this right now? Like, that'd be ideal.
Because now, not only do you look like the lead singer from Fine Young Cannibals, but you also sound retarded. I was 18 when in another country.
In another country.
Oh, well, then in that case, we're sorry to inconvenience you, sir.
But you were still 22 in this one, if I'm not mistaken.
Actually, the school knew he was 22. They just saw he was black and went, checks out. That was racist.
Look, he's
That's
just
racist.
late to class. It's what they do.
It's just a bunch of racists there in White Bear, in the burbs. I got to go back to hear how he's 18 in another country.
At White Bear Lake Area High School?
Yeah, I did.
You did?
Yeah.
And
Can
did
I
you
not do this?
Did you pretend to be a
Ladies and gentlemen, WCCO gets him confessing on camera.
This is almost as bad as the guy who admitted to killing his parents.
Yeah, on the TV news.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you how I did it. Anyway, I strangled him. It's like, dude, you didn't even put up a fight.
teenager?
No, I had my ID for my other country.
And you're 22 then? Did you pretend to be 17?
In my other country, I was 18, actually.
In his other country, he was 18.
Yeah, that doesn't make sense. Well, it's really easy to be 18 when you guys can't write down birth dates. So
yeah.
So you're saying it's a misunderstanding, your age?
Yeah, it's a misunderstanding, yeah.
And but you didn't pretend to be a teenager at the high school?
I had a different birth certificate on my other thing in Africa.
The White Bear Lake superintendent confirmed Lubke used a fake name, Kelvin C. Perry Jr., to enroll and even went out for the football team.
This is your guy. Africa.
No, this is not the same guy. The guy I'm talking about was a Central American illegal immigrant who only made the JV soccer team.
Oops. Oh, wasn't football.
And he was 24.
Okay.
The superintendent says Lubke presented a birth certificate from another country. On that document, he was 18. Court records state he's 22. The district says he enrolled as a homeless, unaccompanied youth. Under federal law, schools are required to enroll eligible students immediately, even if they cannot provide academic records or proof of residency.
So I will ask again, can the state of Minnesota now stop bringing in people where we don't know when the fuck they were born?
It'd be nice.
Can we stop bringing in people who all they do is slow down our system? I mean, that's all they do. They just sit here and gum shit up. Whether it's the welfare fraud, whether it's shit like this, whether it's the DMV. You don't know when the fuck you were born. Sorry, you can't come here. You can't sit with us.
We just keep importing problems. We've got plenty of our own.
But that's just it. You know, people are like, people do shitty things here. Right. And we have enough of them and we have to put up with it.
We don't need to bring on more.
Right.
For 19 days, he walked the halls of this high school as Kelvin Perry.
We all feel very unsafe.
That's not...
Dude, guys, if you are a father of young men, do me a favor as you're watching this show. Quit letting them wear those fucking shorts. I don't know what the hell is going on, but like we millennials paved the way for you. We showed you how to wear shorts properly. Down to the knee, doesn't have to be below. You don't have to be Allen Iverson. You don't have to be a juggalo. You wear them down to mid-knee. Everything's a little bag to them, not a lot. You guys have gone to these mid-thigh John Stockton, Jeff Hornacek fucking nut huggers. Quit it. You're all gay.
You look like you're walking outside in your pajamas. Like that looks like sleepwear, not really every day outside.
Here's the problem Gen Z and Gen Alpha are having. They are the first generation. And this is amazing. This is how incredible millennials are. They are the first generation to not be cooler than their parents. The millennials are, without a doubt, the coolest generation that ever fucking lived. We invented modern cool. Gen X invented avoidance, fear of conflict, and social isolation. That's what Gen X invented. Millennials invented being fucking awesome and being a cunt about it. So now we have to tell Gen Z and Gen Alpha. Who's going to high school now, Gen Z or Alpha? I think it's still Z.
I think it's Z.
My kids are Alpha. Yeah, my kids are Alpha. So Gen Z brings back nut hugger shorts. And I'm sorry, but we need to start bullying that. Like, we need to start letting Gen Z know you guys are going to be more Gen X than millennial. You're going to be fucking weird and gay and boring.
We need to start bullying our kids so they quit being pussies.
Well, I think Gen Alpha is going to be cool. Like, Skibbity Riz is kind of fun. I like that shit. I think Gen Alpha's got it figured out. You know the 6'7" shit they do?
No.
You know about,
you
go 6'7", and it means nothing. It's just gibberish. I like that. I like that they're fucking with people that way.
Okay.
My daughter she goes 6'7". I'm like, hey, what does that mean? I keep hearing that. She goes, it literally means nothing. And I go, I like that. You're fucking with people. I don't say fucking to my 11-year-old, but
I would hope not.
Like, I like that. You're just messing with people. You know, you're screwing with them. I like that. That's good. 6'7" is good. Skibbity's hilarious. You know what's a good word? Cheeks. You know about cheeks?
You love cheeks, huh?
You know about cheeks?
No, I don't know about cheeks.
So you say something is cheeks basically means it's ass. It's shit. It's terrible. So, like,
that's not bad.
My son and daughter have a disagreement on Cody Rhodes. My daughter thinks he's cheeks. And my son goes, actually, because Alpha's big on actually. They like actually. Actually, he's pretty cool. It's like, that's the debate. And I don't know. To me, it's all 6'7" because LA Knight rules. Yeah.
The only high school he attended from January 20.
By the way, there's nothing cooler than being a wrestling fan and getting wrestling shit in your girlfriend's head and her having to just cope with the fact that her loser wrestling fan, future jailbird boyfriend has gotten fucking wrestling shit stuck in there. Because she goes, I'll walk around some days and I'll just go, yeah. Like, that's LA Knight.
2022 to 2023, Forest Lake Area School District officials say Kelvin Lupke was a student there, but did not graduate. Two districts.
Well, that's on brand. That makes sense.
So he's all for the attending, but not much for the graduation.
Yeah.
Okay.
Two identities. The family he was staying with during this school year told WCCO they believed he was at work this entire time.
Great foster parenting. Awesome word. We thought he was with you. Who'd you leave him with?
This week, students at White Bear Lake say they recognized him from a mugshot out of Anoka County where he was held for an unrelated charge. Right now, he's not charged with a crime in White Bear Lake, but police say they are pursuing possible criminal violations related to fraud, forgery, and unlawful conduct involving interactions with minors.
I mean, honestly, I'd be happy just to deport the fucking guy.
Yeah. I also don't want to necessarily say anything I thought when I saw who was driving the van he climbed into.
Oh, no, who was driving?
I couldn't tell, but it looked like, let's just say, given a variety of the fraud schemes and stories we've heard, it looked like a usual suspect.
A little Somali.
Possibly. It could, like I said, it was a quick glimpse and it was a dark because he was in the car, but
if you're 22 trying to hang out with 16 and 17-year-old girls, though, I want to kick you out of the country. Thanks. I'd like you to leave.
Mm-hmm.
I'm going to ask you to head back. Go back to the country where you're 18.
Yeah.
Go back to the country that doesn't know how to count properly.
Honestly, like, if you can jump back, you can go somewhere else and lose 4 years. Like, who doesn't want to just turn the clock back a bit? Go on and do it.
Redbird with $5. Thank you for the link. We'll see if we get to it at some point today. We have a lot of stuff I want to get to. Joey Caravello with $5 says, this is me in the bar. It's Joey. It's not. Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, and. Okay. Red Fox Mad with $5. Some people we're a little bit behind, and I'm in the super chat, so some of this is from old stuff. And by the way, I apologize for. It's Monday, so obviously
That's all good. I'm sorry if I seem a little
I'm behind,
little run down today. I had a little difficulty sleeping. I woke up like I had stopped breathing for a second because I did like a gasp wake up thing, and then like that made me nervous, and I had difficulty falling back asleep.
That sounds like an apnea thing.
Well, I would think it's an apnea thing, but like again, it's not like this happens a lot or ever before where I just kind of wake up like like it was not awesome. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. Should I go? Should I go look into a sleep apnea thing off of one event?
If you're fucking choking to death in your sleep, yeah, you should probably go have that checked
it wasn't
out.
Choking. It was like I literally just stopped breathing, and I just had to resume.
What do you think choking is?
Well, choking, I thought, is like forcefully, like
strangling is when you just can't breathe. Choking is you just can't breathe. I mean, I get it, something obstructing your airway, but you're not breathing for a reason. You're probably sleeping. You go like this, the tubes get kinked, and you can't breathe.
No, that's definitely not the case.
How do you know you're sleeping?
I sleep face down. I can't. If I was sleeping like that, that'd be horrible.
You might want to go get it checked as to why you're dying in the middle of the night in your sleep.
Honestly, like the whole thing for me is it's all like, oh, well, what if it's like a nerve thing? But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It's not worth looking into. I'll make an appointment. I'll see him in a month.
Can you Google something for me real quick?
Okay, what do you want me to Google?
Google MS sleep apnea and see if there's a link at all. Because that sounds like apnea. You're fucking dying in the middle of the night while you're sleeping. My dad has fucking sleep apnea, and when I stay out at the cabin, he'll be in his camper. I'll go to the camper, and the kids and I will have breakfast stuff, or I'll go get donuts or something, and I'll come in, and you can tell when my dad just woke up because he's got fucking strap marks on his cheeks from his apnea mask.
Honestly, I hate that.
What does AI say?
Well, it says prevalence of sleep apnea in people with MS is estimated to be between 20 and 50% compared to 5 to 10% in the general population.
Do you think maybe you have sleep apnea and that's why you're fucking exhausted all the time? You got to get off inflammation stuff. You got to get an apnea mask. I know a Somali guy who will order it for you.
Yeah,
and he'll bill Medicaid. Jesus. Yes, you're fucking dying in the middle of the night because you have apnea.
Heart disease, stroke, diabetes.
I mean, I wake up once in the middle of the night every night, but that's because I'm going to jail for 8 days and I'm a little nervous about it.
I'm not.
Actually, I've learned a lot about jail.
Yeah.
And I'm really worried that, and I don't know how I'm going to serve it yet, but like I'm really worried no matter how I serve it, that actually by the time I'm done, I'm going to be like, oh man, I'm going to miss my friends.
Dude, like this is keeping airways open. The problem is my airways aren't obstructing.
Yes, they are. You can't breathe.
Yeah, but no, I can't breathe because my body's just literally not breathing. I just have to remember to do it. Like it stops doing it for a second. That's what it was.
That's
stopped
what
doing it first.
Obstructed breathing is. I'm trying not to call you fuckface because I'm genuinely concerned, but hey, retard, that's what obstructed fucking breathing is.
But there was nothing obstructing it. It's just that my body forgot to keep doing it.
Yes, there is. If you're not breathing, it's either there's a psychological obstruction or a physical obstruction.
And I'm saying it's psychological. I don't understand what keeping the airway pressurized will do. But all right, you know.
I don't know. It'll keep oxygen pumping into your fucking body.
Possibly.
That's vaguely important in terms of survival.
Potentially a serious complication of MS. It's important for people with MS to be aware of the symptoms and seek treatment. So yeah, I guess I'll call a doctor and we'll
Now,
do that.
You know what? Now I know how Nova feels when he gives me advice. And I just blow him off. I get it now. No, you know
I'm
what?
not blowing you off. What, do you want me to call the doctor right now?
You know what the doctor will say?
No more monkeys jumping on the bed.
Bingo. No, Nova.
So what's keeping you up all night is these goddamn monkeys.
Every time. Every goddamn time. Thing about Nova is like Nova's, I always say he's too into the internet, and I'll get like a stretch of like 4 or 5 text emails from Nova. He'll be texting the show line. He has it in his head. There's somebody pretending to be Gino Bisconti in super chats, and he believes it's the real Gino. And he writes me every time he sees a super chat from this Gino and goes, he is saying this. And I'm like, God. For a guy who says that he's always right about everything, Nova falls for some of the dumbest shit I think I've every piece of gossip. He's just biting on it. It's easy to be right a lot when you bite on everything, because naturally 40% of it or so is going to be accurate. But I don't write him back. I'm not mean to him anymore. I just don't write back, and I'm like, it's okay. Yeah. He'll figure it out. Like, he'll get it. He'll
get it eventually. Just let him.
Just
give him his time.
He's like 52 years old with no children. He's got a lot of time to just ruminate on shit and think. Red Fox Mad with $4.99 said, how about the holographic projection theory or the cameraman gun theory behind Charlie shooting him? I don't know what did happen. I just know I don't buy
the established narrative.
Bingo. Bingo, bango, bongo. $2 from Sam. He says, Aaron says girlfriend, but means boyfriend. No, I mean girlfriend. I have a girlfriend. Thank you very much. She loves me very much. Fuck you. Dr. Silverwolf with $5 says
he's gonna have a boyfriend eventually.
I'll buy him something from my canteen. Silverwolf with $5 says you have sleep apnea. Hopefully your insurance covers the study, because the one in town wanted to charge me $3,000 for mine. I just bought a machine myself. Well, don't you have like Medicare, Social Security, disability, shit like that?
Yeah, I do, but it's so I'm imagining for this. It depends on whether or not for something like this, whether or not it's really needed. So if there's any way they can justify not needing to do the study, then I'll have to pay out of pocket for it, kind of deal. But I don't even know that we're to the study part yet. I assume I'm going to have to call my doctor and be like, hey, I need a referral because like I'm worried I may have sleep apnea.
Sure.
That's what I need in my life. I need another machine hooked up to my body or face while I'm sleeping.
I mean, if it keeps
gonna be
dying,
for me.
if it keeps you not dying in the middle of the night,
oh no, I agree. It's preferable to the alternative. But now I'm just thinking about my natural sleep habits as they are now, and I'm like, how am I going to do this?
You're dumb like I'm dumb. I got a tooth right now that's been hurting, and I'm sure it needs to be filled. But I water pick the shit out of it and brush it a bunch, and then it stops hurting, and I go, all right, that'll get me through.
I've solved the problem.
I just don't.
I'm not even dumb like that. I'm literally doing a show at the moment, so I can't like call the doctor and be like, hey, I need to schedule a referral, because this whole process will take at least half a month.
Plus, again, you don't want to call the doctor because you know what he'll say.
No.
Precisely.
How did they even get in the house?
Balls Deep with it's Minnesota's immigration policy. Balls Deep with $2 says check the jaw alignment device to keep the airway open. Dr. Silverwolf with $2 says it's considered elective, so a lot don't. Oh shit.
Yeah. So I might they might not cover it for me then.
Smiles a lot for you says my ex would stop breathing for 2 minutes. He would blame me for waking him up. Meanwhile, he wakes up gasping for air. His dad and him shared a hotel. The ex now has a sleep machine. And you left him because he went to get help. How fucking dare you? How dare you?
She couldn't fix him every night. The love was gone.
Joey Caravello with $2 says, Aaron, if you make friends in jail, try and do a call into the prison live on air after you get out. I don't know if I want to have a relationship with anybody I make friends with on the inside, outside. I don't need them.
You big Buster's wife now.
Well, that's somebody was telling me that, someone who has experience in the policing of the system. Yeah. And he said, you're going to do very well. He goes, you're a funny guy. People love funny guys. Like, you're going to make friends. And I'm like, well, the last thing I need is like, I'm in cool. Like, I'm like Saul Goodman. I become friend of the cartel, you know? And they're like, I have people knocking on my door going, hey, My boy says you're all right. You have any problems here on the outside, you let me know. I'll fucking take care of it. I don't need that. I don't need
I feel like, I know how you want to view it that way. I feel personally, you'd be a lot more like Worm. Like you're getting out and you're like, oh, what the, man, I gotta run 3 games while I'm inside.
Not
right?
in this
like I got
lifetime,
the one going
Holmes.
with the cards.
5-0 in the 320 with $5. Thank you very much. You guys are 75 away from tomorrow morning's goal. 75 away from tomorrow. And remember, all of this goes to my canteen. Somebody, SP was asking me, she's like, because we keep going back and forth, like, what would you rather do all at once, weekends at a time, whatever. And I keep going back and forth. And I said something just to like listing pros and cons.
Mm-hmm.
And I went, well, if I did it weekends, I could, parse it out and we could probably make more money on the show. That she's like, she goes, you're fucking incredible. I said, thank you. Not a compliment.
There you
Not
go.
a compliment. Johnny, you have so many machines hooked up to you and add more. You must just fuck continually.
No,
it's
I have a lot required to like get into bed and sleep, and I have a walker over. So if I have to get up in the middle of the night, I'm gonna have to take off the mask and go over there, and then I'm gonna have to clean the mask wash those? I assume every day. Right?
No, you know what? I agree with you. You're right. You should keep not breathing in your sleep.
When did I even say that was a plan I was considering? I was just saying I'm just looking at this like it's gonna be labor intensive.
Yeah. You know what else is labor intensive?
What's that?
Choking to death in your sleep.
Again, you make it sound like I'm going, you know what? I'd rather just roll the dice on suffocation and just fucking take.
It sounds like you're choosing to roll the dice on suffocation.
No, because like I said, I'm literally going to call the doctor after we're done here to get the frickin' ball rolling. It's whether or not I'm doing the study that's up in the air because I don't have $3,000. At that point, I'll just fucking buy the goddamn Predator gas mask and strap the thing to my fucking face and call it a day.
I've always wondered that. Why can't you just skip that, get the machine, and just hook it up to yourself?
Well, like I said, if I don't need the goddamn thing, if I don't have sleep apnea, if it was some sort of a fluke or who knows, there could have been another explanation. If the doctor goes, look, you don't have sleep apnea, then I would much rather not have a thing fucking strapped to my face. That's all I'm saying.
I'll tell you this, that ivermectin's giving you a little more pep in your step, even if you are strangling to death in your sleep. You gotta fucking get up and go.
Oh, dude, like I'm rearing to go.
Is the ivermectin cutting down on your weed consumption, have you noticed?
Oh yeah.
Really?
Have you not noticed? I've hit this thing a few times, but I literally have only reloaded it once, which means I've used 2 of these, and these are little bite-sized pieces of weed, like nuggets. So like compared to a normal day where I would have reloaded that thing once or twice, like I've literally only done the once, and
let's get down to 0 reloads.
All right.
And then eventually we'll get down to 0 hits. And then you'll
no, it's gonna weed's still gonna be a thing unless we completely reverse this MS situation.
Oh,
like if my legs are working and everything like that, then I'm like, I don't need this. But yeah, there's a couple like diet. Like I don't eat if I don't smoke weed.
I'm telling you right now, do the anti-inflammation diet. Look up something on anti-inflammation diet and try that for a while and see if it works out. I'm serious. I think that might help you out. Either that or I'm just being a Rogan retard, one of the two.
I just know how difficult cutting out sugar and carbs is going to be.
Oh, I don't know. I do a great job with it.
Yeah, what are you? What? Just 10 off of that weight. Could get it anytime he wants.
Bro, just do as I say, not as I do, okay? All right?
Learn from me.
Exactly. I'm out here trying to teach. That's all.
Look, you don't want to be a fat piece of shit like me, so do what I say.
You want to be a fat piece of shit your whole life? I didn't think so. All right, I got standings here. Red Fox Matt in first place with 12 Blucks. Silver Wolf in second with 12. Sergeant Holka in third with 7. Redbird in fourth with 7. Gray Duckling in the cuck chair with 7. Wait a minute. Silver Wolf just moved up another one. He's at 13. Oh, God damn it. We got a vibe going here. I don't want to kill the vibe. in the room, but it's Monday, and that means a lot of standings changes.
Yeah, a lot of typing. But that's knocking down tomorrow's goal, which is a beautiful thing. And then we just have tomorrow to run as a show.
It certainly is. We're at $70 for tomorrow's goal. Thank you very much for that, you guys. Gray Duckling with $5 says, better grow your body hair back. Those guys in the jail love silky smooth victims. Silver Wolf with $1 says, cleaning them is super simple. Mass disconnects easily. You put in a stay clean device and add water. It does all automatically. Also, if you buy yourself, you have to do the numbers yourself. That's the thing. Like, you don't know what numbers to do.
Yeah, so that's where, like I said, I'm gonna pursue the doctor route, kind of like the same thing I did with the ivermectin thing. I'm gonna be like, look, I'm gonna pursue the medical route. I'm not gonna just snub my nose like I know better than the doctors, and this is what I'm gonna do. So I'll go that route first until that route proves that it's not going to help or is somehow incapable of being continued. So if they just say, hey, look, you got to pay for the study yourself, I'm like, all right, well, then we're going to find a way to crunch the numbers, because doing math is easier than finding $3,000 I don't have.
Yeah, you're going to strangle to death in your sleep. That's
what the fuck? It's just not, he's not happy unless I'm ordering the fucking thing off of Amazon right now. Jesus.
There are Somalis who run government programs who will order it for you.
Right, but I'll never get the damn thing.
Well, details. Tridio becoming a member for 23 months on YouTube. Thank you. Says, Johnny, try not breathing while awake. It'll be fun. Well, he'll die. Oh, that's not very nice. Smiles a lot for you. Says, Mediterranean diet. It's a good one for inflammation. MSO just writes, nobody's saying you can't have sleep apnea. ... So I will say this. I only have one thing to say to you if you don't get checked for apnea.
What's that?
I hope you die.
Jesus.
That is a bit rich. Wow.
Lander says doctors are individually slightly less retarded than you taking a guess. They're only slightly less retarded.
Yeah, but that's still better than me. Like I'll go that route at first to see how it pans out before I just throw it in my court and do whatever.
70 away from tomorrow morning. I say we get that knocked out by the end of today and we stay a day ahead. The evening shows were so far ahead, it's criminal. That'll come to an end at some point, but again, everything goes to the old canteen. That's all I'm saying. All right, let's get into the Dave Chappelle, Louis C.K. stuff, this Saudi comedy festival, the comedy controversy that will not die. I mean, to me, it's pretty simple. Saudi Arabia is a fucked up country, but they're offering you $1.5 million to go tell some jokes. And for that $1.5 million, they've bought the right to tell you what you can and can't say on stage. I think, there's that line in The Patriot where Mel Gibson says, I'm a parent. I haven't the luxury of principles.
Mm-hmm.
I think with these guys, they get old enough and they get wealthy enough, and people on the internet just can't understand. And I go through this being someone who doesn't really pay attention to the internet. The internet can't understand why these guys don't pay attention to the internet. They think it's a foreign concept to them that these guys just don't give a fuck what any of them think, because a lot of these people giving them shit on Twitter, giving them shit on YouTube and stuff like that, they're never going to buy a ticket to a comedy show anyway. They're not going to go and support any of these things. They'll just stop watching their YouTube videos, or they'll just want to bitch. Personally, I say this. If these guys take $1.5 million to go tell jokes in Saudi Arabia, who gives a shit? Like, is Saudi Arabia an evil, terrible, awful place? Yes. I also don't look to Bill Burr and Dave Chappelle for my morality.
True. I will say, though, if you do a lot of stuff that's critical of these people, or you've done stuff critical of these people, or talked about anyone, because didn't Bill Burr do something about, like, performing for these people being kind of pieces of shit?
Yes.
Like,
Bill Burr is a stinky, dumb hypocrite.
Yeah.
Okay.
So, and then, like, what is it? Whitney coming, like, a few of them on there. Like, Dave Chappelle, for one, he is actually Muslim, so fucking...
Right.
And I know a lot of people are like, oh, he's all about free speech and free expression, blah, 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 blah. But over here, it's like, right, it's about free speech and free. That's not America. And So
Well,
I'm sure he.
Louis C.K. has a take on this because he took money to go to Saudi Arabia too. Louis C.K. has a take on this like, look, Saudi Arabia doesn't have free speech, but we don't get to a point where the Saudis someday may have free speech by saying we're not going to go there and we're going to freeze them out and we're not going to do anything with them. You know, he made the point that these things change incrementally. You can't go from chopping up a journalist and shoving him into suitcases to Thomas Jefferson overnight by the whole world telling you to go fuck yourself.
Right.
So, you know, some would say Germany's undergone some changes in the last 100 years or so, and that didn't happen all at once. They were split into two countries for a long time. Half of that country oppressed its citizens terribly, and now they're only oppressing people moderately less. So these things change incrementally. Look, I would love to sit here and be the morality police. And look, it would be easy. I would get more clicks. I would get more subscriptions. I would get more views. I'd be the darling of the internet, whatever. But I'm sorry, I'm not going to sit here and pretend like Dave Chappelle, Bill Burr, and Louis C.K. going to Saudi Arabia to tell jokes is somehow worse than Northrop Grumman and Boeing and Raytheon selling weapons that commit genocide. I'm not
fair enough.
You know what I mean?
I
though?
will say this: nothing's changing from the jokes being told. Like,
right.
Like being told or not told, it's not really going to change the culture. Like, and that's the thing too. So these people are supposed to what? Like, they're supposed to go over and they're supposed to fight the power. Be like, hey, so how about all that human trafficking and horrible shit you guys do here, huh? Yeah, like
Right.
It's not really going to work out for you. Like,
when states pass anti-LGBT laws and like singers say they're not going to perform there anymore, does that ever change the law or the position on, like, does DeSantis change his mind because Jennifer Lopez says she won't perform there? Or Bad Bunny is saying because of our immigration policy, he's not touring in the United States because he has a lot of Latino fans. He doesn't want ICE raiding his concert, so he's not performing here. I don't think Trump's going to do anything different.
Right. And the funny part is some of these people who are clutching their pearls at, oh my God, the indecency of performing for this country. You've supported people over here that have boycotted doing shows for one other reason or another. So it's like, okay, so it's all right to do shows if it supports your group. It's all right to do shows or refuse to do shows if it doesn't support your group. But if you go over there just for the money, you're a piece of shit. Like, no, it's all the same.
I think if you go there for the money, it's because you're about the money.
And it's very, very honest. Like, I'm doing this for the cash.
So Dave Chappelle told a joke, and conservatives, like neocon type conservatives, like this dickhead Frank Luntz, didn't get the joke and decided to be outraged about it. You know, it is conservatives in many ways are like bigger phony pussies than lefties, because like at least lefties will tell you that they're censoring pussies that can't handle comedy, can't handle jokes. But I watch the right sit here and go, comedy's bad, comedy's legal again. Then the minute somebody tells a joke that they don't like, they gotta go, they gotta be canceled. This guy's a piece of shit, fuck him. So I don't know. I don't want to get lectured from either of these people.
I just want to hear the joke now is where it ends for me.
Frank Luntz wrote this. Dave Chappelle said, it's easier to talk here than it is in America at a comedy festival in Riyadh where comedians had to contractually agree to not tell jokes about Saudi leadership or religion. You see, Frank, the joke that Chappelle was doing is that obviously it's not easier to tell jokes in Saudi Arabia than it is in America. He's making fun of us firing people. It's a cancel culture joke. Obviously, Dave Chappelle does not think it's easier to tell jokes in Saudi Arabia. But he's making fun of and hyperbolizing how oversensitive we are here. He says,
I will say this: if you're gonna give me a giant like no-go zone, that does make my job a little easier. I know what not to do.
I'll tell you this, you give me $1.5 million, I can't be surprised when it comes with, here's what you can and can't joke about. As Don Draper once said, that's what the money is for. Right now in America, they say that if you talk about Charlie Kirk, that you'll get canceled, Chappelle said in Riyadh. I don't know if that's true, but I'm going to find out, he then added. It's easier to talk here than it is in America. Like, that's clearly hyperbole. That's clearly an exaggeration.
And he's talking about the Charlie Kirk thing almost in exclusivity in that reference. Like, he's saying it's easier to talk about it here than in America because, again, people for and against Charlie Kirk have gotten canceled. Right. Like, taken off the air, whatever. Like, on both sides of the fence. So it's almost like you can't talk about it in some ways. Certainly can't say it was a group of people.
I don't get. Well, I mean, I to an extent, I get people's outrage, but like, this isn't something people are outraged about when there aren't comedians going there to perform. Do you understand what I'm saying? Like, right. There's not this daily outrage from the American people that the Saudis are shitty to people. There seems to only be this outrage when there's clicks attached to it, when there's names.
It's like we accept that they're shitty, but if you go over there and do something nice, we're like, but they're shitty. Right. It's like, right, but you didn't give 2 fucks a minute ago. Well, I'm not going to change them. Right, but they're supposed to turn down a payday because you don't like them?
You have literal representatives that may be representing your district that are supportive of a genocide. And you're going to tell me you give a fuck about Saudi Arabia and their treatment of women. I got news for you. It's a Muslim country. No matter what, it's not going to be a women's lib country. No matter
It's
how.
always the weird part on that one.
Yeah.
So, I thought they would have bred like a female Hamas. Like, we're reclaiming the Muslim religion for women. Stop cutting off our clits and shit. But like,
well,
they
that's
never
the other
do it.
thing. Like, we view it through a Western lens. They don't. They view it through the lens of their culture and their religion. I'm just muting this ad real quick. So Louis C.K. and Bill Maher talked about this, and to me, they had a little bit more responsible an opinion than, say, the Frank Luntzes and others.
I still think people who are doing it are brave, and it's apparently the ones over there are enjoying it.
Yes, they're all. When I'm talking to other comedians that have been there, and they've been really surprised by what's going on. There is a woman who's a lesbian and Jewish who did a show there, and she got a standing ovation. And so there's stuff going on that's unexpected in this thing. And people have been playing Saudi Arabia for years. Like, comedians have been going and playing Arab countries.
Right, and they've been going and partying in Abu Dhabi and all these different places. This is what I mean with the internet and its selective outrage. Oh, we can do a Bill Burr video and it'll do lots of views and I'll get lots of clicks and I'll do more subscribers. And then they lip off about Saudi Arabia. It's like, hey, retard, you don't know what the fuck you're talking about. This has been going on forever. You don't get to be outraged today because it's Bill Burr. You don't get to be outraged because it's Dave Chappelle. And you'll get attention for it. Now, people are saying, well, what about Shane Gillis? He turned it down. That's good for Shane Gillis. I'm glad that he had morals and he had things he didn't like about the Saudis, and he declined to do the gig. Clearly, Dave Chappelle and Bill Burr don't feel the same way, and they're willing to take the money and go do the show. There aren't a lot of $1 million paydays out there in stand-up comedy.
Oh, no, there aren't.
So, look.
Outside of a toe show, like,
word has gotten out that I overpay.
Yeah.
And,
There was a film festival there recently. Like, it's kind of opened up, but I've always said no to Arab countries doing. I do shows everywhere. Like this show, I'm playing in India, I'm playing in Turkey, I'm playing in Bangkok, Hong Kong.
And by the way, every single one of those countries, you could find something that goes against our Western standard of freedom. But they never say a word. India has all kinds of fucked up policies. Nobody says a word. Again, because you put Bill Burr's name in the title, or you put Chappelle's name in the title, like I'm going to when I clip this, and you get more views, you get more clicks, you get more likes. And it's not popular to say, who gives a shit? But at least it's honest. This dishonesty I see with these channels that are clutching their pearls about this Saudi Arabia thing. It's like, this is the first time you've ever fucking talked about this. Knock it off. And these guys going to Saudi Arabia has clearly started a conversation about what we'd like to see Saudi Arabia do. Could you not argue that sending our arts and our performers to these countries, just the mere act of doing it, creates a conversation about this?
Potentially, because again, if something I always say about like immigration, for example, if the way you do it there is so star-spangled awesome, then why is it not catching on here? And that kind of seems, in a way, like that's what's happening. The entertainment, people want the entertainment from the West. It's like, well, this comes here, but that's also a part of the culture thing. So it's kind of like waves on a shore. It's not going to change anything initially, but if you just keep hitting it more and more, it's going to eventually alter the landscape.
America has changed a lot more countries through sharing its culture and sharing its art than we have with bombs and guns and bullets.
I would argue that's why we won the Cold War, was our culture and our...
Well, they always say blue jeans and rock and roll. They say Eastern Europe was denied all of these things, and once they got them, they went fucking gaga for them, and the government couldn't control these people anymore. That and the inherent problems in the economics of communism. Right. I mean, it's kind of a ticking time bomb.
We had a hand.
Yeah.
All over the world this year. And when this came up, they said there's only two restrictions. It's their religion and their government. And I don't have jokes about those two things. It used to be when I got offers from places like that, there'd be a long list. And I just say, no, I don't need that. But when I heard it's opening, I thought that's awfully interesting. That just
see now again. It's easy to attack Bill Burr. It's easy to attack Louis C.K. It's easy to attack Dave Chappelle. But listen to what he said. We keep going over there, and every time you get the offer, the list gets shorter and shorter on what you can't talk about.
Right.
Is that
and
not
now
a
we're
good
just down
thing?
to the religion and the government, which not cool, but also at the same rate. I mean, fuck, are you allowed to talk about either of those things in Britain on Facebook? So tell me how wrong.
Right? Yeah. Keir Starmer, not that much different than the Crown Prince.
feels like a good opportunity. And I just think comedy is a great way to get in and start talking. And there's Saudi Arabian comedians there. And I'm going to a comedy club in Saudi Arabia the first night I get there to just see what's going on. I love stand-up comedy and I love comedians. So the fact that that's opening up and starting to bud, I want to see it. I want to be part of it.
How about the fact that, and I know, like, look, Hollywood's run by a cartel and a cabal, but how about the fact that they've decided to let Louis back in? Like, Louis on Marm, Louis was on Theo Von. Like, I'm so happy to see Louis C.K. back because he's one of my favorite comedians of all time, and I don't care that he jacked off in front of people. I really don't fucking care. Never did care. Thought his TV show was great. Thought what happened to him was bullshit. I will say that it is so nice to see him back, and I think he's going to age well. Not like physically. He looks like dog shit always
He looks like
has.
shit.
And he's only in his early 50s, I believe, or mid-50s.
Really?
Yeah.
That's scary.
I think Louis is like 54 years old. Ouch. But anyway, I think Louis is fantastic. I think he's going to do great. And I'm glad to see him back involved in things. But he's right. Like, you don't change these places by isolating them. You don't change a Saudi Arabia by going, no, fuck you, the world doesn't welcome you.
I think that's a positive.
I think so too.
Fun part is the audience applauding are the same people that shake their finger like, oh, but you're going to this country where they treat women horribly and they murdered a dude and put him in a suitcase. It's like, right.
Yeah.
They did all that horrible shit.
Christopher Hitchens said it best when he was on Bill Maher once. He said, yes, Bill, you argue in kind, but your audience obviously is frivolous. I'm like, yes, Bill's audience is frivolous.
Chappelle said that it was in the press today saying that you can speak more freely over here than in America.
I was kidding.
Yeah, I don't know if that's true.
Oh, it's not true.
No.
Yeah,
No.
do your hunk on Muhammad, Dave.
Yeah. Well, he's a Muslim, David.
I understand.
So it depends on who you are and what you want to talk about. Now,
that's the end of that clip. Yeah, Dave Chappelle doesn't want to shit on Islam. In fact, Dave Chappelle has such an affinity for his religion, he doesn't publicly talk about it, and he doesn't publicly talk about how he's a Muslim because he feels like he's a failure as a Muslim. And he doesn't want people to judge Muslims based on him. It's seriously what he says. He goes, I don't talk about my faith because I feel like I'm a bad example of my faith. I'm like, that's kind of fucking awesome in a way.
Based.
Yeah, a little bit. Ryobi with $1 says it's not the censorship. Comedians censor themselves in the UK. It's about 9/11. Jesus, fuck you, dummy. Are you making them at night? Our government doesn't care about 9/11. And by the way, are you sure? Because I know a lot of the 9/11 guys were from there, but
Right.
I don't know if it was them.
I'm just saying, hey, we could do a couple of things. One, we could follow money, and two, we could ask ourselves about do we know any other groups or factions that may have been in any way involved, even by sin of omission kind of deal. And so how much blame do you want to espouse? What will that do now?
This is going to change Saudi Arabia. They're getting WrestleMania. They'll probably end up getting NFL games. They're getting comedy. This is going to change Saudi Arabia, and there's no way it can't. It will have to go one of two ways. Either it will eventually completely open up. You can do whatever you want, or they'll have to lock down like the Iranians did, and they'll have to go full Islamic dictatorship, because you can't let some of this shit in and control
not expect the rest of it to make it through the door.
You can't control it. You can't go like, we love WWE pro wrestling, but the women, they'll still have to cover up. No, the women are going to end up, I think they already are. I think when they go to Saudi Arabia, they've already loosened up the dress codes quite a bit.
Well, I was going to say there's advertisements and stuff for a lot of things, and I've noticed one of them is like a Saudi Arabian airline thing, and they have like what I would swear to you would be, in my assumption, if she had a religion, a Muslim woman, but she's not dressed like that at all. And I'm just sitting there going, okay, so they're starting to learn about like using feminine appeal to help pitch their products and sell their wares, but all the ladies have to walk around covered up all the time. That's weird.
Yeah,
it seems like it's changing slowly.
I think,
if nothing else, to get the Western dollar.
Right. That's what I mean. Like, you're not going to be able to take that. You can't control cultural change in that way. You're going to have to take it all or none of it. And Iran learned that. I mean,
look how great it's working for them.
Right.
And that's the other problem too. Like Iran, if this happens in that area, you have a wellspring of this happening. Now places like Iran are a stone's throw away from there, where it's already going on. You're going to get that to start to culturally drift over too, where it'll be more like, hey, more and more people be like, we want it the way they've got it right over there.
And it's like, you're not going to see it because it's a very slow process. But
we'll be dead.
One day you'll wake up and you'll go, well, I mean, just look at Saudi Arabia now. They're way more open than they used to be. And it happened slowly and incrementally. But look, man, as far as the 9/11 thing, I don't know how much of that I believe anymore. Like, I've been watching Tucker's thing on all that. I've watched the 2 parts that are out so far. I don't know how much I agree with that story.
Here's where I'll land on that one. I don't know enough about it, but if you want to like say, hey, look, I'm not going to go perform there. I've got a moral objection, 9/11, and I'd be like, all right, okay, cool. Then good for you. Glad you're standing by your principles. But if you also go like, look, I'm not holding this country to that, I could be like, well, there's enough stuff to question, so I can kind of go with you either way on that one. I honestly, I wouldn't do it. But then again, also, it's really easy to say no when no one's offering you the money. I mean, if they went, hey, we're going to give you like $1.5 million to come over here and do some of your jokes about, having trouble walking and shit. Like, I'd be like, all right, yeah, no, I'd probably end up doing it. I could use the money.
You Need Me More with $12, creating a 3-way tie for first. Says, do the sleep test for your daughter, Johnny. It could prolong your life. Oh, shit, they're getting heavy into the apnea thing.
Dude, I'm planning to do the sleep apnea thing. Like, this is a legit, like, after I'm done with the show, and those who care can check out at 1 when I called the doctor and I scheduled the appointment. The doctor said no more monkeys jumping on the bed. God, it's stuck in my head now.
Bozo says, Building 7, dude. I mean, wasn't it Larry Silverstein who
Steel
said
beams don't melt at
there's,
that angle,
there's
man.
nothing we can do to fix or whatever, pull it? And I know that he was saying, like, pull it, like, people say, oh, he meant the firefighters and everything like that. And I'm like, yeah, but pull it's also a demolition term. And also, Larry Silverstein made multiple billions of dollars from the World Trade Centers collapsing. And he was losing money on the World Trade Center. They were not profitable anymore. They were, what was the term they used for them in real estate? White elephants or something like that. Was the World Trade Center losing?
Because of the digital age growing and everything, it was starting to become an antiquated thing. Why send people to have an office when your office can communicate just as quickly with emails?
Oh, hey, Johnny. Gall darn it. Listen to this.
What?
Darn it, shucks. By 2001, the complex was on the brink of significant financial growth. Oh, they were, God, if they wouldn't have knocked him down, they would have turned the whole thing around.
That makes it sound like it was not growing financially before 2001. They were on the brink.
In July,
guys,
in
we're
July
in the red, but less of
2001,
it.
just 2 months before 9/11, the Port Authority finalized a 99-year lease for the complex to private developer Larry Silverstein. The $3.2 billion deal was the largest privatization of commercial property in New York history. And then 2 months later, now wait a minute. How much did Larry Silverstein make from the Twin Towers? Did not make money directly from the Twin Towers destruction, but he received a large insurance payout.
Yep.
He signed a $3.25 billion lease, so he paid $3.25 billion for it.
Okay.
So then he got a double payout of nearly $7 billion.
So he doubled his money.
He engaged in a legal battle with his insurers, arguing the attacks constituted two separate events, entitling him to a double payout of nearly $7 billion. Insurers countered he should receive $3.5 billion. The insurers paid about $1.9 billion to Silverstein. Most of those funds controlled by GMAC. Silverstein continued to pay rent to the Port Authority for the Trade Center site after the attacks. He spent years engaged in rebuilding the office component of the site, a project that was a significant undertaking for his company. Larry got monthly payments of $100 million a month. Never stopped even when there was no building. And then, here we go. So properties. Ultimately, he received a $4.55 billion insurance payout. So I'm trying to get to the final number because there's like 8 different numbers here.
Yeah.
$4.55 billion. So he made about $1.3 billion on 9/11. Nice.
That's not as bad as doubling your money, but still, it's.
Yeah.
I don't know. Like I said, there's enough stuff there where it's hinky enough where I'm like, all right, look, if you're not, and that's the thing too. There's so many people now that are like adults that literally 9/11 happened before them. So it's just, and that's all over the world. So, I mean, are we going to change are people in Saudi Arabia going to grow up differently and feel differently about the West if we go, no, we won't go over there because you guys do bad stuff here, and here. So it's not exactly like we haven't done anything fucked up at all.
There was a $4.5 billion payout, but he wanted 7.5. Jesus.
Oh, well,
Veldrain.
some people.
Veldrain with $1 says Muslims love the U.S. and Europe where they aren't oppressed, unlike the countries they flee from, which are ran by, well, yeah. That's why it would be nice if these countries liberated a bit. Oh, yeah.
And according to Louis, they are.
My God says, don't forget the asbestos abatement needed. Yeah, they were going to have to rip out a bunch of shit in the World Trade Center and remove asbestos. That was going to cost a lot of money.
It's really, I guess not that they intended it. Super fortunate that the whole thing hit the ground and we put all that asbestos in the air and just gave cancer to a fuck ton of first responders.
Bob Myers says Louis is going to Saudi Arabia to show the camels his cock. That's the rumor.
That's the rumor.
That's the rumor. But he will ask the camels first. Hey, do you know anything about water cremation?
What?
Water cremation.
Cremation is burning. Is water? How do you burn?
It's apparently
boil people.
It's a more eco-friendly way to cremate people because there's, I guess, cremating people leads to climate change. It's because you need so much energy. The fires need to be 1,600 degrees to melt you down, essentially. And water cremation uses 1/4 of the energy that fire cremation does. So if you're okay with it, I'd like to teach you all about water cremation today.
Well, now I'm just curious how we cremate with water.
This is the Pennsylvania House of Representatives has passed a measure to legalize it. So many states want to follow suit and legalize water cremation. It does sound weird.
If we legalize it here, I guarantee you there's going to be a Muslim water cremation store opened up before you can blink.
There's and they'll give you just like some cigarette ashes when you're all done.
Here you go.
The thing about this water cremation, it sounds like they steam you or boil you or something. It's fucking weird.
That's what I'm saying. It's got to be a boil.
Well, let's figure it out. Let's find out here. Here we go.
The days of most Americans choosing a casket and traditional graveside burial for their funerals, no more. Cremation, where bodies are burned down to ashes, is rising in popularity across the country. And now there's an effort here in Pennsylvania to legalize a type of cremation that involves no flames at all.
Yeah, Thesmi Mahfouz dug into the practice of this.
It's got to be steam, right? It's got to be steam.
The pitfalls that are associated with it. And Thesmi, obviously, this is a hard topic for a lot of people, but lawmakers hope this will give people, some hope, right, in the midst of their grief.
Yeah, Brian, Lori, so yeah, we just want to put this out there. There's maybe an uncomfortable topic for some, but follow me when I say this. It's called alkaline hydrolysis, also known as water cremation. It's being heralded as an eco-friendly alternative to traditional cremation, but it's also illegal in a lot of states, including here in Pennsylvania. So let's break that down. The bodies are placed in big stainless steel cylinders that are actually similar to pressure cookers. The process uses water, chemicals, and heat to rapidly break things down into a liquid. The bone fragments are then pulverized into a dry ash-like residue that can be returned to relatives.
Our human cookers are so nice. When we get done, meat falls right off the bone.
That's
which
exactly
we'll give you
what,
at the end.
Yeah,
that's exactly what we're doing.
They're slow smoking you.
Yeah.
So they turn your skin and your organs and your guts into liquid, and then they pull your bones off it. So like Dr. Doom.
And then we can just pour the rest of you down the drain.
So like a Dr. Doom punch, right? It just separates the skeleton from everything else. And then they just pulverize you into dust and then give that to your family. Oh. I mean, on one hand, yeah, it sounds fucked up, but on the other hand, you're dead. Who gives a shit?
Right, like you're not going to experience any of this.
Right. So I don't know. I used to be a cremation guy, but I think I want to just be put in the ground and get eaten by worms. You know, just have them crawl around in my eye sockets for a while. I don't know.
I was always like a cremation guy, but only if I could be loaded into a firework at the end.
But like, what if like there is something about an afterlife, and that if you burn yourself down, like you lose, I don't know. Well, I guess your body. I mean, if you think about it, your body isn't yours. Like you are a brain that's driving. It's so weird to like look at my hands and think that technically that's not me. It's a vehicle I'm driving.
Now just imagine that vehicle has an autopilot you can't turn off. I've got a defective Tesla for a body.
But like my brain is running shit.
Right.
And then my brain's running cords that electrify this meat suit skeleton thing. I'm driving it around.
And if any of those cords break and the message is gone, you're still there, and then this thing's all fuck off whatever.
Oh my
Might not
God.
even feel it if something happens.
So like
welcome to my world, motherfucker.
But that's what makes me believe that there's an afterlife. Is that my existence is something higher than the body that I'm occupying.
Right, but now the question becomes, is your existence after this life affected by your body during it? Because that's what some religions, why they believe getting tattoos and body modification stuff like earrings, piercings, and stuff like that is wrong, and that God doesn't approve of it, so you could be judged. But what happens if you literally just throw your body out with the bathwater, and then you get to the pearly gates, and they're like, hey, you destroyed our fucking thing that we made there. You were supposed to go feed a bunch of flowers.
Are we doing weed talk now? This is kind of like weed talk a little bit.
Like a touch, but you're the one who brought up the eco-friendly cremation and the existence and body connection stuff. I didn't really bring us here.
Okay,
You brought us here.
But
I'm just
what is my existence? Like, who's to say when this one's done, I'm going to be a consciousness in something else?
Right. And that's like, who's to say?
And
that's
who's
why
to say this thing I am right now in this meat suit I'm looking at, who's to say that this is even a meat suit and that's even a couch or that's my perception? But if you zoom out, I'm, the left foot of some cosmic entity.
I don't know. I do want to know, how is it that I start smoking less weed and you start having more high thoughts?
I don't know. I want to know what it's, you know what it is? I want to know what it's all about, and I know I'll never know.
It's a real shame nobody comes back afterwards and be like, look, I'll tell you how it goes down.
Well, there was one guy.
Yeah, but we never believed them.
He came back.
What did I know?
No, Jesus.
Oh. I thought you were talking about like the fucking, like, the kid was dead for 3 minutes because he had a brain tumor and they were removing it and all that shit.
This is a trippy thought that I heard on something I was watching, that when you die, your brain powers down and you basically relive all of your memories. And they were saying, what if you are dead?
And you're just reliving right now.
And since time is relative, there is no actual time. Time is just perceived differently.
Right.
What if you are currently reliving your memories? You're like in a death loop.
That'd be freaky.
Like, what if this 100 years or however long you live has actually been experienced in like a 3 seconds, 30 seconds as your body's shutting down, as your brain's shutting down?
That's really messed up. That's trippy.
There's no way.
Then you need to be like, well, when was the real existence? When was the you that lived those memories you experienced?
Who's to say this all hasn't, like, who's to say that reality isn't 5,000 years in the future?
And you're still chasing them mashed potatoes.
But then you get to none of all of this is unavoidable and it's all predetermined.
Again, I really want to know how we get to you having all these thoughts after I stopped smoking.
I started smoking crack last weekend.
Dear Lord, man.
Yeah, I'm really flying.
Always over attempting. Yeah. You could wade in slowly.
Don't worry, I cut it with heroin to chill me out. And I took a Xanax before the show. Sergeant Holka with $2 says, yeah, that flaming arrow on the wood raft hit 1,600 degrees. I don't think it burned up the thing completely. Gray Duckling with $5 says, are you telling me 6 million people aren't going to... Oh, well.
Oh.
Well, now we know what water cremation is. They put you in a big pressure cooker and they melt your...
They make human soup.
They melt...
We're so close to Soylent Green, guys.
They melt skin off your body.
Oh, God. What if that's something they eventually start doing?
And then they pull your skeleton out. They are doing it.
No, but I mean, like, they start using the soup part to, like, we bake down the broth and we turn it into, like, literally just residual protein, just freaking cake.
Can't really stop them. Can't stop them.
Turns out it's people.
Yeah. Gray Duckling says, deja vu explained, right?
That would explain deja vu very nicely.
We're dead, dude. Sorry.
I died from sleep apnea.
Right now, the actual you is on a table, flatlining.
Mm-hmm.
And you're just reliving.
If I would have gotten that fucking sleep apnea mask, man.
We're all just hallucinating this right now.
This is fucking weird.
And whatever happens today has already happened.
It's sad though that it can't we can't tweak reality
yeah,
live
but you're gonna
plus.
think you're making a choice. You're gonna live the same way. You're gonna think you're making a choice and you're making a decision.
Yeah, but you're just reliving the tracks you've already set down on this roller coaster.
But you don't know. Congratulations. Or
so do I call the doctor about the sleep apnea mask or not now?
Yeah,
I'm already dead. Who cares?
Well, you're reliving like a TV show, and you can't fast forward.
I need to know what's going to happen on the next episode. I want spoilers.
I have a great proof that we are just reliving our memories in death. In the 30 seconds our brain is still on. What did Johnny Ringo say to Bill Brasky? What was his name? Bill the Butcher. The fuck was his name? Why can't I remember Powers Booth's name? And
Billy, oh, fuck.
Fucking hell, man. I can remember his name's Powers Booth, but I can't remember the character's name. God damn it, the guy who ran the Cowboys.
Right? I can picture him sitting there, I'm just stopping you. But I can't.
Bill, it was Bill something.
I'm literally just going to look
Son of an asshole. I'm not looking it up. I'm going to remember. But no, it was not Bill Brasky, Nomo. That's from SNL. Curly Bill Brocious. There we go.
There we go.
So
Curly Bill.
Remember Curly Bill?
Yeah.
Said, I'd take the deal and then crawfish and drill that old devil in the ass. Then he goes, how about you, Johnny? What would you do? What did Johnny Ringo say?
I already did it.
Proof. That's proof that we're reliving our memories. And Johnny Ringo knew.
Well, I thought that just meant that Johnny Ringo had done something where he considered making a deal with the devil and he dealt with that situation.
Curly Bill! It's the Marshal. Sure thing, Dad. Coyote NV with $9.99. Thank you very much. You guys are $50 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Thank you very much for your contributions and your generosity. Let's put Coyote in there. He surpasses Sergeant Hulka. Coyote now with 10. And that puts him in fourth place. Joey Caravello is now in the cuck chair with $8. God damn it. Mondays, man, as Garfield would say. So Sergeant Hulka is at 7. And Redbird is at 7. We need to write that down. Hulka 7. Redbird 7. And we are $50 away from tomorrow. Thank you, Coyote. Joey Caravello with $2 says, Johnny, you are in a coma. You got into a car crash while shopping for sausage. All you have to do is wake up. Your mommy is here, and so is your best buddy, Aaron, and Bert Kreischer.
Why would Bert Kreischer be there? I strongly dislike Bert Kreischer.
He's there to take off his shirt. And
it's fucking, ugh.
Yeah. He really is. He's unfucking bearable.
Dude, is he going to Saudi Arabia?
I hope so, but only for a beheading.
I'd like him to do the machine bit, and then he doesn't.
But I want him to make the mafia guys Muhammad. And then I want him to get in big trouble. All right, let's talk about Travis Kelce's penis.
Well, I'm not surprised we went here, but okay, why? Oh, yeah, that's right. Taylor Swift.
Taylor Swift fucking loves.
She can't stop singing fucking praises.
Yeah. I mean, she just loves that dick. She made a whole album about it. Oh, by the way, for those of you, if we are reliving all of our memories and we're actually dead, I just want to say to everyone,
rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
I just, no, she's singing about his dick a lot, and now I guess all of her fans are going on to all of his social media stuff and just commenting about his cock. So
what's really funny is one of the ladies I know that was super thirsty for this new Taylor Swift album is a lesbian. So I'm like, okay, so you're just exclusively into women and you love this female performer. To find out that the album she was so just diehard waiting for has a lot of songs about your lady singing about how much she loves this dude's dick. God, that's entertaining to me.
And, I imagine that the locker room is not a fun place for him, as it's just going to be guys commenting about it, talking about it, not shutting up. Oh, your girl. But, it's got to be pretty awesome. I would love it. Like, imagine, think about love. Like, your girl is literally just writing songs to your cock.
Yeah. I'm like, dude, how you're not getting me down on that. Like, you're not, that's like the internet saying you've got a big dick is a rumor. Like, oh, excuse me. Stop, please.
Yeah. Like, I believe if a girl wrote a song about my dick, the song would be called whatever, it's all right. And that's not very good song lyrics.
It was alarmingly average. Shockingly same.
His love, it made me sick. And there was nothing extraordinary about his dick. Thanks, babe. Hey, honey, I wrote a song about your cock. Really? Yeah, you want to hear it? Sure.
It's called Tuesday.
His love for me was so beautifully savage, and the penis that he put in me remarkably average. See, I don't...
Tuesday's just any other day.
He'll have sex with me and it'll be okay. Oh. Years ago, I had a lover and I seen it. It looks the same when it's my new guy's penis. It's the same as all the rest. It's better than the worst and worse than the best. I'm writing a song about my own penis, technically.
Right? It's weird.
I wouldn't... it would hurt if he put it where I take a shit, but it's remarkably average and turned upward a bit. It's...
Well, when you measure from the base, it don't go up that high, but I can feel it if he really just bangs the sides.
Are we doing Born in the USA? Is this... We're kind of doing
like we're going Born in the USA.
Born down with a regular dick. I put it in her mouth. She pretend to gag like she's sick. Yeah. It's stupid. It's all dumb. Mr. Beat gifting a membership to X-Braps. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
That puts us 89 away from 600 and $45 away from tomorrow's goal.
Beautiful.
Joey Caravello, we need to update him. He's up to $10 today. Thank you very much. Johnny, have you ever put your tongue up a chick's ass? Also, Aaron, what's your view on flat tax and what's Minnesota's income tax like? That is a great question. For Johnny, have you ever eaten a girl's asshole? And for me,
No,
what do you
and
think
on
about
to
the
you.
flat tax?
Yeah, so no, I haven't. Now it's your turn.
I think Minnesota's top marginal tax rate is 13.5%. As far as a flat tax goes, I think it's fair-ish. I think that you should make a flat tax of, I'm going to make a flat tax of about 30 or 40%. But wait, because you're going to say, Aaron, that's fucking insane. That's way too high. You're right. But the first $75,000 of income is income tax free.
Okay.
So
the flat tax is the income tax. You get 75 that you can make before we start hitting you at
75,000.
30%.
You don't have to pay a dime in taxes. You keep every dime under 75,000, and then you pay 30% after that. I think that would hit wealthy people harder.
Oh yeah,
because like this idea that after you make $7 or $8 million in a year, that any of that's helping the economy is bullshit. These billionaires are not taking the extra billions and helping the economy. They're keeping it. It's there.
Yeah, it's not trickling down.
Right.
Elon Musk isn't watering the economy with his wealth.
Do you know where it trickles down? It trickles down in the terms of small business. Small business, it trickles down because they have to keep making money to survive and stay afloat. And then when their little grocery store does well, they expand. And then maybe they open another thing. SpaceX isn't contributing to the economy in the same way a local grocery store does.
Right, but for some reason we keep espousing this ideal that that capitalism and these companies are the same as the local car factory or the local lumberyard or whatever that supported the community. And it's like, all right, so good for the goose, good for the gander. When things are going great, the boss kind of shit rolls downhill. We don't have that anymore. The disconnection is so large that it doesn't roll downhill really. It stays in house.
It's what it is it's a bastardization of what capitalism actually is. Like defending billionaires is you're bastardizing capitalism and you're endorsing crony capitalism. And it's end stage capitalism. There is no such thing as capitalism if you're skewing the game towards billionaires. Then it just becomes oligarchy. And that's what we have. That's what we have. So I don't know. I think you got to keep that income tax away from the working class. And I think you got to hammer those billionaires with it, but not like the 1950s where it's 90% after. So if we went to the 1950s tax brackets where it was over $450,000 a year, you paid 90% taxes, that would adjust to inflation for $3 million today. So every dollar after $3 million would be taxed at a 90% rate. Now, the argument against that is, well, every dollar they made after $3 million would just encourage them to spend that money. Great. How does that not stimulate the economy? They'll just hide it. They'll just take that money and they'll spend it and they'll invest in things that keeps their tax bill down. Hey, is that not fucking awesome? I mean, there's a reason that we had the greatest level of economic growth when we had that tax rate. People say, well, it was only that tax rate on paper. Bingo, exactly. Because if you hoarded that wealth and you just hung on to it, you would be taxed at a huge rate. But there were a lot of...
If you bought a couple losers to eat your, hey, we're a couple losers, we can be bought. If you bought a couple losers to kind of eat into that revenue, now you can kind of hold on.
Or you buy it, or you buy equipment, you invest in other things.
Slaves.
That grows like slaves, exactly. Rabbi Smoothie, though, with a great point. Rich people don't make so-called income; they have capital gains. I got news for you: most business owners pay ourselves in capital gains. It's really shitty you got to balance though. Like you got to have some W-2 and some capital gains because otherwise nobody's ever going to loan you any money.
Right.
You just won't. It doesn't happen. All right. Let's, no, I don't know. As far as the flat tax goes, look, if you're going to make working class people pay your flat tax, then I want it at like 10% across the board. No write-offs, no deduction. That means no child tax credit, no nothing. Flat tax, 10%. No matter how much you make, $500 million in a year, you got to pay $50 million.
Right.
You can't write it off. You can't hide it. So 10% everything. We're so, I was watching something on the national debt, though, the other day. We're so fucking fucked that it doesn't matter.
The chance to turn this ship around, like they always said about climate change, like this is the point of no return.
Yeah.
Like we hit that point a long time ago, and I don't know. I would dare to say we hit that point, or at least set course for that point when they repealed Glass-Steagall, and it's been just fucking going downhill from there.
Well, there's a lot of things you can point to. Really, I mean, you could point to the war on poverty. You could point to getting off the gold standard and not having our currency backed by anything but debt. You go back to Jekyll Island and the Federal Reserve. You could go to the war on terror. You could go to the baby boomers retiring and Social Security and Medicare being thrown out of whack by that. I mean, you could go to the fact that we have been protecting wealthy people and their money and their income while fucking over working class entrepreneurs for decades. I mean, We did this amazing thing where we made our system billionaire friendly and convinced people that own the local grocery store that they were doing it for them. We convinced the entire country that they're all in the 1% and that you had to do these things that protect the 1% for them.
You know who convinced us? Fucking McDonald's Monopoly game.
Oh.
Everybody can become a millionaire. And that's where it is. It's like, that's why we do it. Like, and we're like, how can we do this? Because everyone thinks they're going to be the next McMillionaire. And it's like, no, I want these protections in places when my McMillions arrive.
So it's McDonald's fault.
Right, and the sneaky bastards brought the shit back, but only in the app, so they can get you to sign up. So now
I
they're
saw
going to get us
that.
one step closer to digital ID, online fucking identity and currency exchanges and stuff, and once again through the fucking Monopoly game.
God damn it. I had no idea. Thank you for letting us know.
You're welcome. It's fucked up.
That it's all the Monopoly game's fault. Thank you to Mr. Beat for another gifted membership. Victor Vic getting this one. Thank you very, very much. $40 away from knocking out tomorrow morning's goal.
Beautiful.
Let's do that.
Right?
Let's
an hour and a half to make it happen.
Let's be ahead for tomorrow too. I like this. I don't care about Travis Kelce's cock anymore. Is that all right?
Yeah, that's fine. I didn't care to begin with.
No. Good for him.
Good for Taylor Swift that she's getting properly.
Although, in fairness, Taylor Swift is very slight. She's very small. So she could,
so it might not be as grand as we've heard.
Yeah, it might just be, it's a size comparison. I mean, he's a 6'6", fucking 260-pound tight end, and she's a little 5'5" nothing. Yeah, it's all gonna feel huge. Fucking weirdo. Quit singing about your guy's cock in all your songs. I am becoming an old man as I'm pushing 40, and there was part of me where I read some of the lyrics, and I'm like, little girls still like not only listen to you but like fucking idolize you. Can we be easy on the
like
cock
jump
references?
up and down singing your music without even thinking about it? Like, I don't need this.
Can we take it easy on the cock references? I mean, first of all, you're white. You didn't grow up in the hood, so you know better. You grew up with a proper upbringing. Cut the shit. I don't like Cardi B and Megan Thee Stallion doing wet ass pussy. Like, that's fine. They were raised in trash and garbage. It's
right.
fine.
This
for
makes
them.
total sense.
Right.
They're also not as big with, the younger crowd.
Right. Exactly.
Like, in that regard.
Exactly. So, no, MSO, my waist size is not 40. It's between, if there was a 35 option, it would be that. I wear 34s when I'm feeling skinnier.
Extra svelte, and then when
36 hangs off me. I got to put a belt on, but it makes me feel skinnier.
Right. Well, I'm guessing after the weekend you had, today's probably a 36 day, but it's
for sure. For sure. Actually, today's
I get you.
A gym shorts day. Phantom X says, Aaron, Taylor Swift is a huge bitch. What the fuck are you talking about? She's like 5'11". She's just not fat like most chicks. She's not 5'11". I bet you she's not taller than 5'7". How tall is Taylor? Well, fuck me in my dick hole.
She's 5'11"?
She's 5'10".
She's a big bitch.
God damn, I had no idea she was such a big bitch. I don't mean that in like fat. She's gorgeous, but like 5'10"? Blake Lively's 5'10"? Where'd all these tall broads come from? How?
Most of them probably Scandinavia if you chase back their origins. There's probably a lot of Norwegians.
See, that's why everybody likes Sydney Sweeney. She's 5'3". That's a much more...
I mean, honestly, yeah, you will feel a little bit more like empowered with a person smaller than you like that, I guess.
Sabrina Carpenter's only 5 feet tall. That's too short. That's fucking creepy. That's weird. It's like now we're getting into doll size territory. Phantom X says, you said she's 5'5", you queeb. I know. I said I was fucking wrong. What do you want from me? Good.
I like my women short. Makes stuffing them into the overhead compartment way easier.
I will just say that Taylor Swift is a lot taller than I thought she was. CO Gold says, how long has Johnny been working at InfoWars? I don't know what that means, but I would love. By the way, there's not going to be InfoWars.
What? Why not?
The judge dropped that whole investigation, dropped that whole case. So I think they're going to have that auction now. He's going to lose InfoWars, so it'll go to being like the Alex Jones show.
That's weird. Does that mean they're going to forcibly sell it to the fucking Onion or whatever?
Maybe. They might
Or
force.
do we have to, or can we set it to go with the highest bidder as opposed to the lowest one, considering it's also supposed to, like, you know, pay off some of his court debt shit?
Yeah, I don't know how they're going to do it. I know they have to do it more open than they did last time, but we'll see. Let me open up these 7 o'clock hour stories, and while I do, let's talk about our friends at Stoney's in downtown Rockville. They closed the patio for the season this weekend. Son of a bitch, Saturday was the last day. But the weather's still going to be nice this next coming weekend. I mean, we're going to have a few rough days this week, but we're going to get back up into the 70s for the weekend. Great time to go out to Stoney's in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. They still have live music on the weekends no matter what, and it's a great place to go check out the football games over the weekend. So whether it's Gophers, Vikings, or whoever your favorite team is, go get an ultimate Bloody Mary and enjoy yourself at Stoney's Bar in downtown Rockville, Minnesota. That's Stoney's in Rockville. Midland Armory in downtown Foley. Visit Midland Armory today. Of course, Midland has the kind of stuff you're going to need, whether it's for home protection, self-defense, carry, hunting, whatever. Derek and Tracy are the most knowledgeable people that exist on the topic, and they will give you the information that you need to make the right choice. That's Midland Armory in downtown Foley, Minnesota, or online at midlandarmory.com. Go see them at your local gun show as well. Then we've got All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing. Nobody faster when you go in the ditch, when you get in an accident, when you blow a tire. Lucky tire. They are All Care Towing, 320-253-5203 for All Care Towing of St. Cloud. Mr. Beat says, you think that Taylor Swift actually still writes her own songs? I hope so. Otherwise, if someone turned in a song for me, and I'm a woman and they're writing about my boyfriend's dick, I'm going to be like, what? You want to fucking...
All right. Someone call my agent. My ghostwriter is obsessed with my boyfriend's cock,
This is the third song. All right? Redwood. What are you trying to fucking pull here? And it's not that big. And he's like, wait, what? Shut up. Let me discipline my staff. For God's sake. Yeah, and then she had some reference like my dick's bigger than yours. And I was like, we don't, just stop with the dicks. Enough with the dicks. Hulk Hogan's family is exploring the idea of a malpractice lawsuit. They just filed a petition last week to extend the statute of limitations by 90 days for an investigation into medical malpractice, because they're saying that there's been news that Hogan's death was caused by something that they fucked up in a routine surgery that caused him to go into renal failure, which basically made it, a ticking time bomb. He was going to die. Like he was on borrowed time. And they found that out. I don't know if they found it out because the hospital came clean or somebody figured out and blew the whistle on it. Whatever it was, the Hulkster, it sounds like, was killed. His death was hastened by the
accidental homicide.
Yes. Sources said that Clearwater police said he was a victim of medical malpractice because one of his nerves was severed during a recent surgery. His widow confirmed with TMZ that his phrenic nerve was compromised during one of his surgeries. The petition filed on Tuesday mentions doctors and healthcare providers at Morton Plant Hospital, where he was pronounced dead, as well as medical professionals at Tampa General. They've reached out to both Baycare Health System and Tampa General for comment. And Baycare Health System said they can't comment on active litigation. So
How fucked up is that if it didn't have to happen?
Of all the things that couldn't kill Hulkamania, fucking medical malpractice got it. Bobby Heenan, Andre the Giant, Roddy Piper, Kevin Sullivan, the Taskmaster, The Rock, Ric Flair, the Four Horsemen. All of these, Earthquake, Typhoon, all of them want Bubba the Love. They all wanted to end Hulkamania. And it was some pencil neck geek dweeb doctor that ended up doing it. Son of a bitch. No,
well, good that they're looking into it.
Yeah, and they've extended. Well, if you've extended the statute of limitations, then you're definitely going to end up
investigating,
probably filing a lawsuit of some sort. Stuck in the Middle says, "What makes a 7 o'clock hour story a 7 o'clock hour story?" I just kind of split stuff up. Like if there's some political stuff in 1 hour's prep stuff, and then there's another heavy political thing, I'll drop it down to the next one. Or like the longer it goes into the show, the more lighter fare.
Right, because we want to kind of end it on lighter notes.
Yeah.
Let's have a serious discussion right before we turn this whole thing off.
Right. There's a method to this madness, believe it or not. We are $40 away from knocking out tomorrow and staying ahead. Thank you guys so much. And we're 88 memberships from 400 on Rumble. So go ahead and do some of that, and we'll get a W. Did you know that Hassan Piker is going to debate Ben Shapiro?
Oh, dear Lord.
I have a question for you. This is going to be difficult. So think, give yourself some time.
Mm-hmm.
Who are you going to hate more in that debate?
Probably Hassan Piker, because
Really?
whether you like him or not, Ben Shapiro at least has he's intelligent. He has facts memorized and at the ready to defend his viewpoints. You don't have to like what he says, but a lot of times what he says is accurate.
It checks out factually.
Right. And he might use facts to paint a narrative. I'm not dissuading from that point at all. But Hassan Piker is just when I think of Hassan Piker, I think of an idiot sitting in front of his computer screen eating ramen like he fucking has any effect on anything. I don't think he's going to have as many factual arguments. I think he will get emotional very, very quickly, and he will lash out like a toddler. And so it'll be a lot of him shouting and Ben Shapiro going, "Well, I'm glad you feel that way, but facts don't care for your feelings, and here are the facts." And that's going to be it.
So, Ben Shapiro, I hate his take on Israel. He's clearly Israel first.
He's a puppet for
his
sure.
home. But on the other hand, I'm probably closer to Hassan's opinion on Israel. And I'm just assuming that this is where most of the debate will be, is on the Israel stuff, because that's where there's the biggest difference. But I'm probably closer to Hassan, but Hassan is so apologetic for legit terrorism that I can't go along with him either.
Can't get along with him.
Hamas is the thing that creates the straw man that pro-Israel people use. They basically use Hassan to criticize people like me in their position, because we're like, Israel's committing a genocide. This is fucking evil. This is a war of aggression. And they'll go, "Oh, I guess you're just loving Hamas then." And then it doesn't matter how many times you say, no, Hamas is an evil, shitty organization. That's why, and they help Netanyahu stay in power. That's why he convinced the Qataris to keep funding them. So no, I actually hate Hamas. But then you see a guy like Hassan Piker go, "I like Hezbollah. I like Hamas. I think they're great. I think they're awesome." And you're like, fuck. Well, there's that.
But this is also a person who's like, you know what? Capitalism is bullshit. Communism's the way to be. And I say that while living in and profiting off of a capitalist system.
Yeah. Oh, God, he is such a piece of shit.
Right? Go live in China and go see if they let you just be a streamer like you are now. And,
where did
works.
that little cunt say he wasn't going to go because he was scared? It wasn't the West Bank. It wasn't Gaza. It wasn't anything like that. It was some convention. Oh, TwitchCon. He's not going to go to TwitchCon because it's too scary. So he's going to stay in his mansion and preach about communism and anti-capitalism from his mansion while he sits there and debates Ben Shapiro from the comfort of his own basement studio or wherever the fuck he is, whatever little room he's in. I mean, Hassan is like the right-wing version of Ben Shapiro, where both of these guys had shady, dark money pumped into them to pitch a narrative, and they got artificially inflated, and now they get to be where they are.
Yeah, but didn't Hassan get kind of a leg up on the Young Turks with his uncle or whatever?
Yeah, but also there's shady political interests that fund...
Okay.
Well, that funded the Young Turks for a long time. I think Qatari. I think it was Qatari money they got. I could be wrong. But then Hassan gets all that shit money too. And Ben Shapiro had some billionaire, was his sugar daddy. All these guys get sugar daddies, and they buy millions of dollars worth of social media ads to pump these guys up and then shove them in front of everybody's face and just have them throw out the red meat to righties. Or lefties in Hassan's case. None of these guys build their audience naturally. There is not one person out there who got to where who's big in the political game, who got there without some form of gatekeepery. I mean, Crowder's been supported by sugar daddies his whole career, from The Blaze, the CRTV, and Fox News and all those places. Charlie Kirk, obviously, Turning Point USA was funded by all sorts of billionaires. Glenn Beck, same thing. Tucker, obviously, propped up by Fox News, and before that.
But he comes from money too.
Yeah, oh yeah, and he's the is it the No, Swanson. Swanson, TV dinner. Yeah, he's TV dinner money. Who's the Vanderbilt steal? Anderson Cooper. I think Anderson Cooper is Vanderbilt.
Yeah,
he's a Vanderbilt. So, like, all these guys get their masters and they get their marching orders. And Hassan Piker versus Ben Shapiro in a debate. The thing that I'm going to hate, and yes, I'm going to watch it. The thing I'm going to hate about it, though, is it's just going to be two guys disingenuously posturing to try and gotcha the other one. Like, it's not going to be like two guys debating ideas and, the marketplace and all that. It's just going to be two guys.
The way to fix the problems in the Middle East. No.
Right. It's just going to be two guys trying to gotcha each other and try to make the other one look retarded. So, I don't know. No, thank you. But they're going to debate.
Hassan doesn't need Ben to look retarded. He does it all on his own.
This is Hassan Piker talking about Ben Shapiro going into their debate. So you got to have this. If you're going to do a debate, you got to like pro wrestling, cut promos, and shit talk each other. Right?
Yeah.
Ben Shapiro talked about you again. I don't care. Fuck him. He's irrelevant.
Oh, and by the way, Hassan Piker also has this problem where he's terminally ill with chat cancer.
Mm-hmm.
Like, his chat moves a mile a minute. You shouldn't be able to read.
To keep up with that?
Yeah, but he can pick out one thing, and it sends him off. He'll go off on a tangent. He'll whine. He'll complain. He can't let any of it go. I don't understand it. By the way, I'm not paused. This is just
him scrolling through the chat and reading it.
He's literally scrolling through his chat so he can get mad.
And find the comments to rile him up.
It's so funny because, like, he's down to debate me. Meanwhile, he's talking shit, being like, he's so violent. Okay.
Two things can be true.
Right. No, you're a piece of shit.
Irrelevant in January? I mean, he's going to be irrelevant then, too, but...
Look, you can say a lot. First of all, who the fuck... This is what I mean by these guys are bought and paid for and sugar daddied to death. I am... You can love me, you can hate me. I'm far more entertaining than this fucking guy. But the thing with these guys is, like, who listens to this? Who enjoys this? This isn't a show. This is a guy literally sitting there and scrolling through his chat, trying to get himself pissed off. It is. It's a group chat. The old saying, this could be taken care of in an email.
I've seen on Reddit that you may be debating Ben Shapiro. Yes.
Yes, our great source of information, Reddit.
Because even though he's irrelevant, it doesn't matter. He's still Ben Shapiro. You know what I mean? For the longest time of my political career, he was the most significant right-wing figure.
He's still one of them.
He's no longer that guy, but it doesn't matter. I'll still take
Well,
it.
then
You
who
know what
is?
I mean?
I'll still take him. Yeah, that's right. Hassan Piker, too scared to go to TwitchCon, but he'll debate the 5'4" Jew.
It's going to be a video call.
You think it's going to be a Zoom?
I don't think he's going to debate him in person. He's going to, he's going to need to have, I honestly think, like Hassan Piker, if he has any intent of intelligently debating him, either the subjects are determined beforehand, because he's going to have to do research. Like, I don't think Hassan Piker goes into that, just prepared naturally. He's going to have to take time to prepare, whereas I believe Ben Shapiro is anal retentive enough to just have all of the information on these topics just committed to memory.
Hassan is not a good debater, and it's because he's so emotional. And Ben Shapiro is a say I don't like Ben Shapiro, but he's a very good debater because he's a sociopath.
Yeah, he doesn't give a shit.
He's fucking feelingless. He's emotionless. And that's nobody in this world needed the phrase facts don't care about your feelings more than Ben Shapiro, because he's a cold, dead-eyed creep. And he has absolutely no problem just saying repulsive, awful things without a second's hesitation. Whereas Hassan's an emotional animal who flies off the handle at the mildest thing.
The drop of a button.
He didn't know how to handle Jesse Lee Peterson. When Jesse Lee Peterson was saying just things that offend Hassan's soul, he was so taken aback by it. Ben has this benefit of the fact that he doesn't really ever care about anyone else's opinion and isn't listening when they speak.
It doesn't really matter what they are.
Right. And this whole irrelevant thing, again, can't stand Ben Shapiro, but he is one of the top guys when it comes to right-wing internet commentary.
He's built himself up to the point where, what is it? It's like him, Beck. I mean, if you want to go outside
Tucker.
of owned people, you have Candace Owens and fucking Tucker Carlson, and maybe does Crowder still count? Or I don't.
I think Crowder's still out there. He just brought back the Change My Mind thing, did millions of views immediately.
Okay.
So yeah, I think Crowder.
So then you got Crowder. I don't know, but I don't. They'd be oh well, he used to be the top, and I'm yeah, but and I don't mean this as a I'm a Ben Shapiro fan, because I'm not. Who is then if it's not him? Are you telling me Benny Johnson's climbing the ranks and that's who the top guy?
Yeah. So this whole Ben Shapiro's irrelevant. He's I think Hassan works better as a drama streamer than a political guy.
Yeah.
I think he works better that way, but he's going to debate Ben. He's not going to go to TwitchCon. He's scared of all the, crazy people who spend their, although I will say this, you do have to be a certain level of psycho to spend your days watching shit on Twitch. I don't understand that. Well, except
just 'cause it's not for you, nobody can enjoy it. I get it.
Except Just Kidding LLC at 1 p.m. Central Time.
No, that's fine. Nobody watches that one either. But no, I would say overall, Twitch is for gaming. So for Hassan Piker, I'm not going to TwitchCon. I'd be no offense, but you don't belong on Twitch. You don't do you ever do any video game stuff, any lighthearted stuff? Or is it all ooh, my deep hot takes on political shit while I have a bowl of cereal? I get it. There's a Just Chatting channel. But again, you don't belong on Twitch, sir.
You're not wrong. He does love a good bowl of cereal, though. There's nothing wrong with that. I think that's probably the one position he has that I don't hate.
Well, it's very, very nice for his for a majority of his fans who just turn him on and have him minimized in the background. They can hear the crunching to know that the stream is still going.
Yes. Sergeant Holka with $5 says Tucker's not Swanson. He's Samsonite. You were way off. Fuck. There I go again.
Had the S though.
Fucking the whole thing up. Did I? We got an update in the standings here. Sorry, Gray. Gray fell out of the top 5 there, as Coyote is at 10. Sergeant Hulk is at 12. You Need Me More is at 12. Red Fox Matt at 12, and Silver Wolf at 13. So we got a nice little log jam there in the top 5.
Thank you very much.
Link to the Jake says Hassan is a terrorist, literally a terrorist. I can't say that because I feel like I'm insulting terrorists. Like, terrorists actually do work and they show up at shit and they plan stuff.
He certainly talked a big game.
He's a terrorist fanboy.
Oh, yeah.
But he doesn't have the balls to be a real fucking terrorist.
He's a terrorist roadie.
Yeah.
Like, he'll show up and carry the gear.
Right, like the girl who sucks the band's dick in their tour bus isn't an onstage performer.
Right.
Hassan
Piker is that to terrorism.
Right. Hassan is a wet throat for terrorist cock. You know, kind of like Ben Shapiro is a wet throat for Zionism.
He's the Taylor Swift of Hamas.
Wait, hold on. I need to do the math on that one. I don't.
Because he releases albums espousing how great it is to take their dick.
He does. He writes about the big redwood that that Netanyahu has nicely circumcised for Benny's pleasure. All right, guys.
Properly trimmed.
It turns out you are $35 away from tomorrow morning's goal in the next hour. If we can bang that out, we'll be still ahead. This is what I've always said. Once we get ahead,
just stay ahead.
Stay ahead, and it's a win for the toe. Thank you guys very, very much. Let's open up a few more of these. Let's do the 8 o'clocks. Oh, we got some fun ones in here. 8 o'clock is where all the silly shit is, and that's kind of fun. Oh, we got the car that exploded at a street race. Got them. Oh, the Mark Sanchez story is my favorite. I think I want to do the Mark Sanchez story next. I don't know how many of you guys saw this, but we were doing I was doing the cornhole tournament this weekend. And when I was doing the cornhole tournament, my partner was checking his phone and he goes, oh, Mark Sanchez is in the hospital. He got stabbed. And Mark Sanchez, of course, former New York Jets quarterback, current college football analyst, and he was stabbed in, goddamn, I can't remember what town they were in. But as the day kind of went on and more news came out about it, we're like, oh my God, somebody stabbed Mark Sanchez. That's fucking terrible. And then he says, yeah, he's in critical condition. And you're like, oh my God, Mark Sanchez. And when we told everybody at the event, they all said the same thing. Oh, the butt fumble guy? That's how Mark Sanchez is known. When he was quarterback for the Jets, he ran into his center's ass and fumbled. So he's the butt fumble guy. He gets stabbed.
It was a failed tush push.
Pretty much, yeah. He got stabbed. Then he goes to the hospital. He's in critical condition. We're like, oh my God, what kind of psycho just stabs poor Mark Sanchez? Was this a mugging gone wrong? What's the deal? Apparently, Mark Sanchez was fucked up and like trying to pick a fight with a delivery driver. I don't know if he had DoorDash or what's the deal.
Uh-oh.
But the guy had to stab him in self-defense. Like Mark Sanchez.
I stabbed in self-defense, Your Honor. I didn't want to do it.
He's been arrested and charged.
Oh, shit. So it's real?
He got stabbed. And the police
got arrested.
Picked him up and charged him. Yeah. Because he was all fucked up, and I guess the guy could smell booze on him. And here, this is the statement from the Indianapolis Police Department. After further investigation and following consultation with the Marion County Prosecutor's Office, IMPD arrested 38-year-old Mark Sanchez for his alleged role in this incident. Sanchez was arrested at the hospital for battery with injury, unlawful entry of a motor vehicle, and public intoxication, all of which are misdemeanors. All involved parties have been identified and no further individuals are being sought by detectives. Sanchez is still in the hospital and has not been booked into the adult detention center. The Marion County prosecutors will make the final charging decision. An arrest is merely an accusation, and Sanchez should be considered innocent unless and until proven guilty in a court of law. Yeah, that happens. Sanchez is still hospitalized, has not been able to respond to these charges, but it appears that police have enough evidence that they thought it best to arrest him at the hospital. Here's what we know about the situation. According to the police narrative we received from sources, Sanchez was not cooperative with police when they first arrived on scene. Well, no, I mean, he fucking got stabbed.
You're not going to be cooperative if you've been stabbed.
No. Another man listed as the victim in the police report told police he was delivering food when Sanchez told him he needed to move and couldn't park where he was. That man told police Sanchez started threatening and following him and then attacked him. The man said he first tried to pepper spray Sanchez, but it didn't work. He said it was at that time he defended himself with a knife. Police noticed the man had a significant injury to his face, so Sanchez probably punched him in the head.
Uh-oh.
Sanchez was taken to the hospital in critical condition and underwent surgery.
Did he use the silverware from the DoorDash? That's what I want.
Right, exactly. What did this guy exactly use as his shank?
How did he have a knife on him?
Understanding is that most of this or all of it was caught on video. However, it's not going to be released to the public. Now, if you're wondering, it sounds like two guys got in a fight, and Sanchez got stabbed. What's the big deal here? Two sources have now said that the victim is 69 years old. So Mark Sanchez
he was giving grandpa shit while he was delivering DoorDash?
He was drunk. And while he was shit-faced, he bullied a 69-year-old to the point where the 69-year-old man had to stab Mark Sanchez. Now, my opinion on the whole charges and the prosecutor making a decision and all that, I mean, the guy got stabbed and was in critical condition and needed to have emergency surgery. I think we can probably let this one go.
Yeah, I feel like as long as we're not bringing up any charges on grandpa who stabbed in self-defense, I don't really see what the point is.
Right?
Yeah. It's just there's just no reason why we should give it. Like, there's no reason to care. This guy obviously didn't really want. It's not like he was out stabbing bitches. Like, he's just, no, I'm trying to deliver some food, and then this guy's in my face, so.
Yeah, the old man just, he wasn't going to put up with it anymore. He reached his breaking point, and he said, fuck this drunken, washed up idiot. First of all, nobody knows who Mark Sanchez is just by, looking at him drunk.
Right.
So it's not like this guy knew he was stabbing Mark Sanchez. He's like, I'm stabbing some swarthy Latino who's coming after me.
Still, I don't think he needed to celebrate it after the stabbing. I'm heard he said something after the stabbing about hoping for that person's turnout that wasn't really good.
I hope you die.
Yeah.
See, that's not okay.
Well, it's not nice, but I can get where he's, I understand why he feels that way. Actually, Mark Sanchez did receive a call from family members while in the hospital. We have audio of one of those messages.
What? Oh, I'd love to hear it.
Rest now, brother. We have the watch, and I'll see you in Valhalla.
God damn you, Cash Patel.
It's very Cash Patel calling to wish Mark Sanchez. I mean, a little early.
It's early days. Yeah, we're hoping for a recovery.
Yeah,
critical condition, but recovery again.
How fucked up do you have to be for a 69-year-old to stab you? Well, Mark Sanchez fucked up.
Honestly, I'd say probably not that fucked up. Like, someone else stabbing you, really, it doesn't seem like your level of inebriation should have too much of an effect on that, other than your ability to stop it.
Eaton Clams letting us know it wasn't DoorDash. The old guy was removing grease from the Westin Hotel. Makes it even weirder. What a fucking asshole. So I'm guessing Sanchez was staying at the hotel for college football.
And then he got pissed off at somebody just doing their job?
He's giving the guy who's emptying the grease traps shit. Like, what a dickhead. Wow.
I understand why he got stabbed.
I kind of get it. Like, the more I keep hearing about this story, the more I want to see video of this encounter.
Oh, I want to see the video.
And B, I am totally on the old man's side. You shank a bitch.
I'm busy trying to pull bacon grease out of this motherfucker. I don't need your problems today.
Imagine that. Yeah, you're a guy who collects grease for a hotel. The last thing you're going to take is any shit from anyone.
Oh, that stuff's going to smell so bad, too.
Eaton Clam says he had a problem with the way the guy was parked. I don't know, man. When I'm a guest at a hotel, I don't feel it's my job to police the parking situation.
If someone else parks poorly, report it to the front desk. Getting in the guy's face and apparently punching him, I feel like a little bit much.
You could try not giving a shit, and you're staying at a hotel, and I think you'll be okay.
If the guy's just there grabbing grease, odds are you pop off, go tie another one on. By the time you come back, he's gone.
Yeah, just go sit at the bar, Mark.
Yeah, go get another Mai Tai. You'll be fine.
Go have another drink, buddy. You'll be fine. All right, Johnny, you take over for a second. I'm going to pee. You guys are $35 away from being another day ahead. Thank you so much. Streamlabs, PayPal, Venmo, Super Chats, Rumble Rants. Hey, that's the first time I've said that today.
Yeah.
We're also $88 away from us, or $88, 88 memberships away from 600 on Rumble. Mr. Beat does say, look on X, the old man was cut along his face bad. Well, you know what?
If we have it on X.
Let's look that up. And here, Sanchez victim. Let's see what we've got. How do they have... Oh, holy shit.
Do we have something we have to go into after you get back?
Graphic photos of the man attacked by former NFL quarterback and sportscaster Mark Sanchez.
All right, so this is the guy Sanchez attacked?
Look at that cut on his face.
I understand the stabbing.
Okay, now I understand the charges, too, if they're going to bring him against him. What the fuck?
Dude, Grandpa's got a gash in his cheek so far that I thought it'd go all the way through.
What did he cut him with? Because that doesn't look like...
That doesn't look like someone punched you in the face. Was it maybe not his knife, or did he get the knife from Grandpa and cut him?
Yeah, that's a good point. Did he get cut with his own knife?
Oh, no, he said body slam driver's face into something. So he body slammed his face into something.
Oh, so he got body slammed and cut his... Oh, god damn. And is that just the way the light is hitting him, or is his chin all fucked up?
He's got several lacerations there, and that's just the way the light's hitting the brace. Because I don't think his chin goes off like that. I think he still has the whole chin. But yeah, he apparently body slammed him, and something cut his face pretty good. Dude, if you told me that he stabbed the guy, I'd be like, okay.
Yeah, it looks like he cut him with like a box cutter or something. But so we're saying that Mark Sanchez drunkenly picked a fight with a 69-year-old and lost.
Yeah.
Bro.
Yeah, we are.
Fucking Mark Sanchez can't win a big one to save his soul. Multiple trips to the AFC Championship game. Almost gets stabbed to death by an old man he picked a fight with. God damn.
He's gonna...
USC's got no fucking balls.
He's probably gonna lose that college football gig.
Has to, right?
They have to drop him after that.
You can't body slam the shit out of a senior citizen and then keep your job. I don't think.
You got fucked up and tried to murder Grandpa. We can't wash that
right.
under the carpet.
I don't think that's allowed. All right, you guys throw in while I'm gone. Johnny will take over for a couple of minutes, and then we've got the last hour of the show. Thanks a million for being here.
All right, so really awesome that we're actually ahead for the day. It's always fun when you're a day ahead. I do that a lot on my show, so it's a very, very nice feeling to have going on here. So thank you all very much for that. I'll be on today at 1 p.m. Central Standard Time. Our girl Digger, I think, will be joining us. She is back from her sabbatical. We'll continue the Ivermectin updates that we've been doing on the show. And then I apparently now need to call a sleep apnea doctor and look into a sleep apnea mask. So I really hope that I don't have sleep apnea. It would be nice if it was just a fluke thing. Obviously going to look into it because it was a terrifying fluke thing. Actually, though, would that be more or less disconcerting? Like, if it's sleep apnea, fucked up, we've got to take care of the mask, we got to do that whole thing. Okay, fine. So we have to do that. But if it's a fluke, we don't need to wear the mask, but then we don't know why we just suddenly, had like a slight issue with breathing, I don't know, last night. And so it's going to be hard to figure out. And this is something I'm going to need to ask him about when he comes back. What's going on with the schedule for the show? I gotta know what's going on with the schedule here. Sounds like things are up in the air and decisions need to be made, because if they affect me, I need to know about it. I'm not going to show up here at 5 a.m. if there's no reason to. How we doing, buddy? Feeling better?
I'm just kind of sleepy from peeing. Is that a thing?
I don't know. You might have sleep apnea.
Oh, that could be it. I could have piss-induced sleep apnea. No, like I took a nice urine, and now I'm exhausted.
I kind of thought, like, standing here is nice and all, but if I could just sit down, I could just rest my head against the back and just, get a couple quick winks while we just drain the old lizard.
I could have dozed off urinating. That'd have made a mess. By the way, link to the Jake saying the chin thing on the old man, that's from the neck brace.
Okay.
That's not anything to do with...
I kind of assumed.
Papa Shab says you have diabetes. Oh, that's right. So now Papa Shab is convinced I have diabetes because some of my urinary proclivities.
The smells and things? Like you have aromas?
Not really. The aromas are pretty much gone.
Okay.
But there was something else, and he was like, oh my God, that is so diabetes. And so now he's convinced that I'm...
Well, hey, plus side, it's definitely not type 2. You'd be way fatter if you had type 2.
Wait a minute. Getting drowsy when peeing, diabetes. He says Google it. Drowsiness during urination in the context of potential diabetes is often linked to fatigue and dehydration from high blood sugar. I haven't eaten anything today.
So you'd have low blood sugar.
Yeah, if anything, I would have low blood sugar. I'm also still filtering out old-fashioned from Saturday.
It's probably more of like an alcohol second hit. Now you're getting drunk drowsy.
I'm getting drunk. Yeah, there you go. Constant loss of fluid through frequent urination can lead to dehydration, a common cause of extreme tiredness, weakness, and dizziness. Well, there you go. So I don't have diabetes. I'm promising you. I had a physical this year. And if you in the physical I had this year, there was no threat for diabetes. So I'm okay. Why does my pee smell sweet? Aaron's actual search query. That's a gross oversimplification. It's a gross oversimplification. All right, $35 away from being ahead for tomorrow morning. Thank you guys so much. All right, let's jump into some things. Dana White was doing an interview with 60 Minutes. And they were, this is so stupid. They asked Dana White about toxic masculinity. Like he was going to be an ally or something against toxic man. You're asking a guy who has multiple businesses that deal strictly in people beating the shit out of each other.
The guy who started the fucking slap fight competition shit? Like,
so he has UFC.
Yep.
He has slap fight. And he's now a boxing promoter. He promoted the Canelo Crawford fight. He was one of the promoters for that. So Dana White has 3 businesses that have all to do with drawing money out of men blasting each other's faces off. And 60 Minutes is going to ask him, do you think there's such a thing as too much masculinity?
I'm going to guess he's going to say no.
You know, that's an interesting take that you have because I'm on the fence. It would be funny, though, if they were like, do you think masculinity could go too far? And Dana's like, yeah, I've been thinking about that a lot lately. And I think I might pull back from a lot of the violence in our sports. I'm not going to allow anyone to punch anyone while they're down in UFC. I think it's crass. And, I think I'm really just going to tone down. I'm going to have everybody wear 16-ounce gloves in boxing and put headgear on. And as far as slap fighting, backhands only like the French used to do. Because I do think masculinity has gotten too toxic. And thank God I had you here, 60 Minutes, man.
I would have never reached these realizations.
You don't think there's this cultural movement? It's a lot of guys, they call it the manosphere, you're one of the leaders.
You know, you talk about knowing your fan base and knowing who they are.
Who are they?
18 to 34-year-old males and growing. We're global. We are definitely unapologetically masculine.
Good. And it's fine.
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry.
That's
There aren't any UFC guys shooting up kids' churches.
Right.
UFC fans aren't blowing Charlie Kirk's throat out. I'm sorry, but these so-called toxic males are pretty much leaving everybody the fuck alone.
The most they're doing is they're saying things that hurt people's feelings, and their general response is, "You hurt my feelings." Yeah, so what are you going to do about it? Nothing.
I will.
You're a toxic male.
I will say this about the toxic masculinity thing. The people who are called the toxic males. There's only one thing about them that I fucking can't stand and wish would change. They should have never gotten involved in politics because they have some of the most retarded bro takes ever. Like, they're really fucking stupid. And there are a lot of the reasons, like the reason the Whatever podcast and Fresh and Fit are a thing is because of these retarded, easily led, walk into every bear trap set in front of them so-called alphas. The only reason Myron Gaines has any fans is because of mentally retarded people who would be called toxic males. Like, the guy's an idiot. He might be as dumb as the Misfit Patriot. I mean, his takes are horse shit, but I don't think the people that like that sort of thing are hurting anybody. They get to be retarded in their own sandbox, which is fine.
And that's kind of more of what Dana White's shit is.
Right.
Like, he's not really pulling people in from outside of again, the combat sports stuff. So I don't really feel like anyone that's in that sphere is going to look at Dana White and these other people like, oh, these masculine people, obviously this is toxic masculinity with the way. No, these people are in favor of this stuff. They're like-minded people.
Right. Like, okay, here's what the toxic masculinity crowd did. They made Joe Rogan really famous, and they mistook retarded weed talk for deep thoughts. And they've kind of made us like dumber.
A lot of people do. I mean, you almost did earlier.
I did, 100%. But here's the difference. I knew that everything I was saying was stupid and nobody should consider it seriously. I was, as they say, pulling at a thread. And I needed to see where it goes. When you're pulling a thread out of your shirt, I hope you're not thinking at the same time, boy, I'm doing something really deep. No, I just want to see what happens when I pull the whole thread. That's all.
What unravels.
Yeah.
Can this bubble over to too much? When you hear toxic masculinity.
What's that mean?
You tell me.
No.
Wait, whoa.
Why should he tell you? This idea, you tell me. No, he doesn't believe in it. He believes that masculinity serves an appropriate place. He's not going to believe that there's such a thing. You're the one who came up with the term.
I love that. Hey, I came up with this term, toxic masculinity. What is that? Well, you tell me. No, I'm not the one who brought up the really dumb thing. That's like a guy taking a shit in his own hand. And you look at the guy and go, tell me why I took a shit in my own hand. No, you're the one who shit in your hand. Fucking you tell me why you did it. Matter of fact, why don't you just leave my house, shit hands? Like, these people, like these media people, create the dumbest fucking narratives and then ask other people to address the dumb narrative they came up with. Like, no, own the dumb thing that you said. Well, do you think any of this could be toxic masculinity? I don't know what that is. What is it? Well, you tell me. I just fucking told you that I don't know. You brought it up. Hey, where do you want to go for dinner tonight? I don't really care where we go for dinner tonight. You just pick a place, tell me, and we'll go there. Well, why don't you tell me what you want? I just fucking did. You brought up dinner. By the way, SP is very good at picking a place to go for dinner, so I don't have that issue.
Oh, that's nice.
But it is a common issue in the world. I know this.
Oh, yeah.
Said it. What's the definition of...
See, here's the difference between males and females when they say, I don't care, you pick. When men say, I don't care, you pick, it's literally that. When women say, I don't care, you pick, it's a dare.
I want you to pick the one I'm thinking.
Yeah, I fucking dare you to pick something. Whereas men say, I don't care, you pick, it's just like, I'm going to shovel the same shit food in my mouth no matter where we go. So,
right,
we're cool.
Tell me.
No,
you got burgers?
You just said it. What's the definition of toxic? How can somebody be too masculine? Is that a possibility? Can you be too masculine?
You tell me.
No.
You think so?
The answer is hell no.
I will say this. I don't think the guy asking the question is approaching whatever threshold there might be for too masculine.
Yeah, he's definitely not one of the people in that category.
No. I just love that idea that you get to pull something out of your ass and then ask someone else to define
if it's a problem.
Right.
Define it.
Hey, define the dumb, retarded thing I just said. No, I don't agree with the dumb, retarded thing you said. Yeah, but tell me what I meant by it. It's like that people get put in mental insane asylums for less. I want to see if we can get more clips from this. I need to see.
From the interview?
Oh, yeah. That's the only clip that really story had. I need more of this. I need Dana White talking to 60 Minutes. I need more of this clip. Oh, everything. Everybody just has the Dana White.
The masculinity part.
Yeah, the masculinity thing. Ooh, here's the treatment he gets when he goes gambling in Las Vegas. You want to see?
Sure.
How are you guys? Good to see you. Thank you.
Enough of a regular, he's plied with whiskey and a cigar before heading to a private baccarat table.
In this city, nothing is off limits.
Yeah, because he has the kind of money where they do that.
He's a fucking billionaire. You'd better.
You better ply him with, like, whiskey and tobacco or whatever else he's kind of into that's legally available because you want to keep him coming back. The dude's loaded.
I'll give him a $40 cigar and a $75 glass of whiskey, and in turn, he will dump $500,000 at the casino and not blink an eye. I think this is a good ROI. I mean, yeah, if you got me sitting at a $25 or a $50 craps or blackjack table, you're not gonna get more than $200 to $400 out of me on a bad night. So don't give me shit. But this guy. Yeah, I think you can spare a cigar from Monte Cristo and a fucking Pappy Van Winkle glass for this guy to dump shitloads of money. Because, like, how much money is Dana White going to win before he goes, yeah, that's enough money to make a difference, I'll pull out? He's not going to. Guys like Dana White gamble, and they lose 50 grand, and that's how much they spent to be entertained that night.
I lose this 80 grand. I go to the ATM. I get another 80.
How much are we betting here?
400,000.
The 400,000.
Why?
Because these sissies won't give me $1 million a hand.
A few hands in, fortune was not in his corner.
God damn it. Ooh, no bueno.
I don't know baccarat versus blackjack. I don't know the difference.
I don't either, so I have no idea what the deal is.
I've never played baccarat before. It's just a word that sounds old, so I assume old people play it.
All I know is, like, I'm metaphorically shitting my pants over the fucking $1 million a hand.
He just lost $400,000 and went, ah, shit.
Yeah. Oh, balls.
When he goes to get more money, he's like, hold on, I got to cash out some UFC stock. I'll be right back.
We're down $1,240,000.
You heard right.
So $1,240,000, and they're like, oh, he gets plied with booze and cigars. Yeah, I think they made the right call.
Yeah, of course he does.
If you drop $1 million at this establishment, I mean, think about it. They could fucking buy him, like, pick to a guy like him, what would be a shitty new car. Like, you could buy Dana White a Hellcat Challenger and you'd still be up about $900,000. No, probably still $1 million. You'd be up $1 million. You could buy him a Hellcat Challenger and you'd be up $1 million on Dana White.
So far, they're all in for like $130 that they've spent on plying him with whiskey and cigars. Or let's assume double that. Let's say they're at $260. They've plied him with a couple cigars and a couple drinks. They're at $260. They've made $1.4 million on that invest. That is an insane return.
Dana, you just go ahead and 10 bar, all right?
He was down $1.2 million.
What's this feeding in you?
I'm a sick guy.
Look at that. Smile plastered on his face.
He's having a great time, even though he just lost $1 million.
Down $1 million. There's buckets of champagne back there. Down $1 million. And he's like, fuck it.
That's the only explanation I can give you.
Not 10 minutes later.
Boom, let's go. He gets to touch the cards, too. Usually you don't get to touch cards, but you lose.
Well, when you're paying as fucking much as him, I'm amazed they don't ask if he wants to take the table home.
States.
And the dealer.
Well, the wife will have words with that one.
He was cashing out, up $700,000.
Oh, shit.
Holy balls.
Another win for White's instincts.
How are you guys? Good.
Well, that sucks if you're the casino.
Oh, man. They really cut that one close to the wire. Another win for White's instincts. Like you cut that a hair sooner.
Another win for Whites. Yes. Instincts. Fuck. $700,000.
Again, holy shit. So he went 1.4 down, and then he came out with 700,000. So he got all that back plus some.
Yeah.
So that's like a $2.1 million swing.
Leaves up $700,000.
Jesus.
Good for him, man.
Now they've got to be regretting giving him those booze and those cigars. But how often does that happen? I guarantee you that they like
he's
him
lost.
because
He's lost a shitload more than he's won.
Right. So like it's like, ooh, we're cashing in today. We're making some money today. Yay. But then he's gonna go back tomorrow and fucking dump it.
You know what you know what they say. They don't build those buildings because people win. And also, I think this also, maybe I've been listening to too much Sam Cedar and I'm becoming a shit lib. I don't know.
Probably.
I think the fact that we celebrate this stuff, though, is also kind of crass and
that
gross
he can just
and
fucking
disgusting.
throw money on a table like that?
That's 3 families that could have had a house.
Right.
And he just gambled. Like that casino resort makes.
But that's the argument of capitalism. It's his money. It's not your right to tell him how to spend it. He earned it. He did what he did to make it.
That brings me, do liberals have a point when they say there shouldn't be billionaires?
But then what do you do when someone starts making that much money? Like, again, are we back to the tax thing?
We
We're
get
gonna
back
give
to
90%
you
tax?
start going 90% tax rate after a certain amount of income, which encourages them to spend frivolously on other things or donate. You know, you make charity a 100% write-off. You know, you have a certain capital gains tax rate after a certain amount of money. I mean, it is, I mean, do you not think it's unsustainable to have people who can't afford to pay rent and then another guy is blowing $1.2 million at a casino and smiling about it? Like, that's kind of a fucked up.
Oh, that's wholly unsustainable. But we've been on that death spiral for a while, my friend. It's a little late to pull out now.
I'm not saying that either, but here's my thing, is you start asking these questions, people go, oh, that's wrong or that's wrong. I'm not saying either of these is right or either of these is wrong. I'm just asking, like, what kind of world do you want to live in? Like, I don't know if I want to live in a world where, 'cause, like, even if you're a good person and you've got billions of dollars, you've still got the power to seriously fuck with people's lives.
Right.
And all you're doing is pursuing your own interest, but maybe because you have so much money, pursuing your own interest is such a seismic thing that it can really fucking hurt other people.
It could.
That don't have the means to, you know, take legal action or have the means to, you know, get attention for whatever. I don't know. I just don't know if having Peter Thiel's out there is a good thing and Elon Musk's and Bill Gates.
I'm just really glad we've got all these people in government who aren't motivated by money and self-serving needs.
Well, that's
that
just
they would
it.
gladly lock down these rich people because, after all, you know, they've got it. So,
well, they advocate for the rights of these rich people and then try to convince the rest of us that they're doing it for us.
Or they tell you they advocate for the rights of you and then just still advocate for the rights of the rich people when they're in.
Joey Caravello with $2. Where does that put old Joey?
Yeah. Is he in the chair?
He's at 12 now. Oh, yeah, that puts him in the cuck chair. Sorry, Coyote. Sorry, Coyote.
Go,
Joey Caravello is now in the cuck chair at $12. And now Coyote, we got to put Coyote on the list for his 10. $30 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Go ahead and help us hit that. And we'll be good for tomorrow already. You're becoming a liberal Jew from New York City. Uh-oh, that's not good. Chad Buzmak says Aaron only thinks that because he isn't a billionaire. Well, if that's the case, then everybody should think that. Like, nobody's
like I
a
said,
billionaire.
Everybody thinks they're going to be the next like McMillionaire or whatever, and that's why they want to protect those people. I think they're going to join it.
You want to read that from Joey Caravello for $2?
Johnny is a smelly coon.
It means raccoon. $1 from Los Federales says, let me get this, Aaron. If he lost, you would be saying what an idiot and laugh, but you bitch and question capitalism when he wins. It's not his fault that others are struggling. He worked his ass off. No, that's you're not. You did not address
You're tying
anything.
a lot of things together.
Yeah, you didn't address anything that I said. I just put his win in the perspective of that's houses for 3 families. I didn't say that he's bad for winning $750,000. I also found it fascinating that he could laugh off a $1.2 million loss. I think that's interesting to me. That's all. The gossip about some guy's money and the glee when seeing him pick up a cigar, this whole segment. Oh, he's talking about 60 Minutes. I was going to say, like, we saw the cigar and the booze and we're like, yeah, of course.
Of course they're going to do that.
Of course they're going to do that. Yeah. Tim the Toolman Taylor says, Dana will lose more than I paid for my house that I'm paying for with a 30-year mortgage in one hand. Correct.
Yeah.
Chad Buzmog says, any laws you put in place to tax the rich, there will always be a way around it, and the rich will use it. You know better than that. I know, but the only thing I can think of to get them around that tax is frivolous spending and investment, which isn't that the point? We're trying to say
that at least puts the money back into the economy.
Right. These billionaires are just hoarding money, either in their bank account or in their company.
Mm-hmm.
And that's not spreading around to the rest of the economy. That's spreading around to their company. And we're trying to encourage that money to get back into the economy. That's what we're trying to do. Like, I'm not trying to get it into the government's hands. If anything, I would say I'll be for the ridiculously high tax rate so that they don't realistically want to give it to the government. So that they'll want to
actually invest in the economy to keep it out of Uncle Sam's hands.
I don't know. We've done both. Like, we've done 90% tax rates and we've done 30% tax rates. And I just want to ask, when were we doing better?
But that's a little bit of a mixed question because we weren't actively killing the accruement of wealth and inherited wealth and stuff like we are now. Like, for example, with homes and stuff, we weren't letting companies own, 300, 400 homes.
Right.
Owned by a company, and yet nothing's available for sale in your price range because all of these homes are bought up. The minute they go out, they're like, gone.
I don't think it's wrong to call yourself conservative, but also want guardrails on the highway of capitalism so that people can't just viciously fuck over and hurt people just because they have less money than them.
Right, and they can't do it just because they're motivated by gaining money.
I don't have a problem with a company coming in and beating another company and that other company going out of business. That sucks, but that's competition. When you have rules, laws, and regulations that are set up to tilt the table, I don't think that's capitalism.
But then by that definition, when did we have capitalism? Like, we have had laws and rules set up to tilt the table. I mean, how far back do we got to go?
I guess you had the robber barons in the early 20th century, and Teddy Roosevelt had to be the trust buster. I mean, people love Teddy Roosevelt. His actions weren't exactly capitalist. He forced companies to break up. He broke up the railroads and all of that stuff. He was pro-labor. So, I don't know. I think something that really hurts us is having our dogma. People identify as these things and then they make their positions fit the thing they say they are, instead of going, let me look at this as a human being and decide what's good, what's bad, what's right, what's wrong. But if I say I'm a capitalist or I'm a libertarian or I'm a liberal or I'm a conservative, then I have to have these opinions that fit that, or I get kicked out of my group's treehouse.
Right. And I can't ever ask an independent thought.
I think there's some ideas. Well, you saw this with, they said that the Trump voters and Bernie voters had a lot of crossover on certain things.
And that's why Gavin Newsom keeps trying to do a really bad Donald Trump impersonation in everything he does.
He's really out there with that.
He's really giving it. Like, he's sharing AI videos if Donald Trump does. Like, anything. Like, literally, it could be like the South Park bit of, ha ha, Simpsons did it. Like, you could do anything that Newsom does publicly now. And be like, ha ha, Donald did it.
Yeah.
Like, that's literally where he is.
You're not going to be running against Donald, right? Well,
He's
who
not.
knows? Who knows? Donald might say, it doesn't say it 3 times when only 2 of them are in a row. 191 Redbird with $1 says, not shitting on you, but take your actions in the last 5 years and add several billion to the equation. How many family houses worth of cash would be wasted on the legal bullshit? Not nearly enough to, dude. Not nearly. I think you're overestimating how much all that stuff cost. I'll be honest with you. Los Federales says, you stating those are houses for 3 families. Basically, that says you have a problem with a man working his ass off and using income inequality as an excuse for other people's shitty life decisions. Not at all. Not at all. I'm simply, and I don't like that people
He was
take
asking
that.
a moral question about what's better for society.
I don't like people taking a statement and adding shit onto it that I didn't say. I was merely saying financially that is the same as this. Am I okay with that? Not only that, I don't like this idea that just because somebody became a carpenter or a bricklayer or whatever, that Dana White's hardworking and they're not.
And
That's
that somehow
bullshit
just
too.
because they can't afford a house, they made shitty life decisions.
Right.
That's not the pass or fail. I know plenty of people who have made very, very good life decisions, and they've had either difficulty getting a house or haven't been able to get a house. Case in point, someone who watches this show does very well for himself. Los Federales just spent an arm and a leg to get a house, and there was a lot of difficulty getting there. But, like, if he wasn't able to afford that house, would you say he's a lazy piece of shit? No. He's not.
Well, and also there are people who have tried to form businesses like Dana White did. They went bankrupt and they failed. Are they not hard work? They're very hardworking. They took a bet. It didn't work. I don't know if wealth is necessarily a depiction of work ethic.
Work ethic certainly helps in the accruement of wealth.
Sure. So does intelligence. So does opportunism. So does a little bit of luck. So does everything. Everything is, look, Dana White's not a bad guy. Dana White's not a terrible person. I'm saying as a society, what do we value?
I'm just saying you saw a guy in a casino and it triggered something in you.
I think that reformed rapscallion. I think that's who I probably agree with most on this. He says unchecked capitalism will collapse on itself. Yes, the worship and the idolatry of wealth will naturally create an income inequality that's not sustainable. And look what they're doing with income inequality now. You don't think that letting these multinational corporations buy single-family houses isn't going to create a larger wealth gap in this country when working class people can't afford homes, can't have equity, and can't create generational wealth?
I mean, we're sitting here talking about Dana White, who did, the UFC and those fight promotions and stuff. But what if this were a guy that's in charge of BlackRock, and now he's throwing that money down like that? And it's like, yeah, dude, but like you said, that's 3 homes. 3 homes that people can't afford because you've made money off of making sure that average folks can't,
well, we have
accrue a
seen,
little bit of wealth.
We have seen that millionaires and billionaires can bid up the prices of shit that normal people consume.
Right.
It doesn't happen in a vacuum. I mean, we live in a marketplace or we don't. I believe we do. And there's so many butterfly effects in a public marketplace that you can't say that any one person's decision happens in a vacuum and doesn't have any impact on anybody else. So I don't know. And people they take this and they read into what I'm saying and they go, well, you think this. No, the reason I'm talking to you guys about this is I don't know what to do. I'm asking for ideas. I just know that I'm looking at 30.
I'm just asking what toxic masculinity is.
I'm looking at right. I'm just trying to figure out what toxic masculinity is. I'm just saying we're $35 trillion in debt, so we're doing something wrong there. I'm saying we have more income inequality than we've ever seen, and we're doing something wrong there. The price of houses is skyrocketing, so we're doing something wrong there. And inflation hasn't exactly gotten under control the way we were kind of pitched. It's still only about a third to a half a point lower than what it was under Biden's last quarter.
Right. We really haven't changed as much as people made it sound like we would.
It's now Biden's last quarter was 2.9 and now this last one was 2.7 for inflation. So I don't know. Boomer Bob Show, I'm sure he's not talking about anybody specifically, says some of us married women that became mentally ill after 15 years and took half of our shit. I don't know.
It's problematic when that happens. I mean, are you not a hard worker? You got your overall wealth dropped down by 50% because you got honeypotted. I mean, it happens to the best of us.
And there's also a chance, and again, I find myself agreeing with Rapscallion a lot. Maybe just whatever system we come up with is finite and it's going to collapse in on itself because we're imperfect. So maybe capitalism is the best. And when you put people in charge of it, it's going to have an expiration date like anything else.
Well, that's true about, like, technically, I mean, communism is great if you could just get the people at the top to not be self-indulgent, self-serving people, but that's always what you get. And the problem is, the way I've always thought of it is, all this stuff is great, but people are inherently flawed. And so you're going to be flawed in the end because you're using people.
Of course. Keynesian economics, I think, is a great idea in theory because the theory goes, when times are bad, use the government's power and credit of borrowing money to create demand, to invest in projects, to build things that stimulate the economy. And then when the economy is stimulated and it goes back up, use that excess wealth to pay down what you borrowed when things were difficult. The idea of Keynesian economics is good. The problem is when governments do it, they never do the second part. They just
nobody
borrow,
wants to eat their vegetables.
Right. They borrow, and when things get good, they never pay it back. Like, did we pay down any of the debt during Trump's first term when the economy got good? Nope. And it's also now getting to the point where I don't think the United States is ever going to be able to balance its budget or finance this debt without raising taxes, because if you look at defense, Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, and interest on the debt, you're at about $4 trillion a year right there. And that's no other program, no other government worker, no other cabinet position, nothing. It's just those four things. And our government brings in about $4 to $5 trillion a year. So
we really need to cut back this military budget, but nobody will do that.
Right. You know, people say, don't give Israel any money. Okay, there's $4 billion. Got a long way to go.
Be nice if we didn't give Israel money, though.
It would be. I could sleep better. Loot says, I've been saying that politicians don't deserve a penny more than minimum wage salary until country makes profit and is debtless.
Right? I agree with that. I think honestly, public servants should be a lot more on the realm of an actual servant as opposed to the quote unquote, no kings thing. Like, all of the public servants do a lot better than most people who aren't in the public sector.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Boomer Bob Show says hard to pay down debt when Plandemic has them spending trillions for an experiment. Yep. I would agree. Reformed Rapscallion says, I think capitalism would be better if people were told you can do money or politics, but you can't do both. Yeah, and that ship has sailed.
Yeah, we'll never get those two derided from each other. They are in bed together forever.
Blop Jones says, more than 3, dude. I could get at least 10 properties where I'm from. Well, yeah, I mean, some places are cheaper than other. You know, Minnesota used to be.
Dude, if you were in Chicago, you could buy half the town. But I mean,
Minnesota used to be a cheap place.
Used to be. That shit's gone.
Not anymore. Ronald Everode says, online beggar and welfare cripples solve the economic crisis. Well, I know that we don't have an economic crisis here at Steel Toe. Hell, we're $30 away from tomorrow morning's goal. Hey. So there you go, Ronald Everode, $30 away, and we can say through tomorrow that we're the most brilliant guys out there and you should listen to us.
Because we're financially ahead.
So we just need to do $30 in 24 minutes, or just enjoy the fact that we've been ahead for the last week or so. Thank you, guys.
It's been nice.
It's been very nice, and we appreciate it. I think we're like 85 memberships away from going back up to 600 again as well. Well, I didn't think we were going to get that much out of the Dana White thing.
There's a lot more than I expected. Do we still have the racing crash video thing?
We do. I can do that. Or I wanted to bring this up real quick because I think we deserve some cultural W's since we've been shitting on some things today. Cracker Barrel decided to fire their California marketing agency. God, fucking easiest.
Fuck yeah.
Easiest answer in the world. I mean, this marketing agency basically tried to crush your entire brand. And they also said that there's going to be a management restructuring. So I'm guessing that chick that wanted to decolonize Cracker Barrel is going to be eating shit too.
She's probably going to be looking for a new job.
That's the rumor. Now, the consulting firm is gone. Do you want to see a video for that consulting firm?
Yes. Is it a video for like something else they've done, or like someone responding to losing the work?
Their ideas, their approach,
okay,
everything like that. This is
Profit. Ooh.
This is the agency that the Cracker Barrel hired for their rebrand.
At Profit, we take a human-centric view of the organization.
This already sounds like 1984. They Live. This already sounds like insane shit. This, when you're opening people's heads and putting gears in their brains, I don't know, man. It's just, I'm not
feeling a little uncomfortable.
I can't find anything concrete wrong with this yet, but it's not passing the eye and the ear test.
By thinking of the organization as a macrocosm of the individual, just like you, watching this video right now, have DNA, a body, a mind, a soul.
It's fucking advertising. It's marketing and advertising. We don't need to bring the medulla oblongata into this. We don't need to bring mitochondria into this. Hey, here's some fucking biscuits and gravy shot at a low angle so you can watch the gravy pour over the biscuits. Show is good. Here's your grandpa.
Spice it up a bit. Maybe the server's showing a little cleavage. I don't know, but like, let's.
It's advertising. It doesn't need to be complete brainwashing. It just needs to be mild emotional manipulation. That's it. Low angle, biscuits and gravy, sizzling bacon on a grill, and your grandfather who died when you were 8 having a great time at the table laughing with the little grandkiddies.
That's it.
That's all you need. You don't need to turn my brain into gears and say that you're using my DNA to figure out what we're doing. It's fucking marketing. It's very mild levels of manipulation. Christ. It's like a suntan versus sticking your head in the microwave.
But how are we gonna change the courses of social evolution unless we start with Cracker Barrel? Like, no offense, you guys realize you're doing the fucking.
Put some fucking fishing lure on the wall and show scrambled eggs getting cheese sauce poured over them. You'll have hillbillies coming in from now till rapture. Hey, do you like hash browns, you fat fag? Here's them with butter on them. Ooh. And we're good. Here's a fucking rooster on a pole crowing as the sun comes up and a glass of milk being slowly poured as you have the fucking bowl of oatmeal and some biscuits and gravy, and then the fucking screen turns and that now you're transported into a Cracker Barrel and all your loved ones are back. Here's some good emotional manipulation. You got a guy sitting there for breakfast. He's sad because he's alone, but it flips over. It turns into a Cracker Barrel, and his dad that he hasn't seen in years comes by.
Everybody just pulls up a seat.
Yeah, his wife and children come in, who he never sees because he gets up too early for work. They come in. And then his grandpa, who died, he comes back from the past, and he's got his fishing hat on, and he's happy. And he says, after breakfast, why don't we go fishing? And Cracker Barrel transports you to a better time. Boom! There you go. I just mildly...
So good to see you, Granddad. I don't want breakfast to end.
All I did was mildly manipulate people's feelings. I didn't have to purposely forever fuck them up with their DNA. Jesus Christ, you guys. It's like, honestly, these modern marketing people, it's like Good Morning Vietnam, where you're like, but you're mean, Dick. And this is just radio.
So too does the collective you that is your organization. Welcome to Profit's human-centered transformation model.
What the? This is real. This is really their promotional video.
Why did you guys go with these people in the first fucking place?
It's a dad casting a line early in the morning with his son and then going to Cracker Barrel after. It's a church service followed by a Cracker Barrel.
Guys, this isn't rocket scientists, all right? Just sell the fucking steaks.
Just show a lot of white people eating food. They just want to know that it's juicy steak and eggs and whites. That's all they want out of Cracker Barrel. That they know they're going to have decent food and very few minorities. And if they are, the minority is sat in the middle of the restaurant where we're all keeping an eye on them. That's what people want out of Cracker Barrel. Numero uno, Josh Denny fan says, okay, marketing genius Imholt, now apply that same strategy to your show. I don't serve biscuits and gravy. Here's what you don't understand about my marketing genius. It only applies to potatoes and gravy.
Of course it applies to
If
potatoes.
you don't have potatoes and gravy, I can't help you. I need starch.
He's powered by mashed potatoes.
Starch, potatoes, gravy, eggs, breakfast foods, and whiteness. If you've got those two things, I can transform your business into a Fortune 500 company.
I love that whiteness is a credible factor.
I don't know anything about Mexicans. I would make the most racist commercials. There would be like fucking old Cadillacs on hydraulics. Eddie Guerrero would be involved somehow, and a mariachi band. I'd fuck the whole. Actually, I might crush it.
That sounds kind of cool now that you pitch it. Like
that place would be awesome. I don't even have a name for the business. I don't know what it does. I just know that commercial is going to crush. Maybe I'm accidentally really good at all of it. Go ahead, throw me a group of people. I'll give you an ad. I don't even need a business.
All right. How about no, they'd be white. So how about just Africans in general? I was gonna say West Africans, but no, they might be white. So throw an ad for African people. What do we like? You want them to come into your restaurant? All
right. So I got to pitch to Africans.
Yeah,
like African Americans or Africans.
Africans, not African Americans. They're Americans, so we don't need to worry about pitching to them. They live here. I'm talking about new people. People like we're going.
Okay, first of all, because of the Africans we have here, I make sure there's one thing. Lots of used vehicles with moderate rust in the parking lot and full. A lot of people going in wearing their Somali king robe thing, sandals, and a lot of people that look just like them going into a place. Boom.
Right.
Doesn't even matter
Makes
what
sense.
that place is. They're all going.
Right? Yeah. No, it'll probably work.
I use the word tribe. I say like, this is your family. This is your
That might
tribe.
be a little bit over the shark, but
They're going to love it. They're going to fucking love it, dude.
All right. I'll take your word for it.
And I get Idris Elba.
I'll believe you long enough to see it fail. That will sell it.
Yeah.
That will sell it a lot.
I'll get Idris Elba. That's where we're going to spend most of our money.
Okay.
I
Makes
just
sense.
need a black that
Pretty
Africans
big name.
will like. Yeah. Jimon Hanzu. I bet you I could get him for a steal nowadays.
Right, but he's actually made kind of a fuss about how he's not paid appropriately with his level of performance. Like he does all these roles, he's in all this stuff, but he's not considered like a big A-list actor. And I'm always like, right, but you took the role. It's weird to be like, hey, look, they don't really pay me. It's kind of,
Let's just call this what it is. I'm way better at marketing to whites.
Yeah.
I know.
You know your demo.
I know my wheelhouse. Maybe I should just get into the marketing business because they probably desperately need a guy like me because they spent so much time kicking us out.
Right now they got these like weird woke white women that are just torpedoing everything. It's the best I told us so ever.
We don't want.
It's like, look, we let you guys have the wheel and you sunk the ship.
We don't want our agency to be like that Imholt guy. Oh, yeah? Well, all the companies working with us are seeing a huge increase in their white customers. Veldrain with $1 says, how do I advertise Cracker Barrel to people who hate Western values, hate the nuclear family, and want to make their children trans? Bro, the people who love all of those things make up like 60 to 75% of the country. We're going to be fine just marketing to them.
Right, but he's saying it from the point of view of the firm. The firm wanted to be like, hey, look, how do we completely ignore the relevant fan base we have, and how can we appeal to what is arguably 10 to 12% of the overall population that we have? We'll market to this niche group. That'll totally
exactly. Return Trip says, what type of Carl Sagan bullshit is this? Exactly. Jesse Esparza, see, this is where my marketing kicks in. She goes, what the fuck? I miss my dad, damn it. That's what my marketing does. It pulls at your heartstrings. It's cheap, too. It's cheap heat. That's all I'm getting. I'm just bringing back your dead grandpa. That's it. And you're going to fucking cry. And you're
So wait,
love
you're
it.
Jesus? You can bring back my grandpa?
That's the thing. In marketing and advertising, you can bullshit anything you want. You can invent whatever. The opportunities and the possibilities are endless. You don't have to follow any rules.
The advertisement's great.
I think
is at
marketing and advertising is fine as long as it's in the hands of decent people that understand it's only mild manipulation. A lot of these
we just
people
want
get into
to eat some fucking burgers. God damn it!
A lot of these people get into marketing and advertising to change the entire culture, and that those people are dangerous. I just want you to shove some hash browns in your face once a week. All right.
And those people are going to tell you about the fucking breakdown of your company, about its DNA, its body and soul. And it's like, all right, yeah, you guys need to stop.
I don't need the brain gears and the DNA and all that shit. I just need to know what gets Otis to fucking eat an egg.
I think y'all are overthinking this. We serve country fried steak. It's literally, it's just chicken. It's a steak.
And they call it steak, and we win. All right. Goat Wrangler with $31 says, you can thank me in the voice of Hillary Clinton yelling at Bill after a mediocre wienering. Who does a better? I don't do a very good Hillary. That's Oz.
Yeah,
can you yell
Oz is the Hillary.
Can you yell at Bill Clinton?
Bill! You couldn't even bang the shit out of the sides. Damn it, Bill!
You almost sound like those racist Charlie Brown cartoons they make.
Yeah.
Like the Easter N-word Charlie Brown.
Here's the weird part. I try to do my impersonation of Oz's impersonation, and then as I hear it, all I can think is my fucking cat.
I get it.
It's just
it did kind of sound like your cat now that you mention it.
Yeah. My cat does a better Hillary Clinton than I do.
We've officially knocked out tomorrow's goal. First of all, let's give Goat Wrangler an Alex Jones drop.
I sworn on the altar of God, total resistance against every form of tyranny, against the mind of men.
And, of course, thank you very much. That is tomorrow's goal. Thank you very much.
But I'm afraid I've got some bad news.
So anything else the next 10 minutes just rolls over to Wednesday. Thank you, you beautiful people.
Exactly. Thank you very much to Atomic Ray for gifting 5 memberships on Rumble. So now we are 25 into the goal of the 8th. So 25, let's do math. Fun, 265 away from Wednesday. We're also just 82 memberships away from 600. Now, remember, boys and girls, there is no evening show tonight. The Monday morning or the Monday evening shows will come back next Monday. We will have Tuesday and Wednesday this week. And that is because my son has his last football game tonight, and then my daughter starts volleyball on Thursday. So double sports this week. Kmart Ready says, I hate you and find you remarkably untalented, but credit where credit is due. This was a good bit.
Thank you.
I'm writing it down then. If a guy who fucking hates, and by the way, we know this, people who hate steel toe hate it with as what's his name? Aben Cooper says, a perfect hatred. So for them to admit that we did something funny means that's one of the most hilarious things we've ever done. That's one of the best.
Probably
segments.
up there. It's up there pretty much.
Yeah.
And
the people who love steel toe don't feel that way because they're turning in shit like this all the time.
Right.
Just a regular occurrence. Chef Maddox says, when will the next members only show be? I have an idea for members only shows. I think the live members-only show should be on Thursdays at noon. And then on Sundays, we're going to put up what we did this week, which we did a members-only clip show. So all the clips we clipped out, plus clips that we didn't premiere on the YouTube channel, will go into like a 3 or 4 hour members-only clip marathon.
Okay.
So we're going to do 2 members-only shows a week, one of them live, one of them fun little premiere. Vikes fan says, who do you think KOC will start versus the Eagles? I think they should stick with Wentz for the Eagles game, but I assume they will go back to JJ. JJ is not even practicing yet. His high ankle sprain is still not fully healed, and he's only been out 3 weeks. It'll be 4 or 5 by the time we play the Eagles. And high ankle sprains can take as much as 6 to 8 weeks to heal. I want JJ McCarthy to be fully 100% healthy
before you bring him back on.
Yep. Carson Wentz is fine. I do want to see what JJ can do with our full offensive line because he hasn't even gotten Darisaw, which is a huge game changer. With Carson Wentz, I think this is a 9-win team, and that's not a playoff team, so we don't need to fucking bench JJ McCarthy. Give JJ McCarthy the job back when he's healthy, and then let it be his, and we'll win anywhere from 7 to 10 games. Maybe we sneak into the playoffs. Probably not. Look, our schedule just got a lot easier because as the football season rolls on, teams maybe fall apart a little bit. The Ravens are ass this year. The Chargers are ass this year. The Eagles are struggling big time offensively, so we should be able to shut them down, but their defense is really fucking good. The Lions are incredible. We'll probably lose to them twice. The Packers are mid. I think we should be able to split with them. We'll sweep Chicago. And then you got the NFC East, which is a disaster. Washington, Dallas, New York. I think those are 3 wins for you. I think with J.J. McCarthy, we can win 9 games. With Wentz, we can win 9 games. I think our defense and our weapons on offense are so good that our quarterback play
won't swing the plays yet. No. Unless JJ gets into his rhythm, which maybe that's what we need to use this year for, is him kind of getting his reps in, so next season he's ready to fire on all cylinders.
No, don't get me wrong. He needs to go out there and suck. Young quarterbacks need to be able to go out and eat a shit sandwich. That's how you learn. I mean, that's how you get better. What's his name? In Washington he's taken a step backwards this year. Jaden Daniels, and you're going to, because you got to go through the bad shit to get good. And the worst thing you can do for a young quarterback is bench him. Now, McCarthy didn't get benched. He got rolled up on. He got a high ankle sprain. He got hurt. It happens.
Yeah.
Vikes fan says Wentz was solid with third-string linemen. That was a super impressive performance this last week. I don't think Carson Wentz had a good performance until the last drive. In fact, I was watching that game going, ho-hum, we can replace Wentz anytime. And I'd also make the argument that Jordan Mason's big run is what opened things up for us. I thought that Carson Wentz was okay. I think he's a solid backup quarterback. He was absolute ass last week, and anybody would have had a good game in that Bengals game. J.J. McCarthy would have beaten the Bengals by 4 or 5 scores, just like Carson Wentz did. Our defense was unbelievable.
They were set up to win, goddammit.
Yeah. Vikes fan says our run defense is the biggest problem. You ain't lying there. I think when you get Gink back, that will help. But also, we replaced our run-stopping defensive linemen with pass-rushing defensive linemen, because what the Eagles showed us is that if you can get a defensive pass rush up front with your down linemen, it's a lot easier to win that way when you don't have to blitz all the time. So, yeah, run defense is the biggest problem, and if Van Ginkel coming back can't fix it, then we're going to struggle against the run because, again, we hired pass rushers instead of run defenders. We got rid of Harrison Phillips.
How many people do we lose off of, like, say, the offense after this season? And how many of those tools do we carry with us?
That's tough because you're going to make a lot of roster decisions. You're going to cut some guys who are out of guaranteed money and will save cap money. So that's hard to tell. There also might be trades. Like Jordan Addison had a fucking attitude problem, didn't show up for work throughs one day this week, so they benched him for the first quarter. but he's remarkably talented. I wouldn't be surprised if we traded Jordan Addison in the offseason, especially if he had a big year and we could get a first-round pick for him, which I don't think we can right now. But I don't think we're going to pay him huge $30-40 million a year money. Somebody might.
Right. Somebody else might, though.
Yeah. So, you could see Jordan Addison get traded. TJ Hawkinson could be done here. He's running out of guaranteed money. And it looks like the injuries have definitely caught up to him. So he could be gone. Ryan Kelly could his concussion problem he might not ever play again. So he might be bad. He might be gone. Andrew Van Ginkel might be gone after this year because he's out of guaranteed money. And we need to make room for Dallas Turner, our first round pick from last year. So you could see a lot of guys go. Harrison Smith will probably retire. I think that's
just always interesting to me. They people like, oh, well, this season or whatever, we're going to put it away. We're going to be ready for next season. It's like, right. And I understand if JJ McCarthy kind of gets into his groove and starts really feeling himself, he could do a lot with what we have. But will we have what we have now next season?
Our nucleus will be back next year, mostly because teams that don't have to pay a quarterback yet, because when you draft one, you got 5 years before you have to pay him huge money if he's really good. So for the next 4 seasons, this year and 3 more, you got a quarterback that if he works out, he's playing on a rookie salary scale. You can keep all your other guys. Once you have to
you're gonna
pay
have more cap room.
Once you have to pay that quarterback, then the math
you're fucked.
The math starts getting tricky. Well, that's why Joe Burrow in Cincinnati is hurt again, because they paid him a shitload of money and his 2 wide receivers shitloads of money, and they can't afford an offensive line, and he's getting killed.
So great. You bought your high-end weapon, but you can't use it because it's getting creamed every time the ball snaps.
It's why the Kansas City Chiefs can't afford to get any top-level wide receivers for Patrick Mahomes, because you paid him $50 million a year. You got Travis Kelce, who's getting old, and you basically have to have Patrick Mahomes make the receivers good with how talented he is. So that's where it comes from. Vikes fan says that Harrison Phillips trade is looking worse by the week. Well, only he's certainly not helping the Jets, but yeah, we could use him because our run defense is dog shit. Whitesnake says first round draft picks don't guarantee Super Bowls. Mahomes went 10th and Brady went 199. Well, Mahomes with his 10th overall pick, he was a first rounder, and he's won 3 Super Bowls. So I think that
kind of speaks against what you're saying. Does it matter whether you're the first of the first round or the 10th of the first round?
Did I fuck that up? I think he's got 49ers twice. And oh, fuck. Has Mahomes only got 2? I thought he had 3. Patrick Mahomes.
Didn't he get one for Kansas City?
No, I'm saying against San Francisco twice. Oh. Okay, he did win. Okay, 2020, 2023, 2024. Who was the other? Who did they play with for the other one? Did they beat the Eagles once? Have they beaten the Eagles once and then lost them once? No. No, that was Stafford and Burrow. Stafford beat Burrow. Why can't I remember the 3rd Super Bowl? There was San Francisco, then there was somebody else, then there was San Francisco again. Was it the Eagles?
Somebody on your first time through when you were alive, you remembered this. It's weird you're forgetting.
That's true. That's a good point. Boozmock says, are you going to be giving out Stoney's gift cards in the clink? That's not a bad idea. That's not a bad idea. Yeah, just got to figure out. As soon as I figure out when. Here's what's going to happen. As soon as I can figure out what my schedule is for serving that, I'm going to wish I had the other one.
Right?
Because I'm so torn 50-50 between the 2 ways to do
Whichever one you pick is going to be the wrong one after you've picked it. You're like, fuck, I should have gone with the other thing. I'm second guessing myself now.
Exactly. Toe, prediction on the show for the first NFL coach fired. I have McDaniels, Daboll, or Pete Carroll. I don't think the Raiders are going to fire Pete Carroll that quickly. Yesterday I was thinking McDaniels. I was thinking McDaniels in Miami because they're such a shit show. Daboll's a good pick though. Here's the thing: they just They just started playing that Jackson Dart, their rookie quarterback, so they might give him a little grace. Dabble there in New York. I think McDaniel will be the first one to go. I think. All right. Oh, my God. You guys got me talking football. We went over.
Yeah, we went over. As of under noon, you're going to notice, like, we technically, the show's technically done. The goal's over. The time's over. We're overachieving on everything today. Streamlabs PayPal.
Anyone who says that I just do this for the money and then mail it in, how fucking dare you? Look at what I did for you. Because you got me talking football. By the way, Atomic Ray now in second at $25.
Thank you, Atomic Ray.
You Need Me More is in the cuck chair. We got a log jam at $12. A lot of people.
Right.
With $12. Sergeant Holka falling out of the cuck chair at 12. Thank you guys very much. Johnny, you are back at 1 o'clock.
Yes, sir.
Just Kidding LLC on YouTube, Twitch, and Rumble. We will be back here. I'll be back with Johnny at 6 a.m. tomorrow morning. Wish my son luck today in his football game. He's been looking killer so far. And then we'll be back tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. We got some clips going up today, so be sure to check out the clips. I will see you guys later. Have a great rest of your day.